Merry Christmas, guys. Today's a special episode. I'd like to say a big thank you to my guests. Papa Scare, The Darkest Hour, Booze and Booze, and J Nightmares. Thank you for joining me in narrating these true creepy accounts from Christmas time. You can find their details in the description, guys. And now for the stories. Enjoy. When I was 16, I worked at a grocery store as a stalker. The store closed at midnight, and we would often work later than that, as it was easier to stalk the aisles without all the damn people in the way. It was around Christmas time, and unfortunately I had to work on Christmas Eve. We typically had Christmas down at my grandparents' place in rural East Texas, about an hour and a half away. And since I had work, I told my parents to go ahead without me, and I would head their way once I got off work. My grandparents lived in a gated community called Steamboat Shores, and it was lined with mobile homes, which were mostly filled with old people waiting to die. I had got my driver's license about a month and a half ago, and this would be my first somewhat long drive at night. I felt confident in the drive. It was only an hour and a half. I had been along those roads many times as a passenger, so whatever. No biggie. My mom told me to call once I had gotten off. They cut us loose around midnight. I called my mom. Hey mom, they just let us go, so I'll be getting there around 1:30 or 1:45, depending on whether I stop to get something to eat. Alright honey, I'll wait up for you. See you in a little bit. Love you. Love you too. The first 45 minutes-ish part of the drive is a fairly monotonous affair through a series of small, podunk Texas towns that no one knows the names of. It was a cold, windy night, and as I cruised through the empty streets, the wind howled against my truck while I watched each lone town's spotlight sway back and forth in the wind. These small towns are creepier than I remember at night, I thought. I felt like a lost pack animal looking for its herd while I drove through each town. The last 45 minutes gets increasingly dark and rural. There's really not much out there, minus cows grazing in the fields and the occasional ramshackle house. This was before smartphones were ubiquitous, so I had the directions written down on a piece of paper. Although, since I had been along this road many times before, I generally knew the landmarks for where I should turn. When I was roughly 7 to 8 minutes away, I would take a left at the grocery store called Brookshire's, and then another left about 5 miles at the Lake Fork Bank, and then boom, I would be at the front gate of the community. The tricky thing is that it's very easy to lose track of time along these roads, since everything looks the same, and it was already late and my mind was wandering. I feel like I should be getting close to the Brookshire's, no? I didn't pass it already, did I? I haven't been on this road that long. Well, maybe I have. Maybe I'll go another 10 minutes and wait if I see it. If not, I'll drive to the next intersection and see what the crossroads are, and then call Mom. I'll ask her if I missed it. As I pull out my phone, I notice in the top left part of the screen, 0 bars. Damn it. I guess I'll just pull up to the next house I see and ask them. It's so late though. But I guess it's better than nothing. Mom will be worrying soon too. After what seemed like half an hour, but was probably closer to 10 minutes, I see a poorly maintained house approaching on my left side. I start easing off the gas to pull into the driveway. Ugh, really not the biggest fan of this whole situation right now. But I'm sure it's fine, so whatever. Wait, what? Is that a police car next to the house? Sweet, I'll just ask him. I'm not sure why he's just sitting next to this random house, but what does it matter? I swerve back onto the road and pull up next to the police car that's parked about 30 feet from the house. Hi, officer. I was curious if I was close to Brookshire's. I think I'm a bit lost. I was supposed to take a turn at it. Brookshire's? Yeah, it's actually about 7 miles back the other way. It'll be on your right-hand side. You shouldn't miss it. Ah, damn it. All right, thanks for the help, officer. Wait. Hold on a second, son. I saw you swerve a little bit before you pulled into here. Have you been drinking tonight? The officer said. What? No, not at all. I just got off of work and I'm heading to my grandparents for Christmas. All right, son. Well, these parts are known for young idiots driving around drunker than 3 sheets to the wind, especially around the holidays. So I'd prefer to go ahead and run your driver's license and check your vehicle registration. No, that's fine. I understand that. I get out of my truck and hand him my information. He quickly types in my driver's license number. All right, you're good to go. Sorry about that. It's better on my part to be safe rather than sorry. You understand, kid? Yes, sir. Thanks for the help. Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas to you too, kid. I pull out of the house's front yard and head back in the direction I came. When I'm maybe 250 to 300 feet away from the house, I look in my rearview mirror and see a pair of headlights pull out of the driveway towards me. It isn't the police car. Maybe they had somewhere to go as well. It's probably nothing. In less than a minute, the headlights are right behind me. Maybe I'm driving too slow and they want to pass. I drift my truck slightly to the right, but they don't pass. That's weird. And then boom, they blast their high beams and flood my truck with light. What the hell? This is getting really weird. After about 2 minutes of this, they turn their headlights completely off. The vehicle behind me appears to vanish into the night. I'm so screwed. After 3 to 4 minutes of this, they return their headlights back to normal, steadily riding my bumper. What do I do? I still don't have a phone signal. Why are they following me? I eventually see the bright neon red Berkshire sign, shining like an SOS beacon. Alright, once I get closer to the store, I'm going to fishtail around the turn and put the pedal to the floor, all the way to the front gates of my parents. Wait for it. I fishtail around the turn so hard, cascading the vehicle behind me with rocks as I took off as fast as I could. They kept up with me the whole time. Okay, there's the bank. I'm almost there. Shit, they're still right behind me. I turn left, cross the bridge. There's the gate. I mash on the gate opener button on my truck's visor, and it starts opening as I'm about to pull up. I finally made it. I watched the gate slowly close behind me as a vehicle pulls up. It was so satisfying to hear the sound of the gate locking. Now this is where I was truly an idiot. I know for a fact that I would be the first to die if I was in a horror movie, because I was just too curious. I couldn't help myself. Who is in that Jeep? Why did they follow me like that? What are they going to do now? Shoot me in the middle of all these mobile homes, in the middle of the street? Doubtful. I toss my truck in park, then get out and walk towards the gate. As I do, the window of the Jeep starts rolling down. I catch a glimpse of pure white hair. What the hell? It's 2 grandmas in the Jeep. They had a shotgun between them. Hey there, Sonny. We didn't mean to scare you. What's y'all's problem? You could have caused an accident. No, we didn't mean to do that. We just thought you might have been a snitch. We wanted to see who you was. Snitch? Yeah, one of our in-laws just got out of the clink. We thought you might be after him. So apparently one of these old lady's relatives had just gotten out of prison. They said this person had gotten a better deal by ratting out some people, but they didn't say what the crime was, nor did I press the conversation. That's why there was a police car next to their house. I asked them why they turned their headlights on. Well, they had night vision goggles and were trying to see if I was a man or a woman. What the fuck? I eventually made it to my grandparents' place, my mother still awake. Why are you so late? What took so long? I was being hunted by Grandma's mom, but they couldn't catch me. Needless to say, she was not a fan of the story, and she was very upset that I approached the car after I was safe inside the gate. Sorry, Mom. I'm just too damn curious.
So this story happened earlier this year, but I'm just getting around to telling it now. A couple of years ago, I posted a story about an encounter my wife and I had while driving to my family's cabin. And even though this story takes place at the same location, they are completely unrelated. It's just kind of a weird coincidence that I now have yet another Let's Not Meet story about the same place. My family owns a cabin in upstate New Hampshire, and it is literally my favorite place in the world. It's on a small, very secluded lake, shared by only a few other cabins. One other cabin on my side, 6 in total. Most of my neighbors only visit during the spring and fall months, and even then it's pretty rare to run into one of them. We all pretty much leave each other to do our own thing, but we also try to look out for each other the best we can. We will occasionally check on each other's property during off-season visits, just to be sure there haven't been any damages from storms or any break-ins, etc. We all try to be good neighbors because the lake is a pretty popular fishing location in the area as a result of it being so secluded. It's not unusual to see people who don't live on the lake out in a boat or hiking around with a fishing pole. In the winter, it becomes a popular place for ice fishing and snowmobiling. So again, it kind of reinforces why all of us who own property on the lake try to look out for one another, as there are people coming and going at all times of the year. There have been a few break-ins on the lake over the years, but honestly, in the 30+ years I have been going up to the cabin, there have only been a handful. Occasionally, someone's canoe or kayak will go missing, but that's pretty much the worst of it. Until last winter, my wife and I decided to take a week-long vacation at the cabin last winter. She was getting ready to start a new job and I had leftover PTO from the previous year. So we figured we should take the opportunity to get away before our schedules started to get busy again in the spring. It was sort of impromptu, but once we got the idea of spending a week alone together, relaxing by a wood stove, drinking craft beer, winter hiking and binge watching DVDs, we couldn't get it out of our heads. 2 weeks later, we were packed up in my father's F-150 and on the road. Things got wacky immediately, but first, there are a couple of things you need to know about this location. The lake basically sits in the middle of a dead zone as far as wireless reception goes. Sometimes you can randomly get a couple of bars of service, but never with regularity. The isolation and feeling of being unplugged is one of the main reasons I love going up to the cabin. It becomes a lot easier to not glue yourself to your phone when you physically can't. Secondly, as mentioned before, this place is secluded. It's a solid 10-minute drive before cell reception kicks in with any sort of consistency, and about another 5 before you reach town. A couple of years ago, and after much debate with the family, we decided to break down and get a satellite dish installed, so we would have some connection with the outside world. We essentially have basic cable for news and weather and a phone line. However, my folks have the service suspended at the start of winter since our family rarely visits during those months. So my wife and I were heading up without a phone connection. But it had never been a problem before, so we didn't really think anything of it. It hadn't snowed too much in our area, but the ground was still covered in a few inches of old snow, and there were snowmobile tracks all over the place. Before reaching the final turnoff towards the cabin, you have to drive across a land bridge, and while crossing it, you get a really good view of both sides of the lake. It had been cold for a few weeks straight, so the lake was frozen over. I looked out over the lake and saw what appeared to be two guys ice fishing, sitting on a picnic table out in the middle of our side of the lake. It was my neighbor's picnic table. I knew right away that it was his because of its very distinct paint job. This exact thing had actually happened before, and the last group of fishermen that did this left the table out on the ice, and it fell through once the lake started to thaw. Because of this, my neighbor had chained his new picnic table to concrete footing on the edge of his property. So that means these guys either broke the table to get it out on the ice, or they broke the chain. I'm also pretty confident that it wasn't my neighbor out on the ice because he lives in Florida, doesn't fish, and never visits in the winter. This pissed me off. I say something along the lines of, "Again? What the fuck is their problem?" to my wife, and she reciprocated in a similar fashion. Since both of us were in agreement, I sped up to get to the cabin and confront them before they could run off. I didn't really have a plan, but I figured I would yell at them and threaten to call the cops if they didn't put it back, which I couldn't actually do. I kind of figured that as soon as they saw the truck turn down the road, they would take off anyway. I was right, but oddly more than I knew. As we came down the road, I noticed a few things that struck me as odd. First, there were two dudes jumping onto and starting up snowmobiles that were parked in front of my neighbor's cabin. Second, the front door to the cabin was wide open. Lights were on, and there was smoke coming out of the chimney. I stopped the truck about 50 feet from the driveway and watched as the two guys drove the snowmobiles out onto the lake, picked up their buddies, and sped across the lake into the woods. We kind of just sat there for a minute or so, dumbfounded. I wasn't really sure what was going on, but it definitely didn't feel right. I guess it was technically possible that my neighbor was visiting, or that maybe he rented his cabin out to some people. But my gut told me that wasn't the case. There were no cars in his driveway, and the guys on the snowmobiles were definitely in some sort of a hurry when we pulled up. Also, it was like 10 degrees outside, so why would they leave the door open? After snapping out of it, I parked the truck in front of our cabin and walked over to the edge of the lake. Sound travels pretty well out there, and I could hear the snowmobiles getting farther and farther away. I locked our cabin, threw a quick start log into the wood stove, and then my wife and I headed over to my neighbor's cabin with our dog. I called out, "Hello?" a few times, and then I tried, "The Crumpster's neighbor, are you there?" and got nothing back. As we got closer, I could clearly see that the front door was splintered and had been pried open. My wife and I had unknowingly pulled up while people were actively breaking into my neighbor's cabin. My family is on really good terms with my neighbor, so I went ahead and stepped inside to check it out. There was a fresh pile of wood by the stove which was roaring, and the kitchen had some paper plates, food, empty beer cans and cigarette butts strewn about. Nothing seemed broken or missing that I could tell, but the place was an absolute mess and reeked of cigarettes. It was as if they had just decided to help themselves and make my neighbor's cabin their own private fishing lodge for a while. There were some sleeping bags and a cooler in the living room, so it looked like they had been planning to stay for more than a day. I wasn't in the cabin for more than a minute or so, and I was careful not to touch anything. I did, however, snap a few pictures for my neighbor and the cops, and then snuffed out the wood stove. I also decided to close the front door the best I could when I left, while wearing gloves, of course. since we were going to have to leave in order to get in touch with the police and my neighbor. I didn't want the front door to be left wide open. The next couple of hours were pretty rubbish. We drove into town and reported the break-in to the police. After giving our report, we got in touch with my neighbor, who was understandably very upset. I did my best to assure him that things weren't too bad, all things considered, and that there would just be some cleaning up to do. I offered to do it since we were going to be up there all week, but he insisted that he wanted to see it for himself. He was going to make plans to fly up from Florida to deal with everything as soon as he could, but asked if I could nail a couple of boards across the broken door for now. When we got back to our cabin, the police were already at my neighbor's checking things out. One of them came over and asked if I would walk them through everything that happened. I retold the story and ended it with something along the lines of, "So I left after shutting down the stove and closed the door behind me." This got some weird looks, and then conversation went something like this. "You sure you closed the door? Because it was open when we got here." "Yes, I definitely closed the door." "Well, it was open, and the items you described aren't there either. The sleeping bags, the cooler, they aren't there. So it looks like they came back and got them." That was pretty unnerving for some reason. Why risk coming all the way back for some sleeping bags and a cooler after getting away? They couldn't have known for certain that we didn't or weren't able to call the police right away. So the cops suspected that they were watching us and came back right after we left, or that there was someone else in the area that we didn't see. I listened to the snowmobiles driving off, and they got pretty far away. They kept going until I couldn't hear them anymore, and the woods on the other side of the lake is completely untouched wilderness for a few miles. I know because I hunt turkey out there. So I personally think there was someone else close by watching us. My wife really liked that little bit of information, especially since only a few years ago we basically had been followed by creepers on a previous trip to our cabin. The whole situation was just a giant fucking downer. After a while, the cops finished up and let us know they would keep a cruiser in the area. Not that that would really help, and that they were going to check on the other cabins for any signs of break-ins. I nailed my neighbor's door shut, dragged the picnic table off the ice — they had cut the chain — and headed back inside for a much-needed beer, or 3 or 4. We had debated a little bit about cancelling the trip and heading back home for a staycation. But honestly, we were determined to enjoy our week because we had really been looking forward to it, so we decided to stay. The next couple of days were great. We did exactly what we planned on doing, which was mostly nothing. We watched movies, snuggled, and drank in excess. I made my world-famous chili, and my wife ate it. We had bacon, eggs, and mimosas for breakfast. Beer, grilled cheese, and mediocre red box movies for lunch. And vodka tonics, hearty winter meals, and sexy times for dinner. It was awesome. Granted, every time we heard a snowmobile, we both gave each other an "oh shit" look. But after a few times, we were joking about it, and our "oh shit" looks morphed into a game of who can make the funniest face. We were just generally having a great time. As much as we were enjoying being completely overindulgent bed buddies, by midweek we wanted to stretch our legs. So we decided to go for a hike. It was a beautiful day, and I knew the surrounding area very well, so I suggested we hike up to the dam at the mouth of the river that feeds the lake. It freezes over in winter and looks pretty cool. It was about a 2-3 hour hike round trip, depending on the pace, short and sweet. We brought our dog along, and again we were having a great time, enjoying the extremely scenic winter woods and each other's company. On our way back, things took an unfortunate turn. About 2-ish miles, 30 minutes from the cabin, we hear the whine of snowmobiles. We each made a funny face, joked, and then got quiet and kept listening. They were getting closer. At the time, it wasn't exactly unexpected. It was a gorgeous day out, and we were smack dab in the middle of prime snowmobile territory. But given everything that had happened earlier in the week, it was impossible to not feel a little uneasy. The snowmobiles kept getting closer, and the whine was getting louder and louder. My wife and I talked about something, but honestly, I wasn't really listening to her. I was going over the situation in my head, and I don't quite remember what we were talking about. The engine sounds were getting louder, and it was obvious they were coming down the same trail we were on. I suppose it could have been anyone, perhaps a father and son enjoying the day, or a couple of friends off to meet up with some of their buddies. Regardless, I just got a very bad feeling. I carry, almost as a direct result of the last weird encounter I had at the cabin. So I made the decision to unholster, rack around into the chamber and reholster. The trail we were on was about 5-6 feet wide. So once the snowmobiles came into view, I picked up our dog. He's just a little guy, but thinks the planet Earth is his. And then we stood off to the edge of the trail so they could pass us. I think we played it pretty standard as far as general common courtesy goes. As soon as they saw us, they both stopped in the middle of the trail, about 100 feet from where we were standing. I waved. They didn't wave back. I could see that they were talking back and forth, occasionally looking at us. They seemed to finish up their conversation and then gunned their engines. Both of them started approaching us very fast and appeared to be on a line to hit us. My wife and I stepped back a few steps into the brush as they fucking buzz us at full throttle. I'm talking inches, not feet. They continue past us for a bit and then stop and turn to look back at us. I instinctively, almost as a reflex, threw up my free arm, holding a furiously barking Boston Terrier in the other, and yell, "What the fuck is your problem?" One of them replied with a middle finger, revved the engine a few times, and then they both took off down the trail. My wife was a wreck afterwards. I was scared, but she was really scared. The trail we were on basically ends where our property begins. So, if it was the same people from earlier in the week, they would know we weren't home. We had another 30 minutes of hiking before we got back, and the whole time, we could hear the snowmobiles ahead of us. They didn't disappear and get further away like before. The whole walk back, they were completely within earshot. After about 10 minutes, we could hear that they had stopped and then started driving around at low RPM. The engines were running, but not at full throttle. We stopped and waited. After a few minutes, they started at full blast again, this time getting further and further away. When we got back, there were snowmobile tracks all around the property, out front and out back. They had been circling the cabin. We had no way to call the police, so after an extremely short and extremely tense conversation, we promptly packed up, closed up the cabin and left for home. Vacation officially ruined. We contacted the police, but there wasn't much to say other than a couple of assholes on snowmobiles almost ran us over and then drove all over our property. We may have been more selective with our words. The police were certainly sympathetic, and again, given the break-in at my neighbors, they seemed pretty concerned about it. In the end, there wasn't much for them to do. We gave descriptions, our info, and left. The thing that gets to me the most is that even though my wife acts like it didn't bother her too much, I know it did. I've been going to that cabin my entire life. Like, some of the best memories I have are up there, on that lake. Now, I not only have one, but two terrible and frightening experiences at the cabin, where the person I love the most in this world was potentially at risk. I'd never ask her to go somewhere she didn't feel safe, and honestly, I'm not sure if I feel safe going up there either anymore. The good news is that both my neighbor and my family decided to have proper alarm systems installed. So at the very least, someone will be alerted to any future break-in attempts. However, it still doesn't help with the fact that when you are far away from help, you are essentially at the mercy of others. I know and believe that the vast majority of people are good-natured, but I'm learning that all it takes is one person or a few to really ruin your day.
So when I was in high school, I wasn't a very hard-working student. I wasn't a troublemaker, but I was an incredibly lazy girl, working just the minimum so my parents wouldn't get angry. I've always had some kind of easiness regarding schoolwork and never knew what it truly meant to make any effort, so I spent all my class drawing on my copybooks without many consequences. My junior year's math teacher was pretty upset about this. He wanted me to work harder. I wasn't bad at maths. I was around 13 to 14 over 20, but sometimes my grades would be very low. During a teacher-parent meeting, he told my mom that I was wasting my capacities, that it was infuriating how lazy I was. My mom then replied that she agreed with him, and that she wouldn't blame him for pushing me harder and for punishing me if it wasn't making me work harder. And from this day on, he did exactly what she said. In every math class, he would always question me first before everyone else. He was always sitting next to me when we were doing exercises. During the test, he was always telling me, "You can do it, Elisa." It made me feel incredibly uncomfortable because at this age, no one wants to be the attention's focus. My classmates started to realize that my math teacher was a little too obsessed by me, and they were teasing me a lot about this. The last class before Christmas break, the maths teacher threw a little surprise Christmas party. It was very nice. He gave us chocolates and mock champagne. We had a lot of fun. During the party, he poured me another glass of mock champagne, telling me that I deserved it because I was doing better. I accepted it, but didn't drink it entirely, seeing as I have diabetes and already had too much chocolate. But during the next class, I was feeling very bad. I almost fainted and finished my last day of school before Christmas in the nurse's office. At that time, I wouldn't even think it was because of the alcohol-free champagne. I thought it was due to my diabetes, that I indeed had too much chocolate, even if it didn't look like my usual crisis. A few weeks later, my class threw some kind of charity event. It was a class project, and we were very proud. In my country, we don't have proms, so it was our occasion to wear pretty formal clothes and dance together. The math teacher was invited, and he was helping some of the boys tend to the bar. He served me an alcohol-free cocktail, but before I could drink it, a classmate of mine, Flora, poured some vodka in it, even though it was forbidden to bring alcohol at the event. I was mad because with my diabetes, I couldn't drink alcohol. I told her that she could just throw the cocktail. At the time I thought she did, but now when I think about it, I wonder if she chose to drink it instead. The event ended pretty badly because of the alcohol Flora bought in. Some guys were very drunk. They started breaking things and getting rambunctious, and Flora passed out because of all the alcohol she had. This ended the event. Flora had been admitted to the hospital because her coma was pretty severe, and we spent the next day being lectured by all the teachers of the school. Flora got expelled from the school, and she never went there again. I was very upset with her, so I kind of ghosted her. I never asked if she was doing better. Now I do feel bad about this, but at the time I was immature. But because of that, I will never know if she was ill because of the alcohol or because of my cocktail. A few weeks later, I failed a maths test. It had been a long time since I failed a maths test, and my maths teacher was very angry. He yelled at me in front of everyone, saying how much of a disappointment I was, that I was hopeless, that I would just end up living in a cardboard box under a bridge. Something was off. I was feeling it. He had a very weird look in his eyes. It chilled me, and I couldn't help it, but I started crying. He calmed down a bit and said he would just give me an hour of detention, during which I will redo my lesson. I was a little surprised because normally detention is for bad behavior, not bad grades, but I was a little relieved because it was a small punishment. My parents would never know. Indeed, I lived kind of far from my high school, and there was only one bus every night between my high school and my home, at 5 p.m. Because of that, even when I finished at 4 p.m., I would never get home before 5, and when I had detention between 4 to 5 p.m., my parents would never know because I'd be back at the same time. But then, when he officially gave me the hour detention, he said that he wanted to be personally present during my detention, and that the only possible hour for it was during 5 to 6. I was really nervous, because I would have to tell my parents to come get me at 6, and then they would know everything. As I said earlier, I was not a troublemaker, so at first I planned to go to the detention hour. But during the day, my friends and I talked a lot about it, and I was feeling more rebellious. So I decided not to tell my parents that I was in detention and have one of my friends pick me up at 6 p.m. and drive me home. At 5 p.m., when I was heading towards the detention room, I was angry, mumbling that it wasn't fair to be in detention because of my one and only bad grade. When I arrived at the detention room, I realized I was the only one waiting. I then realized that I would be the only student in detention, all alone with that math teacher who was a little obsessive, and it was getting dark outside. It was a big no for me, and when I saw him coming, I panicked. And I said something like, "Sorry, I have an emergency. I have to get going now. I will email the school for rescheduling my detention hour," and then I ran off. He started to yell at me that I had to obey him and go to detention, that he would call my parents. At this moment, I didn't care. I sprinted towards the bus stop and caught my bus, and I went home. I was so afraid that he would have called my parents, so when I arrived home, I was shaking. But my parents greeted me normally, so I assumed that he didn't call them. He never came back the next day, nor the following weeks. I eventually learned that he quit his position. A shrink came in for an hour to ask us if we wanted to talk about the math teacher, but as nobody knew what was going on with him, we didn't have much to say, and the shrink left, and we never heard from him again. That is, until a few months ago. I became a teacher, and one day, chatting with my coworker, I mentioned his name, talking about the weird, bizarre math teacher, and how I skipped a detention hour, and one of my oldest coworkers went very pale hearing his name. In fact, a few days after the detention hour incident, my math teacher was arrested for having snuff movies on his computer, all downloaded from the dark web. Maybe this detention hour was just a detention hour, and I would have gotten out of it without any problem, but now I will never know, and I will always wonder what would have happened if I stayed, or if I didn't catch my bus. This was in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. I was heading to Oklahoma from the East Coast to visit family for Christmas. I was too cheap to pay for a hotel, so I got off of the I-40, parked behind a hotel, and slept in my Jeep. In the middle of the night, I get woken up by the sound of a small scraping noise. Confused, I open my eyes to see a figure outside, attempting to work the zipper on my soft top. Horrified, I simply sat there, It wasn't until they managed to stick their hand through the small opening they had created that I reached out, grabbed the nearest thing to me, and smashed their hand with it. Without wanting to see the result of this, I jumped into the front seat, worked the ignition, and peeled out of that hotel parking lot faster than I've ever left anywhere. I didn't stop for gas, red lights, breakfast, or anything. I merged straight onto the I-40 and continued west for almost 30 miles. Needless to say, that was the last time I ever slept in my Jeep.
There's been a lot of talk about banning Christmas parties here in the UK recently on account of the virus, and it reminded me of one of the creepiest situations I've been in. It was a week or so before Christmas a few years ago, and I was heading back from my work's Christmas party. My boyfriend had accompanied me, thankfully, as it was nearly 1 a.m. on a Friday night, and the drunks and weirdos were out in droves. We walked down the street a little ways to avoid the groups that were coming out of the kebab shop to our left. Yes, the stereotype about the British and post-drinking takeaways is somewhat true. This wasn't the safest town to hang around at night, and it was below freezing by this point, so we were keen to get a ride soon, but all of the Ubers were at least 20 minutes away. Finally, we managed to book a ride. In retrospect, I did notice that the guy had a less than perfect rating. But whether it was alcohol or the cold, we didn't think much of it. After about 15 minutes, the car showed up and we piled in, relieved to be somewhere warm. We greeted the guy and asked him how his night was going. All seemed pretty normal, but he wasn't the most talkative soul. Fair enough. He was probably tired of carting drunk people around all night. My boyfriend likes to break the ice when he gets a ride, so he asked the guy if he'd been busy, just trying to encourage conversation. That's when the guy looked in the rearview mirror at us, and his eyes landed on me. He didn't look away for a while, and it began to get awkward. I averted my eyes and shook it off. Not a huge deal. He then went from giving monosyllabic responses to openly chatting with me, quite animatedly. He started asking if we were together, how long we'd been together, and if the sex was good. I told him to mind his, and we kind of stopped engaging with him after that and started chatting with each other about plans for Christmas. Every now and then I would see him eyeing us both up in the mirror. My boyfriend noticed it too and later said he seemed like he was sizing him up. My boyfriend is a big guy, and this guy was pretty tiny, so he wasn't too worried at that point. I, however, was finding this guy to be a bit too forward, so I was surreptitiously trying to keep an eye on him.
About the award. It didn't have her name on it. Oh no, it had a name. It even had a picture of her smiling on it. The problem is, it wasn't addressed to Lucy. You can't
Meet Suvi, the magical all-in-one countertop kitchen robot. Suvi.
Hey guys, here's the third compilation for this month. I want to give a quick shout out to my patrons. Christina De La Rosa, Noosh, Lulu Rogers, Fire05, Linda, Shan, Jody, Sarah P, Kathleen Fenton, James Gargano, Gemma Allen, Elena Renee, Monica Levelace, Alex, and Courtney Maxwell. Alright guys, enjoy the video. This is going to be a bit long. So I had a best friend in high school named Lena. We were friends for about 1.5 years and would spend almost every weekend at our house, listening to music, watching scary movies, and gossiping. She was just a little bit crazy. The type of girl to beat up her boyfriend's exes unprovoked and catfish people. I say we were best friends, but actually it was more like I looked up to her, and she liked that she could boss me around and hang out with me whenever she pleased. She was extremely manipulative and two-faced. She had a hobby of being nice to girls at school and then going on their social media and making fun of everything they posted. She would befriend people to just get their information from them. When we were friends, Lena was dating a guy named Nolan. They dated for about a year and a half. They had lots of trouble in the last 6 months or so. He would go out drinking most weekends, and she would cry in the middle of the night and blow up his phone, yelling at him and making him feel guilty. She was borderline psychotic when it came to his exes.
Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have something just a little bit different. Tonight we have creepy encounters with otherworldly beings. I'll let you imagine what that means. As always, if you do enjoy the video, please be sure to drop a like rating as it helps out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated, as I post videos similar to this one all of the time. I am also settled into my new place, and I plan on uploading a lot more going into the future, so I hope you're all excited for that. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Names were changed because this was a pretty high profile case where I was from. I'll be referring to myself as my handle. Something freaky happened and it's pretty late at night and I just really need to talk to someone. The elementary school I went to was situated between a suburb and a forest. It was cool for me as a kid because I lived in a different suburb on the other side of the forest. Meaning when I didn't feel like waiting for the bus, or missed it, I could just take a shortcut through the forest and be there in about 15 minutes. Of course my teachers would be pissed because my boots and pants would be splashed with mud, but cutting through the forest meant you were cool. It meant your parents trusted you to do things on your own. It meant you weren't afraid of the old man who lived in the box. It was an urban legend at my school. Way off in the forest, you could see a cardboard box partially covered up by the brush. Everyone said that there was an arm creeping out of it, gnarled and bony, but it was probably just a branch. I only saw it once when one of the boys in my class hauled me up onto the monkey bars where you could see it. One of the downsides of being so little, even in 3rd grade. Austin pointed it out to me and said, "That's where the old man lives." "What old man?" I asked. He rolled his eyes. "The one who lives in the box. Duh." It was said that once a year, usually in the spring, the old man would snatch a 3rd grader from the playground. It would happen in a flash and the teachers would never care, no matter how much you cried or screamed. And so, a gaggle of 3rd grade boys would sit up on the monkey bars I could never reach on my own, and watch the box every recess. I always thought they were stupid. It was just a rumor, like Bloody Mary or Baby Blue or Charlie Charlie. I'd done all of those and nothing happened. So there was no reason to believe that the old man who lived in the box was anything more than a silly urban legend. I was playing with my friend Jenny that day. It was cold out, and I'd worn a baby blue velvet hoodie over my sweater. Jenny was always cold, so I lent it to her. I would probably get too hot in it anyways. We were close like that. Our teacher, Mr. B, liked to call us 2 halves of a whole idiot. It might have had something to do with us trying to publish an unsavory article in the school's paper, all about the swear words kids wrote in crayon in the girls' bathroom. We had one of those jungle gym domes at my school. It wasn't as popular as the swing set or basketball hoops or the playground, so Jenny and I had it to ourselves. One of our favorite games was for me to hang upside down from my knees from the top of the dome, grab Jenny by the hands, and swing her around. Her laugh sounded like chimes, hollering, and I tried to swing her higher and higher. The sound was seared into my memory, like the after image of the sun when you've been staring at it too long. The lunch monitors blew their whistle, telling us it was time to come in. I dropped Jenny and grabbed the bar underneath my knees to flip it to the ground. I swear, my eyes were only off her for a second. Not even that. But when I landed, Jenny was gone. I was confused at first. Jenny was a fast runner, so she might have darted away before I could see her. I tugged on the sleeve of Austin when he walked by. "Hey, have you seen Jenny?" I asked. "She must have run off to class, but she has my hoodie on and my mom will be angry if I come home without it." None of them would look me in the eyes. None of them would tell me what happened. None of them would say anything as I shouted and chased after them. They didn't have to. I froze in place, unable, unwilling to move as the realization dawned over me. People don't just vanish into thin air like that. And my hoodie was so bright. I would be able to see her a mile away in this dreary weather. "Maggie, come on." I ignored the lunch monitor. I had to force each grueling step in the other direction.
Shadow over Innsmouth by H.P. Lovecraft. Chapter 1. During the winter of 1927 to 1928, officials of the federal government made a strange and secret investigation of certain conditions in the ancient Massachusetts seaport of Innsmouth. The public first learned of it in February, when a vast series of raids and arrests occurred, followed by the deliberate burning and dynamiting, under suitable precautions, of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty houses along the abandoned waterfront. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major clashes in a spasmodic war on liquor. Keener news followers, however, wondered at the prodigious number of arrests, the abnormally large force of men used in making them, and the secrecy surrounding the disposal of the prisoners. No trials, or even definite charges, were reported, nor were any of the captives seen thereafter in the regular jails of the nation. There were vague statements about disease and concentration camps, and later about dispersal in various naval and military prisons, but nothing positive ever developed. Innsmouth itself was left almost depopulated, and is even now only beginning to show signs of a sluggishly revived existence. Complaints from many liberal organizations were met with long, confidential discussions, and representatives were taken on trips to certain camps and prisons. As a result, these societies became surprisingly passive and reticent. Newspaper men were harder to manage, but seemed largely to cooperate with the government in the end. Only one paper, a tabloid always discounted because of its wild policy, mentioned the deep-diving submarine that discharged torpedoes downward in the marine abyss just beyond Devil Reef. That item, gathered by chance in a haunt of sailors, seemed indeed rather far-fetched, since the low black reef lies a full mile and a half out from Innsmouth Harbor. People around the country and in the nearby towns muttered a great deal among themselves, but said very little to the outer world. They had talked about dying and half-deserted Innsmouth for nearly a century, and nothing new could be wilder or more hideous than what they had whispered and hinted years before. Many things had taught them secretiveness, and now there was no need to exert pressure on them. Besides, they really knew very little, for wide salt marshes, desolate and unpeopled, keep neighbors off from Innsmouth on the landward side. But at last, I'm going to defy the ban on speech about this thing. Results, I'm certain, are so thorough that no public harm save a shock of repulsion could ever accrue from a hinting of what was found by those horrified raiders at Innsmouth. Besides, what was found might possibly have more than one explanation. I do not know just how much of the whole tale has been told even to me, and I have many reasons for not wishing to probe deeper. For my contact with this affair has been closer than that of any other layman, and I have carried away impressions which are yet to drive me to drastic measures. It was I who fled frantically out of Innsmouth in the early morning hours of July 16th, 1927, and whose frightened appeals for government inquiry and action brought on the whole reported episode. I was willing enough to stay mute while the affair was fresh and uncertain, but now that it is an old story, with public interest and curiosity gone, I have an odd craving to whisper about those few frightful hours in that ill-rumored and evilly shadowed seaport of death and blasphemous abnormality. The mere telling helps me to restore confidence in my own faculties, to reassure myself that I was not simply the first to succumb to a contagious nightmare hallucination. It helps me, too, in making up my mind regarding a certain terrible step which lies ahead of me. I never heard of Innsmouth till the day before I saw it for the first and, so far, last time. I was celebrating my coming of age by a tour of New England, sightseeing, antiquarian, and genealogical, and had planned to go directly from ancient Newburyport to Arkham, whence my mother's family was derived. I had no car, but was traveling by train, trolley, and motor coach, always seeking the cheapest possible route. In Newburyport, they told me that the steam train was the thing to take to Arkham, and it was only at the station ticket office, when I demurred at the high fare, that I learned about Innsmouth. The stout, shrewd-faced agent, whose speech showed him to be no local man, seemed sympathetic toward my efforts at economy, and made a suggestion that none of my other informants had offered. "You could take that old bus, I suppose," he said with a certain hesitation, "but it ain't thought much of hereabouts. It goes through Innsmouth. You may have heard about that. And so the people don't like it. Run by an Innsmouth fellow, Joe Sargent, but never gets any custom from here. Or Arkham either, I guess. Wonder it keeps running at all. I suppose it's cheap enough, but I never see more'n 2 or 3 people in it. Nobody but those Innsmouth folks. Leaves the square, front of Hammond's drugstore, at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m., unless they've changed lately. Looks like a terrible rattletrap. I've never been on it." That was the first I ever heard of shadowed Innsmouth. Any reference to a town not shown on common maps or listed in recent guidebooks would have interested me, and the agent's odd manner of allusion roused something like real curiosity. A town able to inspire such dislike in its neighbors, I thought, must be at least rather unusual and worthy of a tourist's attention. If it came before Arkham, I would stop off there, and so I asked the agent to tell me something about it. He was very deliberate, and spoke with an air of feeling slightly superior to what he said. "Innsmouth? Well, it's a queer kind of town down at the mouth of the Manuet. Used to be almost a city. quite a port before the War of 1812, but all gone to pieces in the last 100 years or so. No railroad now. B&M never went through, and the branch line from Rowley was given up years ago. More empty houses than there are people, I guess, and no business to speak of except fishing and lobstering. Everybody trades mostly here in Arkham or Ipswich. Once they had quite a few mills, but nothing's left now except one gold refinery, running on the leanest kind of part-time. That refinery, though, used to be a big thing, and Old Man Marsh, who owns it, must be richer than Croesus. Queer old duck, though. Sticks mighty close in his home. He's supposed to have developed some skin disease or deformity late in life that makes him keep out of sight. Grandson of Captain Obed Marsh, who founded the business. His mother seems to have been some kind of foreigner. They say a South Sea Islander. So everybody raised Cain when he married an Ipswich girl 50 years ago. They always do that about Innsmouth people. And folks here and hereabouts always try to cover up any Innsmouth blood they have in them. But Marsh's children and grandchildren look just like anyone else, as far as I can see. I've had them pointed out to me here, though, come to think of it, the elder children don't seem to be around lately. Never saw the old man. And why is everybody so down on Innsmouth? Well, young fellow, you mustn't take too much stock in what people around here say. They're hard to get started, but once they do get started, they never let up. They've been telling things about Innsmouth, whispering them mostly, for the last 100 years, I guess. And I gather they're more scared than anything else. Some of the stories would make you laugh. About old Captain Marsh driving bargains with the devil and bringing imps out of hell to live in Innsmouth. Or about some kind of devil worship and awful sacrifices in some place near the wharves that people stumbled on around 1845 or thereabouts. But I come from Panton, Vermont, and that kind of story don't go down with me. You ought to hear, though, what some of the old-timers tell about the Black Reef off the coast. Devil Reef, they call it. It's well above water a good part of the time, and never much below it. But at that, you could hardly call it an island. The story is that there's a whole legion of devils seen sometimes on that reef, sprawled about, or darting in and out of some kind of caves near the top. It's a rugged, uneven thing, a good bit of over a mile out, and toward the end of shipping days, sailors used to make big detours just to avoid it. That is, sailors that didn't hail from Innsmouth. One of the things they had against old Captain Marsh was that he was supposed to land on it sometimes at night when the tide was right. Maybe he did, or I dare say the rock formation was interesting, and it's just barely possible he was looking for pirate loot and maybe finding it. But there was talk of his dealing with demons there. Fact is, I guess that on the whole it was really the captain that gave the bad reputation to the reef. That was before the big epidemic of 1846, when over half the folks in Innsmouth was carried off. They never did quite figure out what the trouble was, but it was probably some foreign kind of disease brought from China or somewhere by the shipping. It surely was bad enough. There was riots over it, and all sorts of ghastly doings that I don't believe ever got outside of town, and it left the place in awful shape. Never came back. There can't be more than 300 or 400 people living there now. But the real thing behind the way folks feel is simply race prejudice. And I don't say I'm blaming those that hold it. I hate those Innsmouth folks myself, and I wouldn't care to go to their town. I suppose you know, though I can see you're a Westerner by your talk, what a lot of our New England ships used to have to do with queer ports in Africa, Asia, South Seas, and everywhere else, and what queer kinds of people they sometimes brought back with them. You probably heard about the Salem man that came home with a Chinese wife. Maybe you know there's still a bunch of Fiji Islanders somewhere around Cape Cod. Well, there must be something like that back at the Innsmouth people. The place always was badly cut off from the rest of the country by marshes and creeks, and we can't be sure about the ins and outs of the matter, but it's pretty clear that old Captain Marsh must have brought home some odd specimens when he had all 3 of his ships in commission back in the 20s and 30s. There certainly is a strange kind of streak in the Innsmouth folks today. I don't know how to explain it, but it sort of makes you crawl. You'll notice a little in Sargent if you take his bus. Some of them have queer narrow heads with flat noses and bulgy, starry eyes that never seem to shut, and their skin ain't quite right. Rough and scabby, and the sides of their necks are all shriveled or creased up. Get bald, too, very young. The older fellows look the worst. Fact is, I don't believe I've ever seen a very old chap of that kind. Guess they must die of looking in the glass. Animals hate them. They used to have lots of horse trouble before autos came in. Nobody around here in Arkham or Ipswich will have anything to do with them, and they act kind of offish themselves when they come to town, or when anyone tries to fish on their grounds. Queer how fish are always thick off Innsmouth Harbor when there ain't any anywhere else around. But just try to fish there yourself and see how the folks chase you off. Those people used to come here on the railroad, walking and taking the train at Rowley after the branch was dropped. But now they use that bus. Yes, there's a hotel in Innsmouth called the Gilman House, but I don't believe it can amount to much. I wouldn't advise you to try it. Better stay over here and take the 10 o'clock bus tomorrow morning. Then you can get an evening bus there for Arkham at 8 o'clock. There was a factory inspector who stopped at the Gilman a couple of years ago, and he had a lot of unpleasant hints about the place. Seems they get a queer crowd there, for this fellow heard voices in other rooms, though most of them was empty. That gave him the shivers. It was foreign talk, he thought, but he said the bad thing about it was the kind of voice that sometimes spoke. It sounded so unnatural, slopping like, he said, that he didn't dare undress and go to sleep. Just waited up and lit out the first thing in the morning. The talk went on most all night. This fellow, Casey, his name was, had a lot to say about how the Innsmouth folks watched him and seemed kind of on guard. He found the Marsh Refinery a queer place. It's in an old mill on the lower falls of the Manuette. What he said tallied up with what I'd heard. Books in bad shape and no clear account of any kind of dealings. You know, it's always been a kind of mystery where the Marshes get the gold they refine. They've never seemed to do much buying in that line, but years ago they shipped out an enormous lot of ingots. Used to be talk of a queer foreign kind of jewelry that the sailors and refinery men sometimes sold on the sly, or that was seen once or twice on some of the Marsh women folks. People allowed maybe old Captain Obed traded for it in some heathen port, especially since he was always ordering stacks of glass beads and trinkets such as seafaring men used to get for native trade. Others thought and still think he'd found an old pirate cache out on Devil Reef. But here's a funny thing. The old captain's been dead these 60 years, and there ain't been a good-sized ship out of the place since the Civil War. But just the same, the Marshes still keep on buying a few of those native trade things. Mostly glass and rubber gewgaws, they tell me. Maybe the Innsmouth folks like 'em to look at themselves. God knows they've got to be about as bad as South Sea cannibals and Guinea savages. That plague of 46 must have taken off the best blood in the place. Anyway, they're a doubtful lot now, and the Marshes and the other rich folks are as bad as any. As I told you, there probably ain't more than 400 people in the whole town, in spite of all the streets they say there are. I guess they're what they call white trash down south. Lawless and sly and full of secret doings. They get a lot of fish and lobsters and do exporting by truck. Queer how the fish swarm right there and nowhere else. Nobody can ever keep track of these people, and state officials and census men have a devil of a time. You can bet that prying strangers ain't welcome around Innsmouth. I've heard personally of more'n one business a government man that's disappeared there. And there's loose talk of one who went crazy and is out at Danvers now. They must have fixed up some awful scare for that fellow. That's why I wouldn't go at night if I was you. I've never been there and have no wish to go, but I guess a daytime trip couldn't hurt you, even though the people hereabouts will advise you not to make it. If you're just sightseeing and looking for old-time stuff, Innsmouth ought to be quite a place for you. And so I spent part of that evening at the Newburyport Public Library, looking up data about Innsmouth. When I had tried to question the natives in the shops, the lunchrooms, the garages, and the fire station, I had found them even harder to get started than the ticket agent had predicted, and realized that I could not spare the time to overcome their first instinctive reticences. They had a kind of obscure suspiciousness, as if there were something amiss with anyone too much interested in Innsmouth. At the YMCA, where I was stopping, the clerk merely discouraged my going to such a dismal, decadent place, and the people at the library showed much the same attitude. Clearly, in the eyes of the educated, Innsmouth was merely an exaggerated case of civic degeneration. The Essex County histories on the library's shelves had very little to say, except that the town was founded in 1643, noted for shipbuilding before the Revolution, a seat of great marine prosperity in the early 19th century, and later a minor factory center using the Minuet as power. The epidemic and riots of 1846 were very sparsely treated, as if they formed a discredit to the county. References to decline were few, though the significance of the later record was unmistakable. After the Civil War, all industrial life was confined to the Marsh Refining Company, and the marketing of gold ingots formed the only remaining bit of major commerce aside from the eternal fishing. That fishing paid less and less as the price of the commodity fell and large-scale corporations offered competition, but there was never a dearth of fish around Innsmouth Harbor. Foreigners seldom settled there, and there was some discreetly veiled evidence that a number of Poles and Portuguese who had tried it had been scattered in a peculiarly drastic fashion. Most interesting of all was a glancing reference to the strange jewelry vaguely associated with Innsmouth. It had evidently impressed the whole countryside more than a little, for mention was made of specimens in the Museum of Miskatonic University at Arkham, and in the display room of the Newburyport Historical Society. The fragmentary descriptions of these things were bald and prosaic, but they hinted to me an undercurrent of persistent strangeness. Something about them seemed so odd and provocative that I could not put them out of my mind, and despite the relative lateness of the hour, I resolved to see the local sample, said to be a large, queerly proportioned thing evidently meant for a tiara, if it could possibly be arranged. The librarian gave me a note of introduction to the curator of the society, a Miss Anna Tilton, who lived nearby, and after a brief explanation, that ancient gentlewoman was kind enough to pilot me into the closed building, since the hour was not outrageously late. The collection was a notable one indeed, but in my present mood I had eyes for nothing but the bizarre object which glistened in a corner cupboard under the electric lights. It took no excessive sensitiveness to beauty to make me literally gasp at the strange, unearthly splendor of the alien, opulent fantasy that rested there on a purple velvet cushion. Even now, I can hardly describe what I saw, though it was clearly enough a sort of tiara, as the description had said. It was tall in front, and with a very large and curiously irregular periphery, as if designed for a head of almost freakishly elliptical outline. The material seemed to be predominantly gold, though a weird, lighter lustrousness hinted at some strange alloy with an equally beautiful and scarcely identifiable metal. Its condition was almost perfect, and one could have spent hours in studying the striking and puzzlingly untraditional designs, some simply geometrical and some plainly marine, chased or molded in high relief on its surface with a craftsmanship of incredible skill and grace. The longer I looked, the more the thing fascinated me, and in this fascination there was a curiously disturbing element hardly to be classified or accounted for. At first I decided that it was the queer, otherworldly quality of the art which made me uneasy. All other art objects I'd ever seen either belonged to some known racial or national stream, or else were consciously modernistic defiances of every recognized stream. This tiara was neither. It clearly belonged to some settled technique of infinite maturity and perfection, yet that technique was utterly remote from any, Eastern or Western, ancient or modern, which I had ever heard of or seen exemplified. It was as if the workmanship were that of another planet. However, I soon saw that my uneasiness had a second and perhaps equally potent source residing in the pictorial and mathematical suggestions of the strange designs. The patterns all hinted of remote secrets and unimaginable abysses in time and space, and the monotonously aquatic nature of the reliefs became almost sinister. Among these reliefs were fabulous monsters of abhorrent grotesqueness and malignity, half ichthyaic and half batrachian in suggestion, which one could not disassociate from a certain haunting and uncomfortable sense of pseudo-memory, as if they called up some image from deep cells and tissues whose retentive functions are wholly primal and awesomely ancestral. At times I fancied that every contour of these blasphemous fish frogs was overflowing with the ultimate quintessence of unknown and inhuman evil. In odd contrast to the tiara's aspect was its brief and prosy history as related by Miss Tilton. It had been pawned for a ridiculous sum at a shop in State Street in 1873 by a drunken Innsmouth man shortly afterward killed in a brawl. The society had acquired it directly from the pawnbroker, at once giving it a display worthy of its quality. It was labeled as of probable East Indian or Indo-Chinese provenance, though the attribution was frankly tentative. Miss Tilton, comparing all possible hypotheses regarding its origin and its presence in New England, was inclined to believe that it formed part of some exotic pirate horde discovered by old Captain Obed Marsh. This view was surely not weakened by the insistent offers of purchase at a high price, which the Marshes began to make as soon as they knew of its presence, and which they repeated to this day, despite the Society's unvarying determination not to sell. As the good lady showed me out of the building, she made it clear that the pirate theory of the Marsh fortune was a popular one among the intelligent people of the region. Her own attitude toward shadowed Innsmouth, which she had never seen, was one of disgust at a community slipping far down the cultural scale, and she assured me that the rumors of devil worship were partly justified by a peculiar secret cult which had gained force there and engulfed all the Orthodox churches. It was called, she said, the Esoteric Order of Dagon, and was undoubtedly a debased, quasi-pagan thing imported from the East a century before, at a time when the Innsmouth fisheries seemed to be going barren. Its persistence among a simple people was quite natural in view of the sudden and permanent return of abundantly fine fishing, and it soon came to be the greatest influence on the town, replacing Freemasonry altogether and taking up headquarters in the old Masonic Hall on New Church Green. All this, to the pious Miss Tilton, formed an excellent reason for shunning the ancient town of decay and desolation, but to me, it was merely a fresh incentive. To my architectural and historical anticipations was now added an acute anthropological zeal, and I could scarcely sleep in my small room at the Y as the night wore away. Chapter Chapter 2. Shortly before 10 the next morning, I stood with one small valise in front of Hammond's drugstore in Old Market Square, waiting for the Innsmouth bus. As the hour for its arrival drew near, I noticed a general drift of the loungers to other places up the street, or to the ideal lunch across the square. Evidently, the ticket agent had not exaggerated the dislike which local people bore toward Innsmouth and its denizens. In a few moments, a small motor coach of extreme decrepitude and dirty gray color rattled down State Street, made a turn, and drew up at the curb beside me. I felt immediately that it was the right one, a guess which the half-illegible sign on the windshield, Arkham, Innsmouth, Newport, soon verified. There were only 3 passengers, dark, unkempt men of sullen visage and somewhat youthful cast, and when the vehicle stopped, they clumsily shambled out and began walking up State Street in a silent, almost furtive fashion. The driver also alighted, and I watched him as he went into the drugstore to make some purchase. This, I reflected, must be the Joe Sargent mentioned by the ticket agent, and even before I noticed any details, there spread over me a wave of spontaneous aversion which could be neither checked nor explained. It suddenly struck me as very natural that the local people should not wish to ride on a bus owned and driven by this man, or to visit any oftener than possible the habitat of such a man and his kinsfolk. When the driver came out of the store, I looked at him more carefully and tried to determine the source of my evil impression. He was a thin, stoop-shouldered man, not much under 6 feet tall, dressed in shabby blue civilian clothes, and wearing a frayed gray golf cap. His age was perhaps 35, but the odd, deep creases in the sides of his neck made him seem older when one did not study his dull, expressionless face. He had a narrow head, bulging, watery blue eyes that seemed never to wink, a flat nose, a receding forehead and chin, and singularly undeveloped ears. His long, thick lip and coarse-pored, grayish cheeks seemed almost beardless except for some sparse yellow hairs that straggled and curled in irregular patches, and in places the surface seemed queerly irregular, as if peeling from some cutaneous disease. His hands were large and heavily veined, and had a very unusual grayish-blue tinge. The fingers were strikingly short in proportion to the rest of the structure, and seemed to have a tendency to curl closely into the huge palm. As he walked toward the bus, I observed his peculiarly shambling gait, and saw that his feet were inordinately immense. The more I studied them, the more I wondered how he could buy any shoes to fit them. A certain greasiness about the fellow increased my dislike. He was evidently given to working or lounging around the fish docks, and carried with him much of their characteristic smell. Just what foreign blood was in him I could not even guess. His oddities certainly did not look Asiatic, Polynesian, Levantine, or Negroid, yet I could see why the people found him alien. I myself would have thought of biological degeneration rather than alienage. I was sorry when I saw that there would be no other passengers on the bus. Somehow I did not like the idea of riding alone with this driver. But as leaving time obviously approached, I conquered my qualms and followed the man aboard, extending him a dollar bill and murmuring the single word, Innsmouth. He looked curiously at me for a second as he returned 40 cents change without speaking. I took a seat far behind him, but on the same side of the bus, since I wished to watch the shore during the journey. At length, the decrepit vehicle started with a jerk and rattled noisily past the old brick buildings of State Street amidst a cloud of vapor from the exhaust. Glancing at the people on the sidewalks, I thought I detected in them a curious wish to avoid looking at the bus, or at least a wish to avoid seeming to look at it. Then we turned to the left into High Street, where the going was smoother, flying by stately old mansions of the early Republic and still older colonial farmhouses, passing the Lower Green and Parker River, and finally emerging into a long, monotonous stretch of open shore country. The day was warm and sunny, but the landscape of sand, sedge-grass, and stunted shrubbery became more and more desolate as we proceeded. Out the window I could see the blue water and the sandy line of Plum Island, and we presently drew very near the beach as our narrow road veered off from the main highway to Rowley and Ipswich. There were no visible houses, and I could tell by the state of the road that traffic was very light hereabouts. The small, weather-worn telephone poles carried only 2 wires. Now and then we crossed crude wooden bridges over tidal creeks that wound far inland and promoted the general isolation of the region. Once in a while I noticed dead stumps and crumbling foundation walls above the drifting sand, and recalled the old tradition quoted in one of the histories I had read, that this was once a fertile and thickly settled countryside. The change, it was said, came simultaneously with the Innsmouth epidemic of 1846, and was thought by simple folk to have a dark connection with hidden forces of evil. Actually, it was caused by the unwise cutting of woodlands near the shore, which robbed the soil of its best protection, and opened the way for waves of wind-blown sand. At last we lost sight of Plum Island, and saw the vast expanse of the open Atlantic on our left. Our narrow course began to climb steeply, and I felt a singular sense of disquiet in looking at the lonely crest ahead, where the rutted roadway met the sky. It was as if the bus were about to keep on in its ascent, leaving the sane earth altogether and merging with the unknown arcana of upper air and cryptical sky. The smell of the sea took on ominous implications, and the silent driver's bent, rigid back and narrow head became more and more hateful. As I looked at him, I saw that the back of his head was almost as hairless as his face, having only a few straggling yellow strands upon a gray, scabrous surface. Then we reached the crest, and beheld the outspread valley beyond, where the Manuette joins the sea just north of the long line of cliffs that culminate in Kingsport Head and veer off toward Cape Ann. On the far, misty horizon, I could just make out the dizzy profile of the head, topped by the queer, ancient house of which so many legends are told. But for the moment, all my attention was captured by the nearer panorama just below me. I realized, come face to face with rumor-shadowed Innsmouth. It was a town of wide extent and dense construction, yet one with a portentous dearth of visible life. From the tangle of chimney pots, scarcely a wisp of smoke came, and the 3 tall steeples loomed stark and unpainted against the seaward horizon. One of them was crumbling down at the top, and in that and another there were only black, gaping holes where clock dials should have been. The vast huddle of sagging gambrel roofs and peaked gables conveyed with offensive clearness the idea of wormy decay. and as we approached along the now descending road, I could see that many roofs had wholly caved in. There were some large, square Georgian houses too, with hipped roofs, cupolas, and railed widows' walks. These were mostly well back from the water, and one or two seemed to be in moderately sound condition. Stretching inland from among them, I saw the rusted, grass-grown line of the abandoned railway, with leaning telegraph poles now devoid of wires, and the half-obscured lines of the old carriage roads to Rowley and Ipswich. The decay was worst close to the waterfront, though in its very midst I could spy the white belfry of a fairly well-preserved brick structure which looked like a small factory. The harbor, long clogged with sand, was enclosed by an ancient stone breakwater, on which I could begin to discern the minute forms of a few seated fishermen, and at whose end were what looked like the foundations of a bygone lighthouse. A sandy tongue had formed inside this barrier, and upon it I saw a few decrepit cabins, moored dories, and scattered lobster pots. The only deep water seemed to be where the river poured out past the belfried structure and turned southward to join the ocean at the breakwater's end. Here and there the ruins of wharves jutted out from the shore to end in indeterminate rottenness, those farthest south seeming the most decayed. And far out at sea, despite a high tide, I glimpsed a long black line scarcely rising above the water, yet carrying a suggestion of odd, latent malignancy. This, I knew, must be Devil Reef. As I looked, a subtle, curious sense of beckoning seemed superadded to the grim repulsion, and oddly enough, I found this overtone more disturbing than the primary impression. We met no one on the road, but presently began to pass deserted farms in varying stages of ruin. Then I noticed a few inhabited houses with rags stuffed in the broken windows and shells and dead fish lying about the littered yards. Once or twice I saw listless-looking people working in barren gardens or digging clams on the fishy-smelling beach below, and groups of dirty, simian-visaged children playing around weed-grown doorsteps. Somehow, these people seemed more disquieting than the dismal buildings, for almost every one had certain peculiarities of face and motions which I instinctively disliked without being able to define or comprehend them. For a second, I thought this typical physique suggested some picture I had seen, perhaps in a book, under circumstances of particular horror or melancholy, but this pseudo-recollection passed very quickly. As the bus reached a lower level, I began to catch the steady note of a waterfall through the unnatural stillness. The leaning, unpainted houses grew thicker, lined both sides of the road, and displayed more urban tendencies than did those we were leaving behind. The panorama ahead had contracted to a street scene, and in spots I could see where a cobblestone pavement and stretches of brick sidewalk had formerly existed. All the houses were apparently deserted, and there were occasional gaps where tumble-down chimneys and cellar walls told of buildings that had collapsed. Pervading everything was the most nauseous, fishy odor imaginable. Soon cross streets and junctions began to appear, those on the left leading to shoreward realms of unpaved squalor and decay, while those on the right showed vistas of departed grandeur. So far, I had seen no people in the town, but there now came signs of a sparse habitation, curtained windows here and there, and an occasional battered motor car at the curb. Pavement and sidewalks were increasingly well defined, and though most of the houses were quite old, wood and brick structures of the early 19th century, they were obviously kept fit for habitation. As an amateur antiquarian, I almost lost my olfactory disgust and my feeling of menace and repulsion amidst this rich, unaltered survival from the past. But I was not to reach my destination without one very strong impression of poignantly disagreeable quality. The bus had come to a sort of open concourse, or radial point, with churches on two sides, and the bedraggled remains of a circular green in the center, and I was looking at a large pillared hall on the right-hand junction ahead. The structure's once white paint was now gray and peeling, and the black and gold sign on the pediment was so faded that I could only with difficulty make out the words Esoteric Order of Dagon. This, then, was the former Masonic Hall, now given over to a degraded cult. As I strained to decipher this inscription, my notice was distracted by the raucous tones of a cracked bell across the street, and I quickly turned to look out the windows on my side of the coach. The sound came from a squat, towered stone church of manifestly later date than most of the houses, built in a clumsy Gothic fashion, and having a disproportionately high basement with shuttered windows. Though the hands of its clock were missing on the side I glimpsed, I knew that those hoarse strokes were telling the hour of 11. Then suddenly all thoughts of time were blotted out by an onrushing image of sharp intensity and unaccountable horror which had seized me before I knew what it really was. The door of the church basement was open, revealing a rectangle of blackness inside. And as I looked, a certain object crossed, or seemed to cross, that dark rectangle, burning into my brain a momentary conception of nightmare, which was all the more maddening because analysis could not show a single nightmarish quality in it. It was a living object, the first, except the driver, that I had seen since entering the compact part of the town, and had I been in a steadier mood, I would have found nothing whatever of terror in it. Clearly, as I realized a moment later, it was the pastor, clad in some peculiar vestments, doubtless introduced since the Order of Dagon had modified the ritual of the local churches. The thing which had probably caught my first subconscious glance and supplied the touch of bizarre horror was the tall tiara he wore, an almost exact duplicate of the one Miss Tilton had shown me the previous evening. This, acting on my imagination, had supplied namelessly sinister qualities to the indeterminate face and robed, shambling form beneath it. There was not, I soon decided, any reason why I should have felt that shuddering touch of evil pseudo-memory. Was it not natural that a local mystery cult should adopt among its regimentals a unique type of headdress made familiar to the community in some strange way, perhaps as treasure trove? A very thin sprinkling of repellent-looking youngish people now became visible on the sidewalks. Lone individuals, and silent knots of 2 or 3. The lower floors of the crumbling houses sometimes harbored small shops with dingy signs, and I noticed a parked truck or two as we rattled along. The sound of waterfalls became more and more distinct, and presently I saw a fairly deep river gorge ahead, spanned by a wide, iron-railed highway bridge, beyond which a large square opened out. As we clanked over the bridge, I looked out on both sides and observed some factory buildings on the edge of the grassy bluff, or partway down. The water far below was very abundant, and I could see 2 vigorous sets of falls upstream on my right, and at least one downstream on my left. From this point, the noise was quite deafening. Then we rolled into the large semicircular square across the river and drew up on the right-hand side in front of a tall, cupola-crowned building with remnants of yellow paint and with a half-effaced sign proclaiming it to be the Gilman House. I was glad to get out of that bus, and at once proceeded to check my valise in the shabby hotel lobby. There was only one person in sight, an elderly man without what I had come to call the Innsmouth look, and I decided not to ask him any of the questions which bothered me. remembering that odd things had been noticed in this hotel. Instead, I strolled out on the square, from which the bus had already gone, and studied the scene minutely and appraisingly. One side of the cobblestone open space was the straight line of the river. The other was a semicircle of slant-roofed brick buildings of about the 1800 period, from which several streets radiated away to the southeast, south, and southwest. Lamps were depressingly few and small, all low-powered incandescents, and I was glad that my plans called for departure before dark, even though I knew the moon would be bright. The buildings were all in fair condition, and included perhaps a dozen shops in current operation, of which one was a grocery of the first national chain, others a dismal restaurant, a drugstore, and a wholesale fish dealer's office, and still another at the eastern extremity of the square near the river, an office of the town's only industry, the Marsh Refining Company. There were perhaps 10 people visible, and 4 or 5 automobiles and motor trucks stood scattered about. I did not need to be told that this was the civic center of Innsmouth. Eastward, I could catch blue glimpses of the harbor, against which rose the decaying remains of 3 once beautiful Georgian steeples. And toward the shore on the opposite bank of the river, I saw the white belfry surmounting what I took to be the Marsh Refinery. For some reason or other, I chose to make my first inquiries at the chain grocery, whose personnel was not likely to be native to Innsmouth. I found a solitary boy of about 17 in charge, and was pleased to note the brightness and affability which promised cheerful information. He seemed exceptionally eager to talk, and I soon gathered that he did not like the place, its fishy smell, or its furtive people. A word with any outsider was a relief to him. He hailed from Arkham, boarded with a family who came from Ipswich, and went back home whenever he got a moment off. His family did not like him to work in Innsmouth, but the chain had transferred him there, and he did not wish to give up his job. There was, he said, no public library or chamber of commerce in Innsmouth, but I could probably find my way about. The street I had come down was Federal. West of that were the fine old residence streets, Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams, and east of it were the shoreward slums. It was in these slums, along Main Street, that I would find the old Georgian churches, but they were all long abandoned. It would be well not to make oneself too conspicuous in such neighborhoods, especially north of the river, since the people were sullen and hostile. Some strangers had even disappeared. Certain spots were almost forbidden territory, as he had learned at considerable cost. One must not, for example, linger much around the Marsh Refinery, or around any of the still used churches, or around the pillared Order of Dagon Hall at New Church Green. Those churches were very odd, all violently disavowed by their respective denominations elsewhere, and apparently using the queerest kind of ceremonials and clerical vestments. Their creeds were heterodox and mysterious, involving hints of certain marvelous transformations leading to bodily immortality of a sort on this earth. The youth's own pastor, Dr. Wallace of Asbury M.E. Church in Arkham, had gravely urged him not to join any church in Innsmouth. As for the Innsmouth people, the youth hardly knew what to make of them. They were as furtive and seldom seen as animals that live in burrows, and one could hardly imagine how they passed the time apart from their desultory fishing. Perhaps, judging from the quantities of bootleg liquor they consumed, they lay for most of the daylight hours in an alcoholic stupor. They seemed sullenly banded together in some sort of fellowship and understanding, despising the world as if they had access to other and preferable spheres of entity. Their appearance, especially those staring, unwinking eyes which one never saw shut, was certainly shocking enough, and their voices were disgusting. It was awful to hear them chanting in their churches at night, and especially during their main festivals or revivals, which fell twice a year on April 30th and October 31st. They were very fond of the water and swam a great deal in both river and harbor. Swimming races out to Devil Reef were very common, and everyone in sight seemed well able to share in this arduous sport. When one came to think of it, it was generally only rather young people who were seen about in public, and of those the oldest were apt to be the most tainted looking. When exceptions did occur, they were mostly persons with no trace of aberrancy, like the old clerk at the hotel. One wondered what became of the bulk of the older folk, and whether the Innsmouth look were not a strange and insidious disease phenomenon which increased its hold as years advanced. Only a very rare affliction, of course, could bring about such vast and radical anatomical changes in a single individual after maturity. Changes involving osseous factors as basic as the shape of the skull. But then, even this aspect was no more baffling and unheard of than the visible features of the malady as a whole. It would be hard, the youth implied, to form any real conclusions regarding such a matter, since one never came to know the natives personally, no matter how long one might live in Innsmouth. The youth was certain that many specimens, even worse than the worst visible ones, were kept locked indoors in some places. People sometimes heard the queerest kind of sounds. The tottering waterfront hovels north of the river were reputedly connected by hidden tunnels, being thus a veritable warren of unseen abnormalities. What kind of foreign blood, if any, these beings had, it was impossible to tell. They sometimes kept certain especially repulsive characters out of sight when government agents and others from the outside world came to town. It would be of no use, my informant said, to ask the natives anything about the place. The only one who would talk was a very aged but normal-looking man who lived at the poorhouse on the north rim of the town, and spent his time walking about or lounging around the fire station. This hoary character, Zadok Allen, was 96 years old, and somewhat touched in the head, besides being the town drunkard. He was a strange, furtive creature who constantly looked over his shoulder as if afraid of something, and when sober could not be persuaded to talk at all with strangers. He was, however, unable to resist any offer of his favorite poison, and once drunk would furnish the most astonishing fragments of whispered reminiscence. After all, though, little useful data could be gained from him, since his stories were all insane, incomplete hints of impossible marvels and horrors, which could have no source save in his own disordered fancy. Nobody ever believed him, but the natives did not like him to drink and talk with strangers, and it was not always safe to be seen questioning him. It was probably from him that some of the wildest popular whispers and delusions were derived. Several non-native residents had reported monstrous glimpses from time to time, but between old Zadok's tales and the malformed denizens, it was no wonder such illusions were current. None of the non-natives ever stayed out late at night, there being a widespread impression that it was not wise to do so. Besides, the streets were loathsomely dark. As for business, the abundance of fish was certainly almost uncanny, but the natives were taking less and less advantage of it. Moreover, prices were falling and competition was growing. Of course, the town's real business was the refinery, whose commercial office was on the square only a few doors east of where we stood. Old Man Marsh was never seen, but sometimes went to the works in a closed, curtained car. There were all sorts of rumors about how Marsh had come to look. He had once been a great dandy, and people said he still wore the frock-coated finery of the Edwardian age, curiously adapted to certain deformities. His sons had formerly conducted the office in the square, but latterly they had been keeping out of sight a good deal, and leaving the brunt of affairs to the younger generation. The sons and their sisters had come to look very queer, especially the elder ones, and it was said that their health was failing. One of the Marsh daughters was a repellent, reptilian-looking woman who wore an excess of weird jewelry, clearly of the same exotic tradition as that to which the strange tiara belonged. My informant had noticed it many times, and had heard it spoken of as coming from some secret horde, either of pirates or of demons. The clergymen, or priests, or whatever they were called nowadays, also wore this kind of ornament as a headdress, but one seldom caught glimpses of them. Other specimens the youth had not seen, though many were rumored to exist around Innsmouth. The Marshes, together with the other 3 gently bred families of the town, the Waits, the Gilmans, and the Elliots, were all very retiring. They lived in immense houses along Washington Street, and several were reputed to harbor in concealment certain living kinsfolk whose personal aspect forbade public view, and whose deaths had been reported and recorded. Warning me that many of the street signs were down, the youth drew for my benefit a rough but ample and painstaking sketch map of the town's salient features. After a moment's study, I felt sure that it would be of great help, and pocketed it with profuse thanks. Disliking the dinginess of the single restaurant I had seen, I bought a fair supply of cheese crackers and ginger wafers to serve as a lunch later on. My program, I decided, would be to thread the principal streets, talk with any non-natives I might encounter, and catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham. The town, I could see, formed a significant and exaggerated example of communal decay, but being no sociologist, I would limit my serious observation to the field of architecture. Thus, I began my systematic, though half-bewildered tour of Innsmouth's narrow, shadow-blighted ways. Crossing the bridge and turning toward the roar of the lower falls, I passed close to the Marsh refinery, which seemed oddly free from the noise of industry. This building stood on the steep river bluff near a bridge and an open confluence of streets, which I took to be the earliest civic center, displaced after the Revolution by the present town square. Recrossing the gorge on the Main Street Bridge, I struck a region of utter desertion which somehow made me shudder. Collapsing huddles of gambrel roofs formed a jagged and fantastic skyline, above which rose the ghoulish, decapitated steeple of an ancient church. Some houses along Main Street were tenanted, but most were tightly boarded up. Down unpaved side streets, I saw the black, gaping windows of deserted hovels, many of which leaned at perilous and incredible angles through the sinking of part of the foundations. Those windows stared so spectrally that it took courage to turn eastward toward the waterfront. Certainly, the terror of a deserted house swells in geometrical rather than arithmetical progression, as houses multiply to form a city of stark desolation. The sight of such endless avenues of fishy-eyed vacancy and death, and the thought of such linked infinities of black, brooding compartments given over to cobwebs and memories and the conqueror worm, start up vestigial fears and aversions that not even the stoutest philosophy can disperse. Fish Street was as deserted as Main, though it differed in having many brick and stone warehouses still in excellent shape. Water Street was almost its duplicate, save that there were great seaward gaps where wharves had been. Not a living thing did I see except for the scattered fishermen on the distant breakwater, and not a sound did I hear save the lapping of the harbor tides and the roar of the falls in the Minuet. The town was getting more and more on my nerves, and I looked behind me furtively as I picked my way back over the tottering Water Street Bridge. The Fish Street Bridge, according to the sketch, was in ruins. North of the river, there were traces of squalid life. Active fish-packing houses in Water Street, smoking chimneys and patched roofs here and there, occasional sounds from indeterminate sources, and infrequent shambling forms in the dismal streets and unpaved lanes. But I seemed to find this even more oppressive than the southerly desertion. For one thing, the people were more hideous and abnormal than those near the center of the town, so that I was several times evilly reminded of something utterly fantastic which I could not quite place. Undoubtedly, the alien strain in the Innsmouth folk was stronger here than farther inland, unless, indeed, the Innsmouth look were a disease rather than a blood strain, in which case this district might be held to harbor the more advanced cases. One detail that annoyed me was the distribution of the few faint sounds I heard. They ought naturally to have come wholly from the visibly inhabited houses, yet in reality were often strongest inside the most rigidly boarded-up facades. There were creakings, scurryings, and hoarse, doubtful noises, and I thought uncomfortably about the hidden tunnels suggested by the grocery boy. Suddenly, I found myself wondering what the voices of those denizens would be like. I had heard no speech so far in this quarter, and was unaccountably anxious not to do so. Pausing only long enough to look at two fine but ruinous old churches at Main and Church Streets, I hastened out of that vile waterfront slum. My next logical goal was New Church Green, but somehow or other I could not bear to repass the church in whose basement I had glimpsed the inexplicably frightening form of that strangely diademed priest or pastor. Besides, the grocery youth had told me that churches, as well as the Order of Dagon Hall, were not advisable neighborhoods for strangers. Accordingly, I kept north along Main to Martin, then turning inland, crossing Federal Street safely north of the Green, and entering the decayed patrician neighborhood of Northern Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams Streets. Though these stately old avenues were ill-surfaced and unkempt, their elm-shaded dignity had not entirely departed. Mansion after mansion claimed my gaze, most of them decrepit and boarded up amidst neglected grounds, but one or two in each street showing signs of occupancy. In Washington Street, there was a row of 4 or 5 in excellent repair and with finely tended lawns and gardens. The most sumptuous of these, with wide, terraced parterres extending back the whole way to Lafayette Street, I took to be the home of Old Man Marsh, the afflicted refinery owner. In all these streets, no living thing was visible, and I wondered at the complete absence of cats and dogs from Innsmouth. Another thing which puzzled and disturbed me, even in some of the best preserved mansions, was the tightly shuttered condition of many third-story and attic windows. Furtiveness and secretiveness seemed universal in this hushed city of alienage and death, and I could not escape the sensation of being watched from ambush on every hand by sly, staring eyes that never shut. I shivered as the cracked stroke of 3 sounded from a belfry on my left. Too well did I recall the squat church from which those notes came. Following Washington Street toward the river, I now faced a new zone of former industry and commerce, noting the ruins of a factory ahead, and seen others with the traces of an old railway station and covered railway bridge beyond, up the gorge on my right. The uncertain bridge now before me was posted with a warning sign, but I took the risk and crossed again to the south bank, where traces of life reappeared. Furtive, shambling creatures stared cryptically in my direction, and more normal faces eyed me coldly and curiously. Innsmouth was rapidly becoming intolerable, and I turned down Payne Street toward the square in the hope of getting some vehicle to take me to Arkham before the still distant starting time of that sinister bus. It was then that I saw the tumble-down fire station on my left, and noticed the red-faced, bushy-bearded, watery-eyed old man in nondescript rags who sat on a bench in front of it, talking with a pair of unkempt but not abnormal-looking firemen. This, of course, must be Zadok Allen, the half-crazed, licorice, nonagenarian whose tales of old Innsmouth and its shadow were so hideous and incredible. Chapter 3. It must have been some imp of the perverse, or some sardonic pull from dark, hidden sources, which made me change my plans as I did. I had long before resolved to limit my observations to architecture alone, and I was even then hurrying toward the square in an effort to get quick transportation out of this festering city of death and decay. But the sight of old Zadok Allen set up new currents in my mind, and made me slacken my pace uncertainly. I had been assured that the old man could do nothing but hint at wild, disjointed, and incredible legends, and I had been warned that the natives made it unsafe to be seen talking to him. Yet the thought of this aged witness to the town's decay, with memories going back to the early days of ships and factories, was a lure that no amount of reason could make me resist. After all, the strangest and maddest of myths are often merely symbols or allegories based upon truth, and old Zadok must have seen everything which went on around Innsmouth for the last 90 years. Curiosity flared up beyond sense and caution, and in my youthful egotism, I fancied I might be able to sift a nucleus of real history from the confused, extravagant outpouring I would probably extract with the aid of raw whiskey. I knew that I could not accost him then and there, for the firemen would surely notice and object. Instead, I reflected I would prepare by getting some bootleg liquor at a place where the grocery boy had told me it was plentiful. Then I would loaf near the fire station in apparent casualness and fall in with old Zadok after he had started on one of his frequent rambles. The youth said that he was very restless, seldom sitting around the station for more than an hour or two at a time. A quart bottle of whiskey was easily, though not cheaply, obtained in the rear of a dingy variety store just off the square in Elliott Street. The dirty-looking fellow who waited on me had a touch of the staring Innsmouth look, but was quite civil in his way, being perhaps used to the custom of such convivial strangers, truckmen, gold buyers, and the like, as were occasionally in town. Re-entering the square, I saw that luck was with me, for, shuffling out of Payne Street around the corner of the Gilman house, I glimpsed nothing less than the tall, lean, tattered form of old Zadok Allen himself. In accordance with my plan, I attracted his attention by brandishing my newly purchased bottle, and soon realized that he had begun to shuffle wistfully after me as I turned into Waite Street on my way to the most deserted region I could think of. I was steering my course by the map the grocery boy had prepared, and was aiming for the wholly abandoned stretch of southern waterfront which I had previously visited. The only people in sight there had been the fishermen on the distant breakwater, and by going a few squares south I could get beyond the range of these, finding a pair of seats on some abandoned wharf, and being free to question old Zadok unobserved for an indefinite time. Before I reached Main Street, I could hear a faint and wheezy, "Hey, mister," behind me, and I presently allowed the old man to catch up and take copious pulls from the quart bottle. I began putting out feelers as we walked along to Water Street and turned southward amidst the omnipresent desolation and crazily tilted ruins, but found that the aged tongue did not loosen as quickly as I had expected. At length I saw a grass-grown opening toward the sea between crumbling brick walls, with the weedy length of an earth and masonry wharf projecting beyond. Piles of moss-covered stones near the water promised tolerable seats, and the scene was sheltered from all possible view by a ruined warehouse on the north. Here, I thought, was the ideal place for a long, secret colloquy, so I guided my companion down the lane and picked out spots to sit in among the mossy stones. The air of death and desertion was ghoulish, and the smell of fish almost insufferable, but I was resolved to let nothing deter me. About 4 hours remained for conversation, if I were to catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham, and I began to dole out more liquor to the ancient tippler, meanwhile eating my own frugal lunch. In my donations, I was careful not to overshoot the mark, for I did not wish Zadok's vinous garrulousness to pass into a stupor. After an hour, his furtive taciturnity showed signs of disappearing, but much to my disappointment, he still sidetracked my questions about Innsmouth and its shadow-haunted past. He would babble of current topics, revealing a wide acquaintance with newspapers and a great tendency to philosophize in a sententious village fashion. Toward the end of the second hour, I feared my quart of whiskey would not be enough to produce results, and was wondering whether I had better leave old Zadok and go back for more. Just then, however, chance made the opening which my questions had been unable to make, and the wheezing ancient's rambling took a turn that caused me to lean forward and listen alertly. My back was toward the fishy-smelling sea, but he was facing it, and something or other had caused his wandering gaze to light on the low, distant line of Devil Reef, then showing plainly and almost fascinatingly above the waters. The sight seemed to displease him, for he began a series of weak curses which ended in a confidential whisper and a knowing leer. He bent toward me, took hold of my coat lapel, and hissed out some hints that could not be mistaken.
That's where it all begun. That cursed place of all wickedness, where the deep water starts. Gate of hell. Sheer drop down to a bottom no sounding line can take. Old Captain Obed done it. Him that found out more'n was good for him in the South Sea Islands. Everybody was in a bad way them days. Trade falling off, mills losing business, even the new ones, and the best of our men folks kilt a privateerin' in the War of 1812, or lost with the Elysi brig and the Ranger Snow, both of 'em Gilm inventors. Obed Marsh, he had 3 ships afloat. Brigantine, Columbia, Brig, Hetty, and Bark, Sumatri Queen. He was the only one as kept on with the East Indian Pacific trade, though Estrus Martin's barkentine Malay Pride made a venture as late as 28. Never was nobody like Captain Obed. Old Limma Satan. I can mind him a-tellin' about furrin parts, and calling all the folks stupid for going to Christian, meetin' and bearing their burdens meek and lowly. Says they'd oughter get better gods like some of the folks in the Injies. Gods as would bring 'em good fishin' in return for their sacrifices, and who would really answer folks' prayers. Matt Elliott, his first mate, talked a lot too, only he was again folks doing any heathen things. Told about an island east of Otaheite, where there was a lot of stone ruins older than anybody knew anything about. Kinda like them on Ponape in the Carolines, or with carvings of faces that looked like the big statues on Easter Island. There was a little volcanic island near there too, where they was other ruins with different carvings. Ruins all wore away like they'd been under the sea yonked, and with pictures of awful monsters all over 'em. Well, sir, Matt, he says the natives around there had all the fish they could catch, and sported bracelets and armlets and head rigs made out of a queer kind of gold, and covered with pictures of monsters, just like the ones carved over the ruins on the little island. Sorta fish-like frogs, or frog-like fishes, that was drawed in all kinds of positions like they was human beings. Nobody could get out to them where they got all the stuff, and all the other natives wondered how they managed to find fish in plenty, even when the very next islands had lean pickings. Matt, he got to wondering too, and so did Captain Obed. Obed, he notices besides that lots of the handsome young folks would drop out of sight for good from year to year, and that there weren't many old folks around. Also, he thinks some of the folks look darn queer, even for Kanakys. It took Obed to get the truth out of them heathen. I don't know how he done it, but he begun by trading for the gold-like things they wore. Asked them where they came from, and if they could get more, and finally wormed the story out of the old chief. Wallachia, they called him. Nobody but Obed would ever believe the other devil, but the captain could read folks like they was books. Nobody never believes me now when I tell 'em, and I don't suppose you will, young feller. Though come to look at ye, you've kinda got them sharp reading eyes, like Obed had.
The old man's whisper grew fainter, and I found myself shuddering at the terrible and sincere portentousness of his intonation, even though I knew his tale could be nothing but drunken fantasy.
Well, sir, Obed, he learnt that they's things on this earth as most folks never heard about, and wouldn't believe if they did hear. It seems these Kanakys was sacrificing heaps of their young men and maidens to some kind of god things that lived under the sea, and getting all kinds of favor in return. They met the things on the little islet with the queer ruins, and it seems them awful pictures of frog fish monsters was supposed to be pictures of these things. Maybe they was the kind of critters that's got all the mermaid stories and such started. They had all kinds of cities on the sea bottom, and this island was heaved up from there. Seems they was some of the things alive in the stone buildings when the island come up sudden to the surface. That's how the Kanakys got wind they was down there. Made sign talk as soon as they got over being skirt, and pieced up a bargain afore long. Them things liked human sacrifices. Had 'em ages afore, but lost track of the upper world after a time. What they done to the victims, it ain't for me to say, and I guess Obed wasn't none too sharp about asking. But it was all right with the heathens, 'cause they'd been having a hard time, and was desperate about everything. They gave a certain number of young folks to the sea things twict every year. May Eve and Halloween, regulars could be. Also give some of the carved knickknacks they made. What the things agreed to give in return was plenty of fish. They drove 'em up from all over the sea, and a few gold-like things now and then. Well, as I says, the natives met the things on the little volcanic island, going there in canoes with the sacrifices, etc., and bringing back any of the gold-like jewels as was coming to 'em. At first, the things didn't never go onto the main island. But after a time they come to want to. Seems they hankered after mixing with the folks, and having joint ceremonies on the big days, May Eve and Halloween. You see, they was able to live both in and out the water, what they call amphibians, I guess. The Kanakys told them as how folks from the other islands might want to wipe 'em out if they got wind of their being there. but they says they don't care much, 'cause they could wipe out the whole brood of humans if they was willing to bother. That is, any as didn't have certain signs such as was used onct by the lost old ones, whoever they was. But not wanting to bother, they'd laid low when anybody visited the island. When it come to mating with them toad-looking fishes, the Kanakis kinda balked, but finally, they learnt something as put a new face on the matter. Seems that human folks has got a kind of relation to such water beasts, that everything alive come out of the water onct, and only needs a little change to go back again. Them things told the Kanakis that if they mixed bloods, there'd be children as would look human at first, but later turn more and more like the things, till finally they'd take to the water and join the main lot of things down there. And this is the important part, young feller. Them as turned into fish things and went into the water wouldn't never die. Them things never died except they was kilt violent. Well, sir, it seems by the time Obed knowed them islanders, they was all full of fish blood from them deep water things. When they got old and begun to show it, they was kept hid until they felt like taking to the water and quitting the place. Some was more tech than others, and some never did change quite enough to take to the water. But mostly, they turned out just the way them things said. Them as was born more like the things changed early, but them as was nearly human sometimes stayed on the island till they was past 70, though they'd usually go down under for trial trips afore that. Folks as had took to the water generally come back a good deal to visit, so as a man would often be a-talking to his own 5 times great-grandfather, who'd left the dry land a couple of 100 years or so afore. Everybody got out to the idea of dying, except in canoe wars with the other islanders, or as sacrifices to the sea gods down below, or from snakebite, or plague, or sharp galloping ailments, or something afore they could take to the water, but simply looked forward to a kind of change that wasn't a bit horrible after a while. They thought what they'd got was well worth all they'd have to give up. And I guess Obed kinda come to think the same hisself when he chewed over old Wallachiyah's story a bit. Wallachiyah, though, was one of the few as hadn't got none of the fish blood, being of a royal line that intermarried with royal lines on other islands. Wallachiyah, he showed Obed a lot of rites and incantations as had to do with the sea things, and let him see some of the folks in the village as had changed a lot from human shape. Somehow or other, though, he never would have let him see one of the regular things from right out of the water. In the end, he give him a funny kind of thingamajig made out of lead or something, that he said would bring up the fish things from any place in the water where there might be a nest of 'em. The idea was to drop it down with the right kind of prayers and such. Wallachiyah allowed as the things was scattered all over the world, so as anybody that looked about could find a nest and bring 'em up if they was wanted. Matt, he didn't like this business at all, and wanted Obed should keep away from the island. But the captain was sharp for gain, and found he could get them gold-like things so cheap it'd pay him to make a specialty of 'em. Things went on that way for years, and Obed got enough of the gold-like stuff to make him start the refinery in Waite's old run-down fullin' mill. He didn't dast sell the pieces like they was, for folks would be all the time asking questions. All the same, his crews would get a piece and dispose of it now and then, even though they was swore to keep quiet. And he let his women folks wear some of the pieces, as was more human-like than most. Well, come about 38, when I was 7 years old, Obed, he found the island people all wiped out between voyages. Seems the other islanders had got wind of what was going on, and had took matters into their own hands. Suppose they must have had, after all, Them old magic signs, as the sea thing says, was the only things they was afraid of. No telling what any of them Kanakis will chance to get a hold of when the sea bottom throws up some island with ruins older than the deluge. Pious cusses they was. They didn't leave nothing standing on either the main island or the little volcanic island, except what parts of the ruins was too big to knock down. In some places, they was little stones strewed about, like charms, with something on 'em like what you call a swastika nowadays. Probably them was the old one's sign. Folks all wiped out, no trace of no gold-like things, and none of the nearby Kanakis would breathe a word about the matter. Wouldn't even admit there'd ever been any people on that island. That naturally hit Obed pretty hard, seeing as his normal trade was doing very poor. It hit the whole of Innsmouth too, because in seafaring days what profited the master of a ship generally profited the crew proportionate. Most of the folks around the town took the hard times kinda sheep-like and resigned, but they was in bad shape, because the fishing was petering out, and the mills wasn't doing none too well. Then's the time Obed, he begun a cursing at the folks for being dull sheep and praying to a Christian heaven as didn't help 'em none. He told 'em he'd know the folks as prayed to gods that give something you really need, and says if a good bunch of men would stand by 'em, you could maybe get a hold to certain powers as would bring plenty of fish and quite a bit of gold. Of course, them as sarved on the Sumatri Queen and seed the island knowed what he meant, and were none too anxious to get close to see things like they'd heard tell on. But them as didn't know what 'twas all about got kinda swayed by what Obed had to say, and begun to ask him what he could do to set him on the way to the faith as would bring him results.
Here the old man faltered, mumbled, and lapsed into a moody and apprehensive silence, glancing nervously over his shoulder and then turning back to stare fascinatedly at the distant black reef. When I spoke to him, he did not answer, so I knew I would have to let him finish the bottle. The insane yarn I was hearing interested me profoundly, for I fancied there was contained within it a sort of crude allegory based upon the strangeness of Innsmouth, and elaborated by an imagination at once creative and full of scraps of exotic legend. Not for a moment did I believe that the tale had any really substantial foundation, but nonetheless the account held a hint of genuine terror, if only because it brought in references to strange jewels clearly akin to the malign tiara I had seen at Newburyport. Perhaps the ornaments had, after all, come from some strange island, and possibly the wild stories were lies of the bygone Obed himself, rather than of this antique toper. I handed Zadok the bottle, and he drained it to the last drop. It was curious how he could stand so much whiskey, for not even a trace of thickness had come into his high, wheezy voice. He licked the nose of the bottle and slipped it into his pocket, then beginning to nod and whisper softly to himself. I bent close to catch any articulate words he might utter, and thought I saw a sardonic smile behind the stained, bushy whiskers. Yes, he was really forming words, and I could grasp a fair proportion of them.
Poor Matt. Matt, he always was against it. Tried to line up the folks on his side, and had long talks with the preachers. No use. They run the Congregational parson out of town, and the Methodist feller quit. Never did see resolved Babcock, the Baptiste parson, again. Wrath of Jehovah. I was a mighty little critter, but I heard what I heard, and seen what I seen. Dagon and Ashtoreth, Belial and Beelzebub, golden calf and the idols of Canaan and the Philistines, Babylonish abominations, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin.
He stopped again, and from the look in his watery blue eyes, I feared he was close to a stupor after all. But when I gently shook his shoulder, he turned on me with astonishing alertness and snapped out some more obscure phrases.
Don't believe me, eh? Then just tell me, young feller, why Captain Obed and 20-odd other folks used to row out to Devil Reef in the dead of night and chant things so loud you could hear 'em all over town when the wind was right. Tell me that, eh? And tell me why Obed was always dropping heavy things down into the deep water the other side of the reef where the bottom shoots down like a cliff lower than ye can sound. Tell me what he done with that funny-shaped lead thingamajig as Wallachia give him, eh, boy? And what did they all howl on May Eve and again the next Halloween? And why'd the new church parsons, fellers as used to be sailors, wear them queer robes and cover themselves with them gold-like things Obed brung, eh?
The watery blue eyes were almost savage and maniacal now, and the dirty white beard bristled electrically. Old Zadok probably saw me shrink back, for he had begun to cackle evilly.
Beginning to see, eh? Maybe it'd like to have been me in them days, when I seed things at night out to sea from the cupola top of me house. Oh, I can tell ye, little pitchers have big ears, and I wasn't missing nothing of what was gossiped about Captain Obed and the folks out to the reef. How about the night I took my pa's ship glass up the cupola and seed the reef a bristling thick with shapes that dove off quick soon the moon rise? Obed and the folks was in a dory, but them shapes dove off the far side into the deep water and never come up. How'd ye like to be a little shaver, alone up in a cupola, a-watching shapes as wasn't human shapes, eh?
The old man was getting hysterical, and I began to shiver with a nameless alarm. He laid a gnarled claw on my shoulder, and it seemed to me that its shaking was not altogether that of mirth.
Suppose one night you seed something heavy heaved off an Obed's dory beyond the reef, and them larn next day a young feller was missing from home, eh? Did anybody ever see Hide a Hare, a Hiram Gilman again? Did they? And Nick Pierce, and the Willie Waite, and Adoniram Southwick, and Henry Garrison, eh? Shapes, talking sign language with their hands. Them as had real hands. Well, sir, that was the time Obed begun to get on his feet again. Folks see his 3 darters a-wearing gold things as nobody never seen on 'em afore, and smoke started coming out of the refinery chimbley. Other folks were prospering too. Fish begun to swarm into the harbor fit to kill, and heaven knows what size cargoes we begun to ship out to Newburyport, Arkham, and Boston. 'Twas then Obed got the old branch railroad put through. Some Kingsport fishermen heard about the catch and come up in sloops, but they was all lost. Nobody never see 'em again. And just then our folks organized the Esoteric Order of Dagon and bought Masonic Hall off in Calvary Commandery for it. Matt Elliott was a Mason and again the sellin', but he dropped out of sight just then. Remember, I ain't saying Obed was set on having things just like they was on that Kanaki Isle. I don't think he aimed at first to do no mixin', nor raise no young'uns to take to the water and turn into fishes with eternal life. He wanted them gold things, and was willing to pay heavy, and I guess the others was satisfied for a while. Come in 46, the town done some lookin' and thinkin' for itself. Too many folks missin', too much wild preachin' at meetin' of a Sunday, too much talk about that reef. I guess I done a bit by tellin' Selectman Mowry what I see from the cupola. They was a party one night as follered Obed's crowd out to the reef, and I heard shots betwixt the dories. Next day, Obed and 32 others was in jail, with everybody a-wondering just what was afoot, and just what charge against them could be got to hold. God, if anybody looked ahead. A couple of weeks later, when nothing had been thrown into the sea for that long.
Zadok was showing signs of fright and exhaustion, and I let him keep silence for a while, though glancing apprehensively at my watch. The tide had turned and was coming in now, and the sound of the waves seemed to arouse him. I was glad of that tide, for at high water the fishy smell might not be so bad. Again I strained to catch his whispers.
That awful night, I seed 'em. I was up in the cupola, hordes of 'em, swarms of 'em, all over the reef and swimming up the harbor into the Manuet. God, what happened in the streets of Innsmouth that night. They rattled our door, but Pa wouldn't open. Then he clumb out the kitchen window with his musket to find Selectman Mowry and see what he could do. Mounds of the dead and the dying, shots and screams, shouting in Old Square and Town Square and New Church Green. Jail throwed open. Proclamation. Treason. Called it the plague when folks come in and found half our people missing. Nobody left but them as would join in with Obed and them things, or else keep quiet. Never heard of my pa no more.
The old man was panting and perspiring profusely. His grip on my shoulder tightened.
Everybody cleaned up in the morning, but they was traces. Obed, he kinda takes charge and says things is gonna be changed. Others'll worship with us at meeting time, and certain houses he's got to entertain guests. They wanted to mix like they done with the Kanakys, and he for one didn't feel bound to stop 'em. Far gone was Obed, just like a crazy man on the subject. He says they brung us fish and treasure, and should have what they hankered after. Nothing was to be different on the outside. Only we was to keep shy of strangers if we knowed what was good for us. We all had to take the oath of Dagon, and later on they was second and third oaths that some of us took. Them as would help special, would get special rewards, gold and such. No use balking, for they was millions of 'em down there. They'd rather not start rising and wiping out humankind, but if they was gave away and forced to, they could do a lot toward just that. We didn't have them old charms to cut 'em off like folks in the South Sea did, and them Kanakys would never give away their secrets. Yield up enough sacrifices and savage knickknacks and arborage in the town when they wanted it, and they'd let well enough alone. Wouldn't bother no strangers as might bear tales outside, that is, without they got prying. All in the band of the faithful, order of Dagon, and the children should never die, but go back to the Mother Hydra and Father Dagon, what we all come from out. Iya, Cthulhu Fatan, Funglui Maglafu, Cthulhu Earlier Wagnago Fatan.
Old Zadok was fast lapsing into stark raving, and I held my breath. Poor old soul. To what pitiful depths of hallucination had his liquor, plus his hatred of the decay, alienage, and disease around him, brought that fertile, imaginative brain. He began to moan now, and tears were coursing down his channeled cheeks into the depths of his beard.
God, what I seen since I was 15 years old. Mene, Teke, Aparshan. The folks as was missing, and them as killed themselves. Them as told things in Arkham or Ipswich or such places was all called crazy, like you're calling me right now. But God, what I seen. They'd a killed me long ago for what I know. Only I took the first and second oaths of Dagon off in Obed, so was protected, unless in a jury of 'em proved I told things knowing and deliberate. But I wouldn't take the third oath. I'd have died rather than take that. It got worse around Civil War time, when children born since 46 begun to grow up. Some of 'em, that is. I was afeared. Never did no prying after that awful night, and never seen one of them close to in all my life. That is, never no full-blooded one. I went to the war, and if I had any guts or sense, I'd have never come back, but settled away from here. But folks wrote me things wasn't so bad. That, I suppose, was 'cause government draft men was in town after 63. After the war, it was just as bad again. People begun to fall off. Mills and shops shut down. Shipping stopped and the harbor choked up. Railroad gave up. But they never stopped swimming in and out of the river from that cursed reef of Satan. And more attic windows got boarded up, and more noises was heard in houses as wasn't supposed to have nobody in 'em. Folks outside have their stories about us. Suppose you've heard a plenty on 'em, seeing what questions you asked. Stories about things they've seen now and then, and about that queer jewelry as still comes in from somewheres and ain't quite all melted up. But nothing never gets definite. Nobody'll believe nothing. They call them gold-like things pirate loot, and allow the Innsmouth folk has furrin blood, or is distempered or something. Besides, them that lives here shoo off as many strangers as they can, and encourage the rest not to get very curious, especially round night time. Beasts balk at the critters. Hoses wasn't mules, but when they got autos, that was all right. In 46, Captain Obed took a second wife that nobody in the town never see. Some says he didn't want to, but was made to by them as he'd called in. Had 3 children by her. 2 has disappeared young, but one gal's looked like anybody else and was educated in Europe. Obed finally got her married off by a trick to an Arkham feller as didn't suspect nothing. But nobody outside'll have nothing to do with Innsmouth folk now. Barnabas Marsh, that runs the refinery now, is Obed's grandson by his first wife. Son of Onesiphorus, his eldest son. But his mother was another of them, as one never seed outdoors. Right now, Barnabas is about changed. Can't shut his eyes no more, and is all out of shape. They say he still wears clothes, but he'll take to the water soon. Maybe he's tried it already. They do sometimes go down for little spells, before they go for good. Ain't been seed out in public for nigh on 10 years. Don't know how his poor wife can feel. She come from Ipswich, and they nigh lynched Barnabas when he courted her 50-odd years ago. Obed, he died in 78, and all the next generation is gone now. The first wife's children dead, and the rest, God knows.
The sound of the incoming tide was now very insistent, and little by little it seemed to change the old man's mood from maudlin tearfulness to watchful fear. He would pause now and then to renew those nervous glances over his shoulder or out toward the reef, and despite the wild absurdity of his tale, I could not help beginning to share his vague apprehensiveness. Zadok now grew shriller and seemed to be trying to whip up his courage with louder speech.
Hey, you, why don't you say something? How'd you like to be living in a town like this, with everything a-rottin' and a-dyin', and boarded up monsters crawling and bleating and barking and hopping around black cellars and attics every way you turn, Eh? How would you like to hear the howling night after night from the churches and order a Dagon Hall and know what's doing part of the howling? How would you like to hear what comes from that awful reef every May Eve and Hallowmass? Eh? Think the old man's crazy, eh? Well, sir, let me tell you, that ain't the worst.
Zadok was really screaming now, and the mad frenzy of his voice disturbed me more than I care to own.
Curse ye! Don't sit there staring at me with them eyes. I tell Obed Marsh he's in hell, and he's got to stay there. In hell, I says. Can't get me. I ain't done nothing nor told nobody nothing. Oh, you young feller. Well, even if I hadn't told nothing yet, I'm a-going to now. You just sit still and listen to me, boy. This is what I ain't never told nobody. I says I didn't do no prying after that night, but I found things out just the same. You want to know what the real horror is, eh? Well, it's this. It ain't what them fish devils has done, but what they're a-going to do. They're a-bringing things up out of where they come from into the town. Been doing it for years, and slackening up lately. Them houses north of the river, betwixt Water and Main Streets, is full of 'em. Them devils and what they brung. And when they get ready, I say when they get ready, ever hear tale of a Shoggoth? Do you hear me? I tell you, I know what them things be. I seen 'em one night when...
The hideous suddenness and inhuman frightfulness of the old man's shriek almost made me faint. His eyes, looking past me toward the malodorous sea, were positively starting from his head, while his face was a mask of fear worthy of Greek tragedy. His bony claw dug monstrously into my shoulder, and he made no motion as I turned my head to look at whatever he had glimpsed. There was nothing that I could see, only the incoming tide, with perhaps one set of ripples more local than the long-flung line of breakers. But now Zadok was shaking me, and I turned back to watch the melting of that fear-frozen face into a chaos of twitching eyelids and mumbling gums. Presently, his voice came back, albeit as a trembling whisper.
Get out of here now. Get out of here. They seen us. Get out for your life. Don't wait for nothing. They know now. Run for it. Quick. Out of this town.
Another heavy wave dashed against the loosening masonry of the bygone wharf and changed the mad ancient's whisper to another inhuman and blood-curdling scream.
Yeah! Yeah!
Before I could recover my scattered wits, he had relaxed his clutch on my shoulder and dashed wildly inland toward the street, reeling northward around the ruined warehouse wall. I glanced back at the sea, but there was nothing there. And when I reached Water Street and looked along it toward the north, there was no remaining trace of Zadok Allen. Chapter 4. I can hardly describe the mood in which I was left by this harrowing episode. An episode at once mad and pitiful, grotesque and terrifying. The grocery boy had prepared me for it, yet the reality left me none the less bewildered and disturbed. Puerile though the story was, old Zadok's insane earnestness and horror had communicated to me a mounting unrest, which joined with my earlier sense of loathing for the town and its blight of intangible shadow. Later, I might sift the tale and extract some nucleus of historic allegory. Just now, I wished to put it out of my head. The hour had grown perilously late. My watch said 7:15, and the Arkham bus left town square at 8, so I tried to give my thoughts as neutral and practical a cast as possible. Meanwhile, walking rapidly through the deserted streets of gaping roofs and leaning houses toward the hotel where I had checked my valise and would find my bus. Though the golden light of late afternoon gave the ancient roofs and decrepit chimneys an air of mystic loveliness and peace, I could not help glancing over my shoulder now and then. I would surely be very glad to get out of malodorous and fear-shadowed Innsmouth, and wished there were some other vehicle than the bus driven by that sinister-looking fellow, Sergeant. Yet I did not hurry too precipitately, for there were architectural details worth viewing at every silent corner, and I could easily, I calculated, cover the necessary distance in a half hour. Studying the grocery's youth map and seeking a route I had not traversed before, I chose Marsh Street instead of State for my approach to Town Square. Near the corner of Fall Street, I began to see scattered groups of furtive whisperers, and when I finally reached the square, I saw that almost all the loiterers were congregated around the door of the Gilman house. It seemed as if many bulging, watery, unwinking eyes looked oddly at me as I claimed my valise in the lobby, and I hoped that none of these unpleasant creatures would be my fellow passengers on the coach. The bus, rather early, rattled in with 3 passengers somewhat before 8, and an evil-looking fellow on the sidewalk muttered a few indistinguishable words to the driver. Sergeant threw out a mailbag and a roll of newspapers and entered the hotel, while the passengers, the same men whom I had seen arriving in Newburyport that morning, shambled to the sidewalk and exchanged some faint, guttural words with a loafer in a language I could have sworn was not English. I boarded the empty coach and took the same seat I had taken before, but was hardly settled before Sergeant reappeared and began mumbling in a throaty voice of peculiar repulsiveness. I was, it appeared, in very bad luck. There had been something wrong with the engine, despite the excellent time made from Newburyport, and the bus could not complete the journey to Arkham. No, it could not possibly be repaired that night, nor was there any other way of getting transportation out of Innsmouth, either to Arkham or elsewhere. Sergeant was sorry, but I would have to stop over at the Gilman. Probably the clerk would make the price easy for me, but there was nothing else to do. Almost dazed by this sudden obstacle, and violently dreading the fall of night in this decaying and half-unlighted town, I left the bus and re-entered the hotel lobby, where the sullen, queer-looking night clerk told me I could have room 428 on next the top floor, large but without running water, for $1. Despite what I had heard of this hotel in Newburyport, I signed the register, paid my $1, let the clerk take my valise, and followed that sour, solitary attendant up 3 creaking flights of stairs, past dusty corridors which seemed wholly devoid of life. My room, a dismal rear one with 2 windows and bare, cheap furnishings, overlooked a dingy courtyard, otherwise hemmed in by low, deserted brick blocks, and commanded a view of decrepit, westward-stretching roofs, with a marshy countryside beyond. At the end of the corridor was a bathroom, a discouraging relic, with ancient marble bowl, tin tub, faint electric light, and musty wooden paneling around all the plumbing fixtures. It being still daylight, I descended to the square and looked around for a dinner of some sort, noticing as I did so the strange glances I received from the unwholesome loafers. Since the grocery was closed, I was forced to patronize the restaurant I had shunned before. A stooped, narrow-headed man with staring, unwinking eyes, and a flat-nosed wench with unbelievably thick, clumsy hands being in attendance. The service was of the counter type, and it relieved me to find that much was evidently served from cans and packages. A bowl of vegetable soup with crackers was enough for me, and I soon headed back from my cheerless room at the Gilman, getting an evening paper and a fly-specked magazine from the evil-visaged clerk at the rickety stand beside his desk. As twilight deepened, I turned on the one feeble electric bulb over the cheap iron-framed bed, and tried as best I could to continue the reading I had begun. I felt it advisable to keep my mind wholesomely occupied, for it would not do to brood over the abnormalities of this ancient, blight-shadowed town while I was still within its borders. The insane yarn I had heard from the aged drunkard did not promise very pleasant dreams, and I felt I must keep the image of his wild, watery eyes as far as possible from my imagination. Also, I must not dwell on what that factory inspector had told the Newburyport ticket agent about the Gilman house and the voices of its nocturnal tenants. Not on that, nor on the face beneath the tiara in the black church doorway, the face for whose horror my conscious mind could not account. It would perhaps have been easier to keep my thoughts from disturbing topics had the room not been so gruesomely musty. As it was, the lethal mustiness blended hideously with the town's general fishy odor and persistently focused one's fancy on death and decay. Another thing that disturbed me was the absence of a bolt on the door of my room. One had been there, as marks clearly showed, but there were signs of recent removal. No doubt it had become out of order, like so many other things in this decrepit edifice. In my nervousness, I looked around and discovered a bolt on the clothes press, which seemed to be of the same size, judging from the marks, as the one formerly on the door. To gain a partial relief from the general tension, I busied myself by transferring this hardware to the vacant place with the aid of a handy 3-in-1 device, including a screwdriver, which I kept on my keyring. The bolt fitted perfectly, and I was somewhat relieved when I knew that I could shoot it firmly upon retiring. Not that I had any real apprehension of its need, but that any symbol of security was welcome in an environment of this kind. There were adequate bolts on the 2 lateral doors to connecting rooms, and these I proceeded to fashion. I did not undress, but decided to read till I was sleepy, and then lie down with only my coat, collar, and shoes off. Taking a pocket flashlight from my valise, I placed it in my trousers so that I could read my watch if I woke up later in the dark. Drowsiness, however, did not come, and when I stopped to analyze my thoughts, I found to my disquiet that I was really unconsciously listening for something. Listening for something which I dreaded but could not name. That inspector's story must have worked on my imagination more deeply than I had suspected. Again, I tried to read, but found that I made no progress. After a time, I seemed to hear the stairs and corridors creak at intervals as if with footsteps, and wondered if the other rooms were beginning to fill up. There were no voices, however, and it struck me that there was something suddenly furtive about the creaking. I did not like it, and debated whether I had better try to sleep at all. This town had some queer people, and there had undoubtedly been several disappearances. Was this one of those inns where travelers were slain for their money? Surely I had no look of excessive prosperity. Or were the townsfolk really so resentful about curious visitors? Had my obvious sightseeing, with its frequent map consultations, aroused unfavorable notice? It occurred to me that I must be in a highly nervous state to let a few random creakings set me off speculating in this fashion, but I regretted nonetheless that I was unarmed. At length, feeling a fatigue which had nothing of drowsiness in it, I bolted the newly outfitted hall door, turned off the light, and threw myself down on the hard, uneven bed, coat, collar, shoes, and all. In the darkness, every faint noise of the night seemed magnified, and a flood of doubly unpleasant thoughts swept over me. I was sorry I had put out the light, yet was too tired to rise and turn it on again. Then, after a long, dreary interval, and prefaced by a fresh creaking of stairs and corridor, there came that soft, damnably unmistakable sound which seemed like a malign fulfillment of all my apprehensions. Without the least shadow of a doubt, the lock on my hall door was being tried, cautiously, furtively, tentatively, with a key. My sensations upon recognizing this sign of actual peril were perhaps less, rather than more tumultuous, because of my previous vague fears. I had been, albeit without definite reason, instinctively on my guard, and that was to my advantage in the new and real crisis, whatever it might turn out to be. Nevertheless, the change in the menace from vague premonition to immediate reality was a profound shock, and fell upon me with the force of a genuine blow. It never once occurred to me that the fumbling might be a mere mistake. Malign purpose was all I could think of, and I kept deathly quiet, awaiting the would-be intruder's next move. After a time, the cautious rattling ceased, and I heard the room to the north entered with a pass key. Then, the lock of the connecting door to my room was softly tried. The bolt held, of course, and I heard the floor creak as the prowler left the room. After a moment, there came another soft rattling, and I knew that the room to the south of me was being entered. Again, a furtive trying of a bolted connecting door, and again a receding creaking. This time, the creaking went along the hall and down the stairs, so I knew that the prowler had realized the bolted condition of my doors and was giving up his attempt for a greater or lesser time, as the future would show. The readiness with which I fell into a plan of action proves that I must have been subconsciously fearing some menace and considering possible avenues of escape for hours. From the first, I felt that the unseen fumbler meant a danger not to be met or dealt with, but only to be fled from as precipitately as possible. The one thing to do was to get out of that hotel alive as quickly as I could, and through some channel other than the front stairs and lobby. Rising softly and throwing my flashlight on the switch, I sought to light the bulb over my bed in order to choose and pocket some belongings for a swift, valiseless flight. Nothing, however, happened, and I saw that the power had been cut off. Clearly, some cryptic, evil movement was afoot on a large scale. Just what, I could not say. As I stood pondering with my hand on the now useless switch, I heard a muffled creaking on the floor below, and thought I could barely distinguish voices in conversation. A moment later, I felt less sure that the deeper sounds were voices, since the apparent hoarse barkings and loose syllabled croakings bore so little resemblance to recognized human speech. Then I thought with renewed force of what the factory inspector had heard in the night in this moldering and pestilential building. Having filled my pockets with the flashlight's aid, I put on my hat and tiptoed to the windows to consider chances of descent. Despite the state's safety regulations, there was no fire escape on this side of the hotel, and I saw that my windows commanded only a sheer 3-story drop to the cobbled courtyard. On the right and left, however, some ancient brick business blocks abutted on the hotel, their slant roofs coming up to a reasonable jumping distance from my 4th-story level. To reach either of these lines of buildings, I would have to be in a room 2 doors from my own, in one case on the north, and in the other case on the south, and my mind instantly set to work calculating what chances I had of making the transfer. I could not, I decided, risk an emergence into the corridor, where my footsteps would surely be heard, and where the difficulties of entering the desired room would be insuperable. My progress, if it was to be made at all, would have to be through the less solidly built connecting doors of the rooms, the locks and bolts of which I would have to force violently, using my shoulder as a battering ram whenever they were set against me. This, I thought, would be possible, owing to the rickety nature of the house and its fixtures, but I realized I could not do it noiselessly. I would have to count on sheer speed, and the chance of getting to a window before any hostile forces became coordinated enough to open the right door toward me with a pass key. My own outer door I reinforced by pushing the bureau against it, little by little, in order to make a minimum of sound. I perceived that my chances were very slender, and was fully prepared for any calamity. Even getting to another roof would not solve the problem, for there would then remain the task of reaching the ground and escaping from the town. One thing in my favor was the deserted and ruinous state of the abutting buildings, and the number of skylights gaping blackly open in each row. Gathering from the grocery board's map that the best route out of town was southward, I glanced first at the connecting door on the south side of the room. It was designed to open in my direction, hence I saw, after drawing the bolt and finding other fastenings in place, it was not a favorable one for forcing. Accordingly, abandoning it as a route, I cautiously moved the bedstead against it to hamper any attack which might be made on it later from the next room. The door on the north was hung to open away from me, and this, though a test proved it to be locked or bolted from the other side, I knew must be my route. If I could gain the roofs of the buildings in Payne Street and descend successfully to the ground level, I might perhaps dart through the courtyard and the adjacent or opposite buildings to Washington or Bates, or else emerge in Payne and edge around southward into Washington. In any case, I would aim to strike Washington somehow and get quickly out of the town square region. My preference would be to avoid Payne, since the fire station there might be open all night. As I thought of these things, I looked out over the squalid sea of decaying roofs below me, now brightened by the beams of a moon not much past full. On the right, the black gash of the river gorge clove the panorama, abandoned factories and railway station clinging barnacle-like to its sides. Beyond it, the rusted railway and the Rowley Road led off through a flat, marshy terrain dotted with islets of higher and drier scrub-grown land. On the left, the creek-threaded countryside was nearer, the narrow road to Ipswich gleaming white in the moonlight. I could not see from my side of the hotel the southward route toward Arkham which I had determined to take. I was irresolutely speculating on when I had better attack the northward door and on how I could least audibly manage it, when I noticed that the vague noises underfoot had given place to a fresh and heavier creaking of the stairs. A wavering flicker of light showed through my transom, and the boards of the corridor began to groan with a ponderous load. Muffled sounds of possible vocal origin approached, and at length a firm knock came at my outer door. For a moment, I simply held my breath and waited. Eternities seemed to elapse, and the nauseous, fishy odor of my environment seemed to mount suddenly and spectacularly. Then the knocking was repeated, continuously and with growing insistence. I knew that the time for action had come, and forthwith drew the bolt of the northward connecting door, bracing myself for the task of battering it open. The knocking waxed louder, and I hoped that its volume would cover the sound of my efforts. At last, beginning my attempt, I lunged again and again at the thin paneling with my left shoulder, heedless of shock or pain. The door resisted, even more than I had expected, but I did not give in. And all the while, the clamor at the outer door increased. Finally, the connecting door gave, but with such a crash that I knew those outside must have heard. Instantly, the outside knocking became a violent battering, while keys sounded ominously in the hall doors of the rooms on both sides of me. Rushing through the newly opened connection, I succeeded in bolting the northerly hall door before the lock could be turned. But even as I did so, I heard the hall door of the third room, the one from whose window I had hoped to reach the roof below, being tried with a passkey. For an instant I felt absolute despair, since my trapping in a chamber with no window egress seemed complete. A wave of almost abnormal horror swept over me, and invested with a terrible but unexplainable singularity the flashlight glimpsed dust prints made by the intruder who had lately tried my door from this room. Then, with a dazed automatism which persisted despite hopelessness, I made for the next connecting door and performed the blind motion of pushing at it in an effort to get through, and granting that fastenings might be as providentially intact as in this second room, bolt the hall door beyond before the lock could be turned from outside. Sheer fortunate chance gave me my reprieve, for the connecting door before me was not only unlocked, but actually ajar. In a second I was through, and had my right knee and shoulder against a hall door which was visibly opening inward. My pressure took the opener off guard, for the thing shut as I pushed, so that I could slip the well-conditioned bolt as I had done with the other door. As I gained this respite, I heard the battering at the two other doors abate, while a confused clatter came from the connecting door I had shielded with the bedstead. Evidently, the bulk of my assailants had entered the southerly room and were massing in a lateral attack. But at the same moment, a passkey sounded in the next door to the north, and I knew that a nearer peril was at hand. The northward connecting door was wide open, but there was no time to think about checking the already turning lock in the hall. All I could do was to shut and bolt the open connecting door, as well as its mate on the opposite side, pushing a bedstead against the one and a bureau against the other, and moving a washstand in front of the hall door. I saw, trust to such makeshift barriers to shield me till I could get out the window and on the roof of the Payne Street block. But even in this acute moment, my chief horror was something apart from the immediate weakness of my defenses. I was shuddering because not one of my pursuers, despite some hideous pantings, gruntings, and subdued barkings at odd intervals, was uttering an unmuffled or intelligible vocal sound. As I moved the furniture and rushed toward the windows, I heard a frightful scurrying along the corridor toward the room north of me, and perceived that the southward battering had ceased. Plainly, most of my opponents were about to concentrate against the feeble connecting door, which they knew must open directly on me. Outside, the moon played on the ridgepole of the block below, and I saw that the jump would be desperately hazardous because of the steep surface on which I must land. Surveying the conditions, I chose the more southerly of the two windows as my avenue of escape, planning to land on the inner slope of the roof and make for the nearest skylight. Once inside one of the decrepit brick structures, I would have to reckon with pursuit, but I hoped to descend and dodge in and out of yawning doorways along the shadowed courtyard, eventually getting to Washington Street and slipping out of town toward the south. The clatter at the northerly connecting door was now terrific, and I saw that the weak paneling was beginning to splinter. Obviously, the besiegers had brought some ponderous object into play as a battering ram. The bedstead, however, still held firm, so that I had at least a faint chance of making good my escape. As I opened the window, I noticed that it was flanked by heavy velour draperies suspended from a pole by brass rings, and also that there was a large projecting catch for the shutters on the exterior. Seeing a possible means of avoiding the dangerous jump, I yanked at the hangings and brought them down, pole and all, then quickly hooking two of the rings in the shutter catch and flinging the drapery outside. The heavy folds reached fully to the abutting roof, and I saw that the rings and catch would be likely to bear my weight. So, climbing out of the window and down the improvised rope ladder, I left behind me forever the morbid and horror-infested fabric of the Gilman house. I landed safely on the loose slates of the steep roof, and succeeded in gaining the gaping black skylight without a slip. Glancing up at the window I had left, I observed it was still dark, though far across the crumbling chimneys to the north, I could see lights ominously blazing in the Order of Dagon Hall, the Baptist Church, and the Congregational Church which I had recalled so shiveringly. There had seemed to be no one in the courtyard below, and I hoped there would be a chance to get away before the spreading of a general alarm. Flashing my pocket lamp into the skylight, I saw that there were no steps down. The distance was slight, however, so I clambered over the brink and dropped, striking a dusty floor littered with crumbling boxes and barrels. The place was ghoulish looking, but I was past minding such impressions and made at once for the staircase revealed by my flashlight, after a hasty glance at my watch, which showed the hour to be 2 a.m. The steps creaked, but seemed tolerably sound, and I raced down past a barn-like second story to the ground floor. The desolation was complete, and only echoes answered my footfalls. At length I reached the lower hall, at one end of which I saw a faint, luminous rectangle marking the ruined Payne Street doorway. Heading the other way, I found the back door also open, and darted out and down 5 stone steps to the grass-grown cobblestones of the courtyard. The moonbeams did not reach down here, but I could just see my way about without using the flashlight. Some of the windows on the Gilman house side were faintly glowing, and I thought I heard confused sounds within. Walking softly over to the Washington Street side, I perceived several open doorways, and chose the nearest as my route out. The hallway inside was black, and when I reached the opposite end, I saw that the street door was wedged immovably shut. Resolved to try another building, I groped my way back toward the courtyard, but stopped short when close to the doorway. For out of an unopened door in the Gilman house, a large crowd of doubtful shapes was pouring, lanterns bobbing in the darkness, and horrible croaking voices exchanging low cries in what was certainly not English. The figures moved uncertainly, and I realized to my relief that they did not know where I had gone. But for all that, they sent a shiver of horror through my frame. Their features were indistinguishable, but their crouching, shambling gait was abominably repellent. And worst of all, I perceived that one figure was strangely robed and unmistakably surmounted by a tall tiara of a design altogether too familiar. As the figures spread throughout the courtyard, I felt my fears increase. Suppose I could find no egress from this building on the street side. The fishy odor was detestable, and I wondered I could stand it without fainting. Again groping toward the street, I opened a door off the hall and came upon an empty room with closely shuttered but sashless windows. Fumbling in the rays of my flashlight, I found I could open the shutters, and in another moment had climbed outside and was carefully closing the aperture in its original manner. I was now in Washington Street, and for the moment saw no living thing nor any light save that of the moon. From several directions in the distance, however, I could hear the sound of hoarse voices, of footsteps, and of a curious kind of pattering, which did not sound quite like footsteps. Plainly, I had no time to lose. The points of the compass were clear to me, and I was glad that all the streetlights were turned off, as is often the custom on strongly moonlit nights in unprosperous rural regions. Some of the sounds came from the south, yet I retained my design of escaping in that direction. There would, I knew, be plenty of deserted doorways to shelter me in case I met any person or group who looked like pursuers. I walked rapidly, softly, and close to the ruined houses. Well hatless and disheveled after my arduous climb, I did not look especially noticeable, and stood a good chance of passing unheeded if forced to encounter any casual wayfarer. At Bates Street, I drew into a yawning vestibule while two shambling figures crossed in front of me, but was soon on my way again, and approaching the open space where Elliott Street obliquely crosses Washington at the intersection of South. Though I had never seen this space, it had looked dangerous to me on the grocery youth's map, since the moonlight would have free play there. There was no use trying to evade it, for any alternative course would involve detours of possibly disastrous visibility and delaying effect. The only thing to do was to cross it boldly and openly, imitating the typical shamble of the Innsmouth folk as best I could, and trusting that no one, or at least no pursuer of mine, would be there. Just how fully the pursuit was organized, and indeed just what its purpose might be, I could form no idea. There seemed to be unusual activity in the town, but I judged that the news of my escape from the Gilman had not yet spread. I would, of course, soon have to shift from Washington to some other southward street, for that party from the hotel would doubtless be after me. I must have left dust prints in that last old building, revealing how I had gained the street. The open space was, as I had expected, strongly moonlit, and I saw the remains of a park-like iron-railed green in its center. Fortunately, no one was about, though a curious sort of buzz or roar seemed to be increasing in the direction of Town Square. South Street was very wide, leading directly down a slight declivity to the waterfront, and commanding a long view out at sea, and I hoped that no one would be glancing up it from afar as I crossed in the bright moonlight. My progress was unimpeded, and no fresh sound arose to hint that I had been spied. Glancing about me, I involuntarily let my pace slacken for a second to take in the sight of the sea, gorgeous in the burning moonlight at the street's end. Far out beyond the breakwater was the dim, dark line of Devil Reef, and as I glimpsed it, I could not help thinking of all the hideous legends I had heard in the last 34 hours. Legends which portrayed this ragged rock as a veritable gateway to realms of unfathomed horror and inconceivable abnormality. Then, without warning, I saw the intermittent flashes of light on the distant reef. They were definite and unmistakable, and awaked in my mind a blind horror beyond all rational proportion. My muscles tightened for panic flight, held in only by a certain unconscious caution and half-hypnotic fascination. And to make matters worse, there now flashed forth from the lofty cupola of the Gilman House, which loomed up to the northeast behind me, a series of analogous, though differently spaced gleams, which could be nothing less than an answering signal. Controlling my muscles, and realizing afresh how plainly visible I was, I resumed my brisker and feignedly shambling pace, though keeping my eyes on that hellish and ominous reef as long as the opening of South Street gave me a seaward view. What the whole proceeding meant, I could not imagine, unless it involved some strange rite connected with Devil Reef, or unless some party had landed from a ship on that sinister rock. I now bent to the left around the ruinous green, still gazing toward the ocean as it blazed in the spectral summer moonlight, and watching the cryptical flashing of those nameless, unexplainable beacons. It was then that the most horrible impression of all was borne in upon me, the impression which destroyed my last vestige of self-control, and set me running frantically southward past the yawning black doorways and fishily staring windows of that deserted nightmare street. For at a closer glance, I saw that the moonlit waters between the reef and the shore were far from empty. They were alive, with a teeming horde of shapes swimming inward toward the town. And even at my vast distance and in my single moment of perception, I could tell that the bobbing heads and flailing arms were alien and aberrant in a way scarcely to be expressed or consciously formulated. My frantic running ceased before I had covered a block, for at my left I began to hear something like the hue and cry of organized pursuit. There were footsteps and guttural sounds, and a rattling motor wheezed south along Federal Street. In a second, all my plans were utterly changed, for if the southward highway were blocked ahead of me, I must clearly find another egress from Innsmouth. I paused and drew into a gaping doorway, reflecting how lucky I was to have left the moonlit open space before these pursuers came down the parallel street. A second reflection was less comforting. Since the pursuit was down another street, it was plain that the party was not following me directly. It had not seen me, but was simply obeying a general plan of cutting off my escape. This, however, implied that all roads leading out of Innsmouth were similarly patrolled, for the denizens could not have known what route I intended to take. If this were so, I would have to make my retreat across country, away from any road. But how could I do that in view of the marshy and creek-riddled nature of all the surrounding region? For a moment my brain reeled, both from sheer hopelessness and from a rapid increase in the omnipresent fishy odor. Then I thought of the abandoned railway to Rowley, whose solid line of ballasted, weed-grown earth still stretched off to the northwest from the crumbling station on the edge of the river gorge. There was just a chance that the townsfolk would not think of that, since its briar-choked desertion made it half impassable and the unlikeliest of all avenues for a fugitive to choose. I had seen it clearly from my hotel window and knew about how it lay. Most of its earlier length was uncomfortably visible from the Rowley Road and from high places in the town itself, but one could perhaps crawl inconspicuously through the undergrowth. At any rate, it would form my only chance of deliverance, and there was nothing to do but try it. Drawing inside the hall of my deserted shelter, I once more consulted the grocery boy's map with the aid of the flashlight. The immediate problem was how to reach the ancient railway, and I now saw that the safest course was ahead to Babson Street, then west to Lafayette, there edging around but not crossing an open space homologous to the one I had traversed, and subsequently back northward and westward in a zigzagging line through Lafayette, Bates, Adams, and Bank streets, the latter skirting the river gorge, to the abandoned and dilapidated station I had seen from my window. My reason for going ahead to Babson was that I wished neither to recross the earlier open space nor to begin my westward course along a cross street as broad as south. Starting once more, I crossed the street to the right-hand side in order to edge around into Babson as inconspicuously as possible. Noises still continued in Federal Street, and as I glanced behind me, I thought I saw a gleam of light near the building through which I had escaped. Anxious to leave Washington Street, I broke into a quiet dog trot, trusting to luck not to encounter any observing eye. Next, the corner of Babson Street, I saw to my alarm that one of the houses was still inhabited, as attested by curtains at the window, but there were no lights within, and I passed it without disaster. In Babson Street, which crossed Federal and might thus reveal me to the searchers, I clung as closely as possible to the sagging, uneven buildings, twice pausing in a doorway as the noises behind me momentarily increased. The open space ahead shone wide and desolate under the moon, but my route would not force me to cross it. During my second pause, I began to detect a fresh distribution of the vague sounds, and upon looking cautiously out from cover, beheld a motor car darting across the open space, bound outward along Elliott Street, which there intersects both Babson and Lafayette. As I watched, choked by a sudden rise in the fishy odor after a short abatement, I saw a band of uncouth, crouching shapes loping and shambling in the same direction, and knew that this must be the party guarding the Ipswich Road, since that highway forms an extension of Elliott Street. Two of the figures I glimpsed were in voluminous robes, and one wore a peaked diadem which glistened whitely in the moonlight. The gait of this figure was so odd that it sent a chill through me, for it seemed to me the creature was almost hopping. When the last of the band was out of sight, I resumed my progress, darting around the corner into Lafayette Street, and crossing Elliott very hurriedly, lest stragglers of the party be still advancing along that thoroughfare. I did hear some croaking and clattering sounds far off toward Town Square, but accomplished the passage without disaster. My greatest dread was in recrossing broad and moonlit South Street with its seaward view, and I had to nerve myself for the ordeal. Someone might easily be looking, and possible Elliott Street stragglers could not fail to glimpse me from either of 2 points. At the last moment, I decided I had better slacken my trot and make the crossing as before in the shambling gait of an average Innsmouth native. When the view of the water again opened out, this time on my right, I was half determined not to look at it at all. I could not, however, resist, but cast a sidelong glance as I carefully and imitatively shambled toward the protecting shadows ahead. There was no ship visible, as I had half expected there would be. Instead, the first thing which caught my eye was a small rowboat pulling in toward the abandoned wharves and laden with some bulky, tarpaulin-covered object. Its rowers, though distantly and indistinctly seen, were of an especially repellent aspect. Several swimmers were still discernible, while on the far black reef I could see a faint, steady glow, unlike the winking beacon visible before, and of a curious color which I could not precisely identify. Above the slant roofs ahead and to the right there loomed the tall cupola of the Gilman House, but it was completely dark. The fishy odor, dispelled for a moment by some merciful breeze, now closed in again with maddening intensity. I had not quite crossed the street when I heard a muttering band advancing along Washington from the north. As they reached the broad open space where I had had my first disquieting glimpse of the moonlit water, I could see them plainly only a block away, and was horrified by the bestial abnormality of their faces, and the dog-like subhumanness of their crouching gait. One man moved in a positively simian way, with long arms frequently touching the ground, while another figure, robed and tiaraed, seemed to progress in an almost hopping fashion. I judged this party to be the one I had seen in the Gilman's courtyard, the one, therefore, most closely on my trail. As some of the figures turned to look in my direction, I was transfixed with fright, yet managed to preserve the casual, shambling gait I had assumed. To this day, I do not know whether they saw me or not. If they did, my stratagem must have deceived them, for they passed on across the moonlit space without varying their course, meanwhile croaking and jabbering in some hateful guttural patois I could not identify. Once more in shadow, I resumed my former dog trot past the leaning and decrepit houses that stared blankly into the night. Having crossed to the western sidewalk, I rounded the nearest corner into Bates Street, where I kept close to the buildings on the southern side. I passed 2 houses showing signs of habitation, one of which had faint lights in upper rooms, yet met with no obstacle. As I turned into Adams Street, I felt measurably safer, but received a shock when a man reeled out of a black doorway directly in front of me. He proved, however, too hopelessly drunk to be a menace, so that I reached the dismal ruins of the Bank Street warehouses in safety. No one was stirring in that dead street beside the river gorge, and the roar of the waterfalls quite drowned my footsteps. It was a long dog trot to the ruined station, and the great brick warehouse walls around me seemed somehow more terrifying than the fronts of private houses. At last I saw the ancient arcaded station, or what was left of it, and made directly for the tracks that started from its farther end. The rails were rusty, but mainly intact, and not more than half the ties had rotted away. Walking or running on such a surface was very difficult, but I did my best, and on the whole made very fair time. For some distance the line kept on along the gorge's brink, but at length I reached the long, covered bridge where it crossed the chasm at a dizzy height. The condition of this bridge would determine my next step. If humanly possible, I would use it. If not, I would have to risk more street wandering and take the nearest intact highway bridge. The vast, barn-like length of the old bridge gleamed spectrally in the moonlight, and I saw that the ties were safe for at least a few feet within. Entering, I began to use my flashlight and was almost knocked down by the cloud of bats that flapped past me. About halfway across, there was a perilous gap in the ties which I feared for a moment would halt me, but in the end I risked a desperate jump, which fortunately succeeded. I was glad to see the moonlight again when I emerged from that macabre tunnel. The old tracks crossed River Street at grade, and at once veered off into a region increasingly rural, and with less and less of Innsmouth's aberrant, fishy odor. Here the dense growth of weeds and briars hindered me and cruelly tore my clothes, but I was none the less glad that they were there to give me concealment in case of peril. I knew that much of my route must be visible from the Rowley Road. The marshy region began very shortly, with a single track on a low, grassy embankment where the weedy growth was somewhat thinner. Then came a sort of island of higher ground, where the line passed through a shallow open cut, choked with bushes and brambles. I was very glad of this partial shelter, since at this point the Rowley Road was uncomfortably near according to my window view. At the end of the cut it would cross the track and swerve off to a safer distance, but meanwhile I must be exceedingly careful. I was by this time thankfully certain that the railway itself was not patrolled. Just before entering the cut, I glanced behind me, but saw no pursuer. The ancient spires and roofs of decaying Innsmouth gleamed lovely and ethereal in the magic yellow moonlight, and I thought of how they must have looked in the old days before the shadow fell. Then, as my gaze circled inland from the town, something less tranquil arrested my notice and held me immobile for a second. What I saw, or fancied I saw, was a disturbing suggestion of undulant motion far to the south. A suggestion which made me conclude that a very large horde must be pouring out of the city along the level Ipswich Road. The distance was great, and I could distinguish nothing in detail, but I did not at all like the look of that moving column. It undulated too much, and glistened too brightly in the rays of the now westering moon. There was a suggestion of sound, too, though the wind was blowing the other way. A suggestion of bestial scraping and bellowing, even worse than the muttering of the parties I had lately overheard. All sorts of unpleasant conjectures crossed my mind. I thought of those very extreme Innsmouth types said to be hidden in crumbling, centuried warrens near the waterfront. I thought, too, of those nameless swimmers I had seen. Counting the parties so far glimpsed, as well as those presumably covering other roads, the number of my pursuers must be strangely large for a town as depopulated as Innsmouth. Whence could come the dense personnel of such a column as I now beheld? Did those ancient, unplumbed warrens teem with a twisted, uncatalogued, and unsuspected life? Or had some unseen ship indeed landed a legion of unknown outsiders on that hellish reef? Who were they? Why were they there? And if such a column of them was scouring the Ipswich Road, would the patrols on the other roads be likewise augmented? I had entered the brush-grown cut and was struggling along at a very slow pace when that damnable fishy odor again waxed dominant. Had the wind suddenly changed eastward so that it blew in from the sea and over the town? It must have, I concluded, since I now began to hear shocking, guttural murmurs from that hitherto silent direction. There was another sound, too. A kind of wholesale, colossal flopping or pattering, which somehow called up images of the most detestable sort. It made me think illogically of that unpleasantly undulating column on the far-off Ipswich Road. And then both stench and sounds grew stronger, so that I paused, shivering and grateful for the cut's protection. It was here, I recalled, that the Rowley Road drew so close to the old railway before crossing westward and diverging. Something was coming along that road, and I must lie low till its passage and vanishment in the distance. Thank heaven these creatures employed no dogs for tracking, though perhaps that would have been impossible amidst the omnipresent regional odor. Crouched in the bushes of that sandy cleft, I felt reasonably safe, even though I knew the searchers would have to cross the track in front of me not much more than 100 yards away. I would be able to see them, but they could not, except by a malign miracle, see me. All at once I began dreading to look at them as they passed. I saw the close moonlit space where they would surge by, and had curious thoughts about the irredeemable pollution of that space. They would perhaps be the worst of all Innsmouth types, something one would not care to remember. The stench waxed overpowering, and the noises swelled to a bestial babble of croaking, baying, and barking without the least suggestion of human speech. Were these indeed the voices of my pursuers? Did they have dogs after all? So far I had seen none of the lower animals in Innsmouth. That flopping or pattering was monstrous. I could not look upon the degenerate creatures responsible for it. I would keep my eyes shut till the sounds receded toward the west. The horde was very close now, the air foul with their hoarse snarlings, and the ground almost shaking with their alien rhythmed footfalls. My breath nearly ceased to come, and I put every ounce of willpower into the task of holding my eyelids down. I am not even yet willing to say whether what followed was a hideous actuality or only a nightmare hallucination. The later action of the government, after my frantic appeals, would tend to confirm it as a monstrous truth. But could not a hallucination have been repeated under the quasi-hypnotic spell of that ancient, haunted, and shadowed town? Such places have strange properties, and the legacy of insane legend might well have acted on more than one human imagination amidst those dead, stench-cursed streets and huddles of rotting roofs and crumbling steeples. Is it not possible that the germ of an actual contagious madness lurks in the depths of that shadow over Innsmouth? Who can be sure of reality after hearing things like the tale of old Zadok Allen? The government men never found poor Zadok, and have no conjectures to make as to what became of him. Where does madness leave off, and reality begin? Is it possible that even my latest fear is sheer delusion? But I must try to tell what I thought I saw that night under the mocking yellow moon. Saw surging and hopping down the Rowley Road in plain sight in front of me as I crouched among the wild brambles of that desolate railway cut. Of course, my resolution to keep my eyes shut had failed. It was foredoomed to failure. For who could crouch blindly while a legion of croaking, baying entities of unknown source flopped noisomely past, scarcely more than 100 yards away? I thought I was prepared for the worst, and I really ought to have been prepared, considering what I had seen before. My other pursuers had been accursedly abnormal, so should I not have been ready to face a strengthening of the abnormal element? To look upon forms in which there was no mixture of the normal at all? I did not open my eyes until the raucous clamor came loudly from a point obviously straight ahead. Then I knew that a long section of them must be plainly in sight, where the sides of the cut flattened out and the road crossed the track, and I could no longer keep myself from sampling whatever horror that leering yellow moon might have to show. It was the end, for whatever remains to me of life on the surface of this earth, of every vestige of mental peace and confidence in the integrity of nature and of the human mind. Nothing that I could have imagined, nothing even that I could have gathered had I credited old Zadok's crazy tale in the most literal way, would be in any way comparable to the demonic, blasphemous reality that I saw, or believe I saw. I have tried to hint what it was in order to postpone the horror of writing it down baldly. Can it be possible that this planet has actually spawned such things? That human eyes have truly seen as objective flesh what man has hitherto known only in febrile fantasy and tenuous legend? And yet I saw them in a limitless stream, flopping, hopping, croaking, bleeding, surging inhumanly through the spectral moonlight in a grotesque, malignant saraband of fantastic nightmare. And some of them had tall tiaras of that nameless whitish gold metal, and some were strangely robed, and one, who led the way, was clad in a ghoulishly humped black coat and striped trousers, and had a man's felt hat perched on the shapeless thing that answered for a head. I think their predominant color was a grayish green, though they had white bellies. They were mostly shiny and slippery, but the ridges of their backs were scaly. Their forms vaguely suggested the anthropoid, while their heads were the heads of fish, with prodigious bulging eyes that never closed. At the sides of their necks were palpitating gills, and their long paws were webbed. They hopped irregularly, sometimes on 2 legs and sometimes on 4. I was somehow glad that they had no more than 4 limbs. Their croaking, baying voices, clearly used for articulate speech, held all the dark shades of expression which their staring faces lacked. But for all of their monstrousness, they were not unfamiliar to me. I knew too well what they must be. For was not the memory of that evil tiara at Newburyport still fresh? They were the blasphemous fish frogs of the nameless design, living and horrible, and as I saw them I knew also of what that humped, tiaraed priest in the black church basement had so fearsomely reminded me. Their number was past guessing. It seemed to me that there were limitless swarms of them, and certainly my momentary glimpse could have shown only the least fraction. In another instant everything was blotted out by a merciful fit of fainting, the first I had ever had. Chapter 5. It was a gentle daylight rain that awaked me from my stupor in the brush-grown railway cut, and when I staggered out to the roadway ahead, I saw no trace of any prints in the fresh mud. The fishy odor, too, was gone. Innsmouth's ruined roofs and toppling steeples loomed up grayly toward the southeast, but not a living creature did I spy in all the desolate salt marshes around. My watch was still going, and told me that the hour was past noon. The reality of what I had been through was highly uncertain in my mind, but I felt that something hideous lay in the background. I must get away from evil-shadowed Innsmouth, and accordingly I began to test my cramped, wearied powers of locomotion. Despite weakness, hunger, horror, and bewilderment, I found myself after a long time able to walk, so started slowly along the muddy road to Rowley. Before evening I was in the village, getting a meal and providing myself with presentable clothes. I caught the night train to Arkham, and the next day talked long and earnestly with government officials there, a process I later repeated in Boston. With the main result of these colloquies, the public is now familiar, and I wish, for normality's sake, there were nothing more to tell. Perhaps it is madness that is overtaking me, yet perhaps a greater horror, or a greater marvel, is reaching out. As may well be imagined, I gave up most of the foreplanned features of the rest of my tour, the scenic, architectural, and antiquarian diversions on which I had counted so heavily. Nor did I dare look for that piece of strange jewelry said to be in the Miskatonic University Museum. I did, however, improve my stay in Arkham by collecting some genealogical notes I had long wished to possess. Very rough and hasty data, it is true, but capable of good use later on when I might have time to collate and codify them. The curator of the Historical Society there, Mr. E. Lapham Peabody, was very courteous about assisting me and expressed unusual interest when I told him I was a grandson of Eliza Orne of Arkham, who was born in 1867 and had married James Williamson of Ohio at the age of 17. It seemed that a maternal uncle of mine had been there many years before on a quest much like my own, and that my grandmother's family was a topic of some local curiosity. There had, Mr. Peabody said, been considerable discussion about the marriage of her father, Benjamin Orne, just after the Civil War, since the ancestry of the bride was peculiarly puzzling. That bride was understood to have been an orphaned Marsh of New Hampshire, a cousin of the Essex County Marshes, but her education had been in France, and she knew very little of her family. A guardian had deposited funds in a Boston bank to maintain her and her French governess, but that guardian's name was unfamiliar to Arkham people, and in time he dropped out of sight, so that the governess assumed his role by court appointment. The Frenchwoman, now long dead, was very taciturn, and there were those who said she could have told more than she did. But the most baffling thing was the inability of anyone to place the recorded parents of the young woman, Enoch and Lydia Meserve Marsh, among the known families of New Hampshire. Possibly, many suggested, she was the natural daughter of some Marsh of prominence. She certainly had the true Marsh eyes. Most of the puzzling was done after her early death, which took place at the birth of my grandmother, her only child. Having formed some disagreeable impressions connected with the name of Marsh, I did not welcome the news that it belonged on my own ancestral tree, nor was I pleased by Mr. Peabody's suggestion that I had the true marsh eyes myself. However, I was grateful for data which I knew would prove valuable, and took copious notes and lists of book references regarding the well-documented Orne family. I went directly home to Toledo from Boston, and later spent a month at Maumee recuperating from my ordeal. In September, I entered Oberlin for my final year, and from then till the next June was busy with studies and other wholesome activities, reminded of the bygone terror only by occasional official visits from government men in connection with the campaign which my pleas and evidence had started. Around the middle of July, just a year after the Innsmouth experience, I spent a week with my late mother's family in Cleveland, checking some of my new genealogical data with the various notes, traditions, and bits of heirloom material in existence there, and seeing what kind of connected chart I could construct. I did not exactly relish the task, for the atmosphere of the Williamson home had always depressed me. There was a strain of morbidity there, and my mother had never encouraged my visiting her parents as a child, although she always welcomed her father when he came to Toledo. My Arkham-born grandmother had seemed strange and almost terrifying to me, and I do not think I grieved when she disappeared. I was 8 years old then, and it was said that she had wandered off in grief after the suicide of my Uncle Douglas, her eldest son. He had shot himself after a trip to New England, the same trip, no doubt, which had caused him to be recalled at the Arkham Historical Society. This uncle had resembled her, and I had never liked him either. Something about the staring, unwinking expression of both of them had given me a vague, unaccountable uneasiness. My mother and Uncle Walter had not looked like that. They were like their father, though poor little cousin Lawrence, Walter's son, had been an almost perfect duplicate of his grandmother before his condition took him to the permanent seclusion of a sanitarium at Canton. I had not seen him in 4 years, but my uncle once implied that his state, both mental and physical, was very bad. This worry had probably been a major cause of his mother's death 2 years before. My grandfather and his widowed son Walter now comprised the Cleveland household, but the memory of older times hung thickly over it. I still disliked this place, and tried to get my researches done as quickly as possible. Williamson records and traditions were supplied in abundance by my grandfather, though for Orne material I had to depend on my Uncle Walter, who put at my disposal the contents of all his files, including notes, letters, cuttings, heirlooms, photographs, and miniatures. It was in going over the letters and pictures on the Orne side that I began to acquire a kind of terror of my own ancestry. As I have said, my grandmother and Uncle Douglas had always disturbed me. Now, years after their passing, I gazed at their pictured faces with a measurably heightened feeling of repulsion and alienation. I could not at first understand the change, but gradually a horrible sort of comparison began to obtrude itself on my unconscious mind, despite the steady refusal of my consciousness to admit even the least suspicion of it. It was clear that the typical expression of these faces now suggested something it had not suggested before, something which would bring stark panic if too openly thought of. But the worst shock came when my uncle showed me the Orne jewelry in a downtown safe deposit vault. Some of the items were delicate and inspiring enough, but there was one box of strange old pieces descended from my mysterious great-grandmother, which my uncle was almost reluctant to produce. They were, he said, a very grotesque and almost repulsive design, and had never to his knowledge been publicly worn, though my grandmother used to enjoy looking at them. Vague legends of bad luck clustered around them, and my great-grandmother's French governess had said they ought not to be worn in New England, though it would be quite safe to wear them in Europe. As my uncle began slowly and grudgingly to unwrap the things, he urged me not to be shocked by the strangeness and frequent hideousness of the designs. Artists and archaeologists who had seen them pronounced the workmanship superlatively and exotically exquisite, though no one seemed able to define their exact material or assign them to any specific art tradition. There were 2 armlets, a tiara, and a kind of pectoral, the latter having in high relief certain figures of almost unbearable extravagance. During this description, I had kept a tight rein on my emotions, but my face must have betrayed my mounting fears. My uncle looked concerned, and paused in his unwrapping to study my countenance. I motioned to him to continue, which he did with renewed signs of reluctance. He seemed to expect some demonstration when the first piece, the tiara, became visible, but I doubt if he expected quite what actually happened. I did not expect it either, for I thought I was thoroughly forewarned regarding what the jewelry would turn out to be. What I did was to faint silently away, just as I had done in that briar-choked railway cut a year before. From that day on, my life has been a nightmare of brooding and apprehension, nor do I know how much is hideous truth and how much madness. My great-grandmother had been a Marsh of unknown source whose husband lived in Arkham, and did not old Zadok say that the daughter of Obed Marsh, by a monstrous mother, was married to an Arkham man through a trick? What was it the ancient toper had muttered about the likeness of my eyes to Captain Obed's? In Arkham, too, the curator had told me I had the true Marsh eyes. Was Obed Marsh my own great-great-grandfather? Who, or what, then, was my great-great-grandmother? Perhaps this was all madness. Those whitish gold ornaments might easily have been bought from some Innsmouth sailor by the father of my great-grandmother, whoever he was. And that look in the staring-eyed faces of my grandmother and self-slain uncle might be sheer fancy on my part. Sheer fancy, bolstered up by the Innsmouth shadow which had so darkly colored my imagination. But why had my uncle killed himself after an ancestral quest in New England? For more than 2 years, I fought off these reflections with partial success. My father secured me a place in an insurance office, and I buried myself in routine as deeply as possible. In the winter of 1930 to 1931, however, the dreams began. They were very sparse and insidious at first, but increased in frequency and vividness as the weeks went by. Great, watery spaces opened out before me, and I seemed to wander through titanic, sunken porticos and labyrinths of weedy, cyclopean walls with grotesque fishes as my companions. Then the other shapes began to appear, filling me with nameless horror the moment I awoke. But during the dreams, they did not horrify me at all. I was one with them, wearing their unhuman trappings, treading their aqueous ways, and praying monstrously at their evil sea-bottom temples. There was much more than I could remember, but even what I did remember each morning would be enough to stamp me as a madman or a genius if ever I dared write it down. Some frightful influence, I felt, was seeking gradually to drag me out of the sane world of wholesome life into unnameable abysses of blackness and alienage, and the process told heavily on me. My health and appearance grew steadily worse, till finally I was forced to give up my position and adopt the static, secluded life of an invalid. Some odd, nervous affliction had me in its grip, and I found myself at times almost unable to shut my eyes. It was then that I began to study the mirror with mounting alarm. The slow ravages of disease are not pleasant to watch, but in my case there was something subtler and more puzzling in the background. My father seemed to notice it too, for he began looking at me curiously and almost affrightedly. What was taking place in me? Could it be that I was coming to resemble my grandmother and Uncle Douglas? One night I had a frightful dream in which I met my grandmother under the sea. She lived in a phosphorescent palace of many terraces, with gardens of strange leprous corals and grotesque brachiate efflorescences, and welcomed me with a warmth that may have been sardonic. She had changed, as those who take to the water change, and told me she had never died. Instead, she had gone to a spot her dead son had learned about, and had leaped to a realm whose wonders, destined for him as well, he had spurned with a smoking pistol. This was to be my realm, too. I could not escape it. I would never die, but would live with those who had lived since before man ever walked the earth. I met also that which had been her grandmother. For 80,000 years, Pithali had lived in Yahanathle, and thither she had gone back after Obed Marsh was dead. Yahanathle was not destroyed when the upper earth men shot death into the sea. It was hurt, but not destroyed. The deep ones could never be destroyed, even though the Paleogean magic of the forgotten old ones might sometimes check them. For the present, they would rest, but someday, if they remembered, they would rise again for the tribute great Cthulhu craved. It would be a city greater than Innsmouth next time. They had planned to spread, and had brought up that which would help them, but now they must wait once more. For bringing the upper earth men's death, I must do a penance, but that would not be heavy. This was the dream in which I saw a Shoggoth for the first time, and the sight set me awake in a frenzy of screaming. That morning, the mirror definitely told me I had acquired the Innsmouth look. So far, I have not shot myself as my Uncle Douglas did. I bought an automatic and almost took the step, but certain dreams deterred me. The tense extremes of horror are lessening, and I feel queerly drawn toward the unknown sea deeps instead of fearing them. I hear and do strange things in sleep, and awake with a kind of exultation instead of terror. I do not believe I need to wait for the full change as most have waited. If I did, my father would probably shut me up in a sanitarium as my poor little cousin is shut up. Stupendous and unheard of splendors await me below, and I shall seek them soon. Ia Urlye, Cthulhu Fatan, Ia, Ia. No, I shall not shoot myself. I cannot be made to shoot myself. I shall plan my cousin's escape from that Canton madhouse, and together we shall go to marvel-shadowed Innsmouth. We shall swim out to that brooding reef in the sea, and dive down through black abysses to Cyclopean and many-columned Yahanathle, and in that lair of the deep ones we shall dwell amidst wonder and glory forever.
Hello, Discover Card here to explain our cashback match. We match all of the cashback you earn at the end of your first year, automatically. It's that simple. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
Welcome to Horror Babble. Today, after many requests, we're pleased to present a recording of The Mound by H.P. Lovecraft and Zelia Bishop. This reading is dedicated to our Cthulhu and Yellow Level horror babblers, the names of which are included in the video description below. As always, we thank you and all of our listeners for your continued support. And without further ado, The Mound by H.P. Lovecraft and Zelia Bishop. 1. It is only within the last few years that most people have stopped thinking of the West as a new land. I suppose the idea gained ground because our own special civilization happens to be new there. But nowadays, explorers are digging beneath the surface and bringing up whole chapters of life that rose and fell among these plains and mountains before recorded history began. We think nothing of a Pueblo village 2,500 years old, and it hardly jolts us when archaeologists put the subpedregal culture of Mexico back to 17,000 or 18,000 BC. We hear rumors of still older things too, of primitive man contemporaneous with extinct animals and known today only through a few fragmentary bones and artifacts, so that the idea of newness is fading out pretty rapidly. Europeans usually catch the sense of immemorial ancientness and deep deposits from successive life streams better than we do. Only a couple of years ago, a British author spoke of Arizona as a moon-dim region, very lovely in its way, and stark and old, an ancient, lonely land. Yet I believe I have a deeper sense of the stupefying, almost horrible ancientness of the West than any European. It all comes from an incident that happened in 1928, an incident which I'd greatly like to dismiss as three-quarters hallucination, but which has left such a frightfully firm impression on my memory that I can't put it off very easily. It was in Oklahoma, where my work as an American Indian ethnologist constantly takes me, and where I had come upon some devilishly strange and disconcerting matters before. Make no mistake, Oklahoma is a lot more than a mere pioneers and promoters frontier. There are old tribes with old memories there, and when the tom-toms beat ceaselessly over brooding plains in the autumn, the spirits of men are brought dangerously close to primal, whispered things. I am white and Eastern enough myself, but anybody is welcome to know that the rites of Yig, father of snakes, can get a real shudder out of me any day. I have heard and seen too much to be sophisticated in such matters, and so it is with this incident of 1928. I'd like to laugh it off, but I can't. I had gone into Oklahoma to track down and correlate one of the many ghost tales which were current among the white settlers, but which had strong Indian corroboration, and, I felt sure, an ultimate Indian source. They were very curious, these open-air ghost tales, and though they sounded flat and prosaic in the mouths of the white people, they had earmarks of linkage with some of the richest and obscurest phases of native mythology. All of them were woven around the vast, lonely, artificial-looking mounds in the western part of the state, and all of them involved apparitions of exceedingly strange aspect and equipment. The commonest, and among the oldest, became quite famous in 1892, when a government marshal named John Willis went into the mound region after horse thieves, and came out with a wild yarn of nocturnal cavalry horses in the air between great armies of invisible spectres, battles that involve the rush of hooves and feet, the thud of blows, the clank of metal on metal, the muffled cries of warriors, and the fall of human and equine bodies. These things happened by moonlight, and frightened his horse as well as himself. The sounds persisted an hour at a time, vivid but subdued as if brought from a distance by a wind, and unaccompanied by any glimpse of the armies themselves. Later on, Willis learned that the seat of the sounds was a notoriously haunted spot, shunned by settlers and Indians alike. Many had seen, or half seen, the warring horsemen in the sky, and had furnished dim, ambiguous descriptions. The settlers described the ghostly fighters as Indians, though of no familiar tribe, and having the most singular costumes and weapons. They even went so far as to say that they could not be sure the horses were really horses. The Indians, on the other hand, did not seem to claim the spectres as kinsfolk. They referred to them as those people, the old people, or they who dwell below, and appeared to hold them in too great a frightened veneration to talk much about them. No ethnologist had been able to pin any tale-teller down to a specific description of the beings, and apparently nobody had ever had a very clear look at them. The Indians had one or two old proverbs about these phenomena, saying that men very old make very big spirit, not so old, not so big, older than old time, then spirit he so big he near flesh. Those old people and spirits they mix up, get all the same. Now, all of this, of course, is old stuff to an ethnologist, of a piece with the persistent legends of rich hidden cities and buried races which abound among the Pueblo and Plains Indians, and which Lord Coronado centuries ago, on his vain search for the fabled Quivira. What took me into western Oklahoma was something far more definite and tangible, a local and distinctive tale which, though really old, was wholly new to the outside world of research, and which involved the first clear descriptions of the ghosts which it treated of. There was an added thrill in the fact that it came from the remote town of Binga in Caddo County, a place I had long known as the scene of a very terrible and partly inexplicable occurrence connected with the snake god myth. The tale, outwardly, was an extremely naive and simple one, and centered in a huge lone mound or small hill that rose above the plain about 1/3 of a mile west of the village, a mound which some thought a product of nature, but which others believed to be a burial place or ceremonial dais constructed by prehistoric tribes. This mound, the villagers said, was constantly haunted by 2 Indian figures which appeared in alternation, an old man who paced back and forth along the top from dawn till dusk, regardless of the weather and with only brief intervals of disappearance, and a squaw who took his place at night with a blue flame torch that glimmered quite continuously till morning. When the moon was bright, the squaw's peculiar figure could be seen fairly plainly, and over half the villagers agreed that the apparition was headless. Local opinion was divided as to the motives and relative ghostliness of the 2 visions. Some held that the man was not a ghost at all, but a living Indian who had killed and beheaded a squaw for gold and buried her somewhere on the mound. According to these theorists, he was pacing the eminence through sheer remorse, bound by the spirit of his victim, which took visible shape after dark. But other theorists, more uniform in their spectral beliefs, held that both man and woman were ghosts, the man having killed the squaw and himself as well at some very distant period. These and minor variant versions seem to have been current ever since the settlement of the Wichita country in 1889, and were, I was told, sustained to an astonishing degree by still existing phenomena which anyone might observe for himself. Not many ghost tales offer such free and open proof, and I was very eager to see what bizarre wonders might be lurking in this small, obscure village so far from the beaten path of crowds and from the ruthless searchlight of scientific knowledge. So, in the late summer of 1928, I took a train for Binga and brooded on strange mysteries as the cars rattled timidly along their single track through a lonelier and lonelier landscape. Binga is a modest cluster of frame houses and stores in the midst of a flat, windy region full of clouds of red dust. There are about 500 inhabitants besides the Indians on a neighboring reservation, the principal occupation seeming to be agriculture. The soil is decently fertile, and the oil boom has not reached this part of the state. My train drew in at twilight, and I felt rather lost and uneasy, cut off from wholesome and everyday things, as it puffed away to the southward without me. The station platform was filled with curious loafers, all of whom seemed eager to direct me when I asked for the man to whom I had letters of introduction. I was ushered along a commonplace main street whose rutted surface was red with the sandstone soil of the country, and finally delivered at the door of my prospective host. Those who had arranged things for me had done well, for Mr. Compton was a man of high intelligence and local responsibility, while his mother, who lived with him and was familiarly known as Grandma Compton, was one of the first pioneer generation and a veritable mine of anecdote and folklore. That evening, the Compton summed up for me all the legends current among the villagers, proving that the phenomenon I had come to study was indeed a baffling and important one. The ghosts, it seems, were accepted almost as a matter of course by everyone in Binga. 2 generations had been born and grown up within sight of that queer lone tumulus and its restless figures. The neighborhood of the mound was naturally feared and shunned, so that the village and the farms had not spread toward it in all 4 decades of settlement, yet venturesome individuals had several times visited it. Some had come back to report that they saw no ghosts at all when they neared the dreaded hill, that somehow the lone sentinel had stepped out of sight before they reached the spot, leaving them free to climb the steep slope and explore the flat summit. There was nothing up there, they said, merely a rough expanse of underbrush. Where the Indian watcher could have vanished to, they had no idea. He must, they reflected, have descended the slope and somehow managed to escape unseen along the plain, although there was no convenient cover within sight. At any rate, there did not appear to be any opening into the mound, a conclusion which was reached after considerable exploration of the shrubbery and tall grass on all sides. In a few cases, some of the more sensitive searchers declared that they felt a sort of invisible, restraining presence, but they could describe nothing more definite than that. It was simply as if the air thickened against them in the direction they wished to move. It is needless to mention that all these daring surveys were conducted by day. Nothing in the universe could have induced any human being, white or red, to approach that sinister elevation after dark, and indeed, no Indian would have thought of going near it even in the brightest sunlight. But it was not from the tales of these sane, observant seekers that the chief terror of the ghost mound sprang. Indeed, had their experience been typical, the phenomenon would have bulked far less prominently in the local legendary. The most evil thing was the fact that many other seekers had come back strangely impaired in mind and body, or had not come back at all. The first of these cases had occurred in 1891, when a young man named Heaton had gone with a shovel to see what hidden secrets he could unearth. He had heard curious tales from the Indians, and had laughed at the barren report of another youth who had been out to the mound and had found nothing. Heaton had watched the mound with a spyglass from the village, while the other youth made his trip, and as the explorer neared the spot, he saw the sentinel Indian walk deliberately down into the tumulus as if a trapdoor and staircase existed on the top. The other youth had not noticed how the Indian disappeared, but had merely found him gone upon arriving at the mound. When Heaton made his own trip, he resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery, and watchers from the village saw him hacking diligently at the shrubbery atop the mound. Then they saw his figure melt slowly into invisibility, not to reappear for long hours, till after the dusk drew on, and the torch of the headless squaw glimmered ghoulishly on the distant elevation. About 2 hours after nightfall, he staggered into the village, minus his spade and other belongings, and burst into a shrieking monologue of disconnected ravings. He howled of shocking abysses and monsters, of terrible carvings and statues, of inhuman captors and grotesque tortures, and of other fantastic abnormalities too complex and chimerical even to remember. "Old, old, old," he would moan over and over again. "Great God, they are older than the earth, and came here from somewhere else. They know what you think, and make you know what they think. They're half man, half ghost, cross the line, melt and take shape again, getting more and more so. Yet we're all descended from them in the beginning. Children of Tulu, everything made of gold. Monstrous animals, half human, dead slaves, madness, yeah, Shub-Nagorath, that white man, oh my God, what they did to him. Heaton was the village idiot for about 8 years, after which he died in an epileptic fit. Since his ordeal, there had been 2 more cases of mound madness and 8 of total disappearance. Immediately after Heaton's mad return, 3 desperate and determined men had gone out to the lone hill together, heavily armed and with spades and pickaxes. Watching villagers saw the Indian ghost melt away as the explorers drew near, and afterward saw the men climb the mound and begin scouting around through the underbrush. All at once, they faded into nothingness and were never seen again. One watcher, with an especially powerful telescope, thought he saw other forms dimly materialize beside the hapless men and drag them down into the mound, but this account remained uncorroborated. It is needless to say that no searching party went out after the lost ones, and that for many years the mound was wholly unvisited. Only when the incidents of 1891 were largely forgotten did anybody dare to think of further explorations. Then, about 1910, a fellow too young to recall the old horrors made a trip to the shunned spot and found nothing at all. By 1915, the acute dread and wild legendary of 91 had largely faded into the commonplace and unimaginative ghost tales at present surviving. That is, had so faded among the white people. On the nearby reservation were old Indians who thought much and kept their own counsel. About this time, a second wave of active curiosity and adventuring developed, and several bold searchers made the trip to the mound and returned. Then came a trip of 2 Eastern visitors with spades and other apparatus, a pair of amateur archaeologists connected with a small college who had been making studies among the Indians. No one watched this trip from the village, but they never came back. The searching party that went out after them, among whom was my host Clyde Compton, found nothing whatsoever amiss at the mound. The next trip was the solitary venture of old Captain Lawton, a grizzled pioneer who had helped to open up the region in 1889, but who had never been there since. He had recalled the mound and its fascination all through the years, and being now in comfortable retirement, resolved to have a try at solving the ancient riddle. Long familiarity with Indian myth had given him ideas rather stranger than those of the simple villagers, and he had made preparations for some extensive delving. He ascended the mound on the morning of Thursday, May 11th, 1916, watched through spyglasses by more than 20 people in the village and on the adjacent plain. His disappearance was very sudden and occurred as he was hacking at the shrubbery with a brush cutter. No one could say more than that he was there one moment and absent the next. For over a week, no tidings of him reached Binga, and then, in the middle of the night, there dragged itself into the village the object about which dispute still rages. It said it was, or had been, Captain Lawton, but it was definitely younger by as much as 40 years than the old man who had climbed the mound. Its hair was jet black, and its face, now distorted with nameless fright, free from wrinkles. But it did remind Grandma Compton most uncannily of the captain as he had looked back in '89. Its feet were cut off neatly at the ankles, and the stumps were smoothly healed to an extent almost incredible if the being really were the man who had walked upright a week before. It babbled of incomprehensible things and kept repeating the name George Lawton, George E. Lawton, as if trying to reassure itself of its own identity. The things it babbled of, Grandma Compton thought, were curiously like the hallucinations of poor young Heaton in '91. though there were minor differences. "The blue light," muttered the object. "Always down there, before there were any living things, older than the dinosaurs. Always the same, only weaker. Never death. Brooding and brooding and brooding. The same people, half man and half gas. The dead that walk and work. Oh, those beasts, those half-human unicorns. Houses and cities of gold. Old, old, old. Older than time. Came down from the stars. Great Tulu, Azathoth, Nyarlathotep. Waiting, waiting." The object died before dawn. Of course, there was an investigation, and the Indians at the reservation were grilled unmercifully. But they knew nothing, and had nothing to say. At least, none of them had anything to say except old Grey Eagle, a Wichita chieftain whose more than a century of age put him above common fears. He alone deigned to grant some advice. "You let 'em alone, white man. No good, those people. All under here, all under there, them old ones. Yig, big father of snakes, he there. Yig is Yig. Tirawa, big father of men, he there. Tirawa is Tirawa. No die. No get old. Just same like air. Just live and wait. One time they come out here, live and fight. Build 'em dirt teepee. Bring up gold, they got plenty. Go off and make new lodges. Me them, you them. Then big waters come. All change. Nobody come out, let nobody in. Get in, no get out. You let 'em alone, you have no bad medicine. Red man no, he no get catch. White man meddle, he no come back. Keep way little hills, no good. Grey Eagle say this." If Joe Norton and Rance Wheeler had taken the old chief's advice, they would probably be here today. But they didn't. They were great readers and materialists, and feared nothing in heaven or earth, and they thought that some Indian fiends had a secret headquarters inside the mound. They had been to the mound before, and now they went again to avenge old Captain Lawton, boasting that they'd do it if they had to tear the mound down altogether. Clyde Compton watched them with a pair of prism binoculars and saw them round the base of the sinister hill. Evidently they meant to survey their territory very gradually and minutely. Minutes passed, and they did not reappear, nor were they ever seen again. Once more the mound was a thing of panic fright, and only the excitement of the Great War served to restore it to the farther background of Binga folklore. It was unvisited from 1916 to 1919, and would have remained so but for the daredeviltry of some of the youths back from service in France. From 1919 to 1920, however, there was a veritable epidemic of mound visiting among the prematurely hardened young veterans, an epidemic that waxed as one youth after another returned unhurt and contemptuous. By 1920, so short is human memory, the mound was almost a joke, and the tame story of the murdered squaw began to displace darker whispers on everybody's tongues. Then, two reckless young brothers, the especially unimaginative and hard-boiled Clay boys, decided to go and dig up the buried squaw and the gold for which the old Indian had murdered her. They went out on a September afternoon, about the time the Indian tom-toms begin their incessant annual beating over the flat, red, dusty plains. Nobody watched them, and their parents did not become worried at their non-return for several hours. Then came an alarm and a searching party, and another resignation to the mystery of silence and doubt. But one of them came back, after all. It was Ed, the elder, and his straw-colored hair and beard had turned an albino white for 2 inches from the roots. On his forehead was a queer scar like a branded hieroglyph. 3 months after he and his brother Walker had vanished, he skulked into his house at night, wearing nothing but a queerly patterned blanket, which he thrust into the fire as soon as he had got into a suit of his own clothes. He told his parents that he and Walker had been captured by some strange Indians, not Wichitas or Caddos, and held prisoners somewhere toward the west. Walker had died under torture, but he himself had managed to escape at a high cost. The experience had been particularly terrible, and he could not talk about it just then. He must rest, and anyway, it would do no good to give an alarm and try to find and punish the Indians. They were not of a sort that could be caught or punished, and it was especially important for the good of Binga, for the good of the world, that they be not pursued into their secret lair. As a matter of fact, they were not altogether what one could call real Indians. He would explain about that later. Meanwhile, he must rest. Better not to rouse the village with the news of his return. He would go upstairs and sleep. Before he climbed the rickety flight to his room, he took a pad and pencil from the living room table and an automatic pistol from his father's desk drawer. 3 hours later, the shot rang out. Ed Clay had put a bullet neatly through his temples, with a pistol clutched in his left hand, leaving a sparsely written sheet of paper on the rickety table near his bed. He had, it later appeared from the whittled pencil stub and stove full of charred paper, originally written much more, but had finally decided not to tell what he knew beyond vague hints. The surviving fragment was only a mad warning scrawled in a curiously backhanded script, the ravings of a mind obviously deranged by hardships, and it read thus, rather surprisingly for the utterance of one who had always been stolid and matter-of-fact. For God's sake, never go near that mound. It is part of some kind of a world so devilish and old it cannot be spoke about. Me and Walker went and was took into the thing, just melted at times and made up again, and the whole world outside is helpless alongside of what they can do. They what live forever young as they like, and you can't tell if they are really men or just ghosts, and what they do can't be spoke about, and this is only one entrance. You can't tell how big the whole thing is. After what we seen, I don't want to live any more. France was nothing besides this, and see that people always keep away. Oh God, they would if they see poor Walker like he was in the end. Yours truly, Ed Clay. At the autopsy, it was found that all of young Clay's organs were transposed from right to left within his body, as if he had been turned inside out. Whether they had always been so, no one could say at the time, but it was later learned from army records that Ed had been perfectly normal when mustered out of the service in May 1919. Whether there was a mistake somewhere, or whether some unprecedented metamorphosis had indeed occurred, is still an unsettled question, as is also the origin of the hieroglyph-like scar on the forehead. That was the end of the explorations of the mound. In the 8 intervening years, no one had been near the place, and few indeed had even cared to level a spyglass at it. From time to time, people continued to glance nervously at the lone hill as it rose starkly from the plain against the western sky, and to shudder at the small dark speck that paraded by day and the glimmering will-o'-the-wisp that danced by night. The thing was accepted at face value as a mystery, not to be probed, and by common consent the village shunned the subject. It was, after all, quite easy to avoid the hill, for space was unlimited in every direction, and community life always follows beaten trails. The mound side of the village was simply kept trailless, as if it had been water or swampland or desert. And it is a curious commentary on the stolidity and imaginative sterility of the human animal that the whispers with which children and strangers were warned away from the mound quickly sank once more into the flat tale of a murderous Indian ghost and his squaw victim. Only the tribesmen on the reservation, and thoughtful old-timers like Grandma Compton, remembered the overtones of unholy vistas and deep, cosmic menace which clustered around the ravings of those who had come back changed and shattered. It was very late, and Grandma Compton had long since gone upstairs to bed when Clyde finished telling me this. I hardly knew what to think of the frightful puzzle, yet rebelled at any notion to conflict with sane materialism. What influence had brought madness or the impulse of flight and wandering to so many who had visited the mound? Though vastly impressed, I was spurred on, rather than deterred. Surely I must get to the bottom of this matter, as well I might if I kept a cool head and an unbroken determination. Compton saw my mood and shook his head worriedly. Then he motioned me to follow him outdoors. We stepped from the frame house to the quiet side street or lane and walked a few paces in the light of a waning August moon to where the houses were thinner. The half-moon was still low and had not blotted many stars from the sky, so that I could see not only the westering gleams of Altair and Vega, but the mystic shimmering of the Milky Way as I looked out over the vast expanse of earth and sky in the direction that Compton pointed. Then all at once I saw a spark that was not a star, a bluish spark that moved and glimmered against the Milky Way near the horizon, and that seemed in a vague way more evil and malevolent than anything in the vault above. In another moment, it was clear that this spark came from the top of a long, distant rise in the outspread and faintly litten plain, and I turned to Compton with a question. "Yes," he answered, "it's the blue ghost light, and that is the mound. There's not a night in history that we haven't seen it, and not a living soul in Binga that would walk out over that plain toward it. It's a bad business, young man, and if you're wise, you'll let it rest where it is. Better call your search off, son, and tackle some of the other Indian legends around here. We've plenty to keep you busy, heaven knows." 2. But I was in no mood for advice, and though Compton gave me a pleasant room, I could not sleep a wink through eagerness for the next morning with its chances to see the daytime ghost and to question the Indians at the reservation. I meant to go about the whole thing slowly and thoroughly, equipping myself with all available data, both white and red, before I commenced any actual archaeological investigations. I rose and dressed at dawn, and when I heard others stirring, I went downstairs. Compton was building the kitchen fire, while his mother was busy in the pantry. When he saw me, he nodded, and after a moment invited me out into the glamorous young sunlight. I knew where we were going, and as we walked along the lane, I strained my eyes westward over the plains. There was the mound, far away and very curious in its aspect of artificial regularity. It must have been from 30 to 40 feet high, and all of 100 yards from north to south as I looked at it. It was not as wide as that from east to west, Compton said, but had the contour of a rather thinnish ellipse. He, I knew, had been safely out to it and back several times. As I looked at the rim silhouetted against the deep blue of the west, I tried to follow its minor irregularities, and became impressed with a sense of something moving upon it. My pulse mounted a bit feverishly, and I seized quickly on the high-powered binoculars which Compton had quietly offered me. Focusing them hastily, I saw at first only a tangle of underbrush on the distant mound's rim, and then something stalked into the field. It was unmistakably a human shape, and I knew at once that I was seeing the daytime Indian ghost. I did not wonder at the description, for surely the tall, lean, darkly robed being with the filleted black hair and seamed coppery, expressionless, aquiline face looked more like an Indian than anything else in my previous experience. And yet my trained ethnologist's eye told me at once that this was no redskin of any sort hitherto known to history, but a creature of vast racial variation and of a wholly different culture stream. Modern Indians are brachycephalic, round-headed, and you can't find any dolichocephalic or long-headed skulls except in ancient Pueblo deposits dating back 2,500 years or more. Yet this man's long-headedness was so pronounced that I recognized it at once, even at his vast distance and in the uncertain field of the binoculars. I saw, too, that the pattern of his robe represented a decorative tradition utterly remote from anything we recognize in southwestern native art. There were shining metal trappings likewise, and a short sword or kindred weapon at his side, all wrought in a fashion wholly alien to anything I had ever heard of. As he paced back and forth along the top of the mound, I followed him for several minutes with the glass, noting the kinesthetic quality of his stride and the poised way he carried his head, and there was borne in upon me the strong, persistent conviction that this man, whoever or whatever he might be, was certainly not a savage. He was the product of a civilization, I felt instinctively, though of what civilization I could not guess. At length he disappeared beyond the farther edge of the mound, as if descending the opposite and unseen slope, and I lowered the glass with a curious mixture of puzzled feelings. Compton was looking quizzically at me, and I nodded noncommittally. "What do you make of that?" he ventured. "This is what we've seen here in Bingo every day of our lives." That noon found me at the Indian reservation, talking with old Grey Eagle, who, through some miracle, was still alive, though he must have been close to 150 years old. He was a strange, impressive figure, this stern, fearless leader of his kind who had talked with outlaws and traders in fringed buckskin and French officials in knee breeches and three-cornered hats, and I was glad to see that, because of my air of deference toward him, he appeared to like me. His liking, however, took an unfortunately obtrusive form as soon as he learned what I wanted, for all he would do was to warn me against the search I was about to make. "You good boy, you no bother that hill. Bad medicine, plenty devil under there. Catch 'em when you dig. No dig, no hurt. Go and dig, no come back. Just same when me boy. Just same when my father and he father boy. Old time book he walk in day, squaw with no head she walk in night. Old time since white man with tin coats they come from Sunset and below Big River. Long way back. 3-4 times more back than Grey Eagle. 2 times more back than Frenchman. All same after then. More back than that. Nobody go near little hills nor deep valleys with stone caves. Still more back. Those old ones no hide. Come out and make villages. Bring plenty gold. Me them, you them. Then big waters come. All change. Nobody come out. Let nobody in. Get in, no get out. They no die, no get old like Grey Eagle, with valleys in face and snow on head. Just same like air, some man, some spirit. Bad medicine. Sometimes at night spirit come out on half man, half horse with horn and fight where men once fight. Keep way them place, no good. You good boy, go away and let them old ones alone. That was all I could get out of the ancient chief, and the rest of the Indians would say nothing at all. But if I was troubled, Grey Eagle was clearly more so, for he obviously felt a real regret at the thought of my invading the region he feared so abjectly. As I turned to leave the reservation, he stopped me for a final ceremonial farewell, and once more tried to get my promise to abandon my search. When he saw that he could not, he produced something half timidly from a buckskin pouch he wore, and extended it toward me very solemnly. It was a worn but finely minted metal disc about 2 inches in diameter, oddly figured and perforated, and suspended from a leathern cord. "You no promise, then Grey Eagle no can tell what get you. But if anything help 'em, this good medicine. Come from my father, he get from he father, he get from he father, all way back, close to Tirawa, old men's father. My father say, you keep way from those old ones. Keep way from little hills and valleys with stone caves. But if old ones they come out to get you, then you show 'em this medicine. They know. They make him long way back. They look, then they know do such bad medicine maybe. But no can tell. You keep way just same. Them no good. No tell what they do." As he spoke, Grey Eagle was hanging the thing around my neck, and I saw it was a very curious object indeed. The more I looked at it, the more I marveled, for not only was its heavy, darkish, lustrous, and richly mottled substance an absolutely strange metal to me, but what was left of its design seemed to be of a marvelously artistic and utterly unknown workmanship. One side, so far as I could see, had borne an exquisitely modelled serpent design, whilst the other side had depicted a kind of octopus or other tentacled monster. There were some half-effaced hieroglyphs, too, of a kind which no archaeologist could identify or even place conjecturally. With Grey Eagle's permission, I later had expert historians, anthropologists, geologists, and chemists pass carefully upon the disk, but from them I obtained only a chorus of bafflement. It defied either classification or analysis. The chemists called it an amalgam of unknown metallic elements of heavy atomic weight, and one geologist suggested that the substance must be of meteoric origin, shot from unknown gulfs of interstellar space. Whether it really saved my life, or sanity, or existence as a human being, I cannot attempt to say, but Grey Eagle is sure of it. He has it again now, and I wonder if it has any connection with his inordinate age. All his fathers who had it lived far beyond the century mark, perishing only in battle. Is it possible that Grey Eagle, if kept from accidents, will never die? But I am ahead of my story. When I returned to the village, I tried to secure more mound lore, but found only excited gossip and opposition. It was really flattering to see how solicitous the people were about my safety, but I had to set their almost frantic remonstrances aside. I showed them Grey Eagle's charm, but none of them had ever heard of it before, or seen anything even remotely like it. They agreed that it could not be an Indian relic, and imagined that the old chief's ancestors must have obtained it from some trader. When they saw they could not deter me from my trip, the Binga citizens sadly did what they could to aid my outfitting. Having known before my arrival the sort of work to be done, I had most of my supplies already with me: machete and trench knife for shrub clearing and excavating, electric torches for any underground phase which might develop, rope, field glasses, tape measure, microscope, and incidentals for emergencies, as much, in fact, as might be comfortably stowed in a convenient handbag. To this equipment, I added only the heavy revolver, which the sheriff forced upon me, and the pick and shovel, which I thought might expedite my work. I decided to carry these latter things slung over my shoulder with a stout cord, for I soon saw that I could not hope for any helpers or fellow explorers. The village would watch me, no doubt, with all its available telescopes and field glasses, but it would not send any citizen so much as a yard over the flat plain toward the lone hillock. My start was timed for early the next morning, and all the rest of that day I was treated with the awed and uneasy respect which people give to a man about to set out for certain doom. When morning came, a cloudy though not a threatening morning, the whole village turned out to see me start across the dust-blown plain. Binoculars showed the lone man at his usual pacing on the mound, and I resolved to keep him in sight as steadily as possible during my approach. At the last moment, a vague sense of dread oppressed me, and I was just weak and whimsical enough to let Grey Eagle's talisman swing on my chest, in full view of any beings or ghosts who might be inclined to heed it. Bidding au revoir to Compton and his mother, I started off at a brisk stride, despite the bag in my left hand and the clanking pick and shovel strapped to my back, holding my field glass in my right hand and taking a glance at the silent pacer from time to time. As I neared the mound, I saw the man very clearly, and fancied I could trace an expression of infinite evil and decadence on his seamed, hairless features. I was startled, too, to see that his goldenly gleaming weapon case bore hieroglyphs very similar to those on the unknown talisman I wore. All the creature's costume and trappings bespoke exquisite workmanship and cultivation. Then, all too abruptly, I saw him start down the farther side of the mound and out of sight. When I reached the place, about 10 minutes after I set out, there was no one there. There is no need of relating how I spent the early part of my search in surveying and circumnavigating the mound, taking measurements, and stepping back to view the thing from different angles. It had impressed me tremendously as I approached it. and there seemed to be a kind of latent menace in its two regular outlines. It was the only elevation of any sort on the wide, level plain, and I could not doubt for a moment that it was an artificial tumulus. The steep sides seemed wholly unbroken, and without marks of human tenancy or passage. There were no signs of a path toward the top, and burdened as I was, I managed to scramble up only with considerable difficulty. When I reached the summit, I found a roughly level elliptical plateau, about 300 by 50 feet in dimensions, uniformly covered with rank grass and dense underbrush, and utterly incompatible with the constant presence of a pacing sentinel. This condition gave me a real shock, for it showed beyond question that the old Indian, vivid though he seemed, could not be other than a collective hallucination. I looked about with considerable perplexity and alarm, glancing wistfully back at the village and the mass of black dots which I knew was the watching crowd. Training my glass upon them, I saw that they were studying me avidly with their glasses, so to reassure them I waved my cap in the air with a show of jauntiness, which I was far from feeling. Then, settling to my work, I flung down pick, shovel, and bag, taking my machete from the latter and commencing to clear away underbrush. It was a weary task, and now and then I felt a curious shiver, as some perverse gust of wind arose to hamper my motion with a skill approaching deliberateness. At times, it seemed as if a half-tangible force were pushing me back as I worked, almost as if the air thickened in front of me, or as if formless hands tugged at my wrists. My energy seemed used up without producing adequate results. Yet for all that, I made some progress. By afternoon, I had clearly perceived that, toward the northern end of the mound, there was a slight bowl-like depression in the root-tangled earth. While this might mean nothing, it would be a good place to begin when I reached the digging stage, and I made a mental note of it. At the same time, I noticed another and very peculiar thing, namely that the Indian talisman swinging from my neck seemed to behave oddly at a point about 17 feet southeast of the suggested bowl. Its gyrations were altered whenever I happened to stoop around that point, and it tugged downward, as if attracted by some magnetism in the soil. The more I noticed this, the more it struck me, till at length I decided to do a little preliminary digging there, without further delay. As I turned up the soil with my trench knife, I could not help wondering at the relative thinness of the reddish regional layer. The country as a whole was all red sandstone earth, but here I found a strange black loam less than a foot down. It was such soil as one finds in the strange, deep valleys farther west and south, and must surely have been brought from a considerable distance in the prehistoric age, when the mound was reared. Kneeling and digging, I felt the leathern cord around my neck tugged harder and harder, as something in the soil seemed to draw the heavy metal talisman more and more. Then I felt my implement strike a hard surface, and wondered if a rock layer rested beneath. Prying about with the trench knife, I found that such was not the case. Instead, to my intense surprise and feverish interest, I brought up a mold-clogged, heavy object of cylindrical shape, about a foot long and 4 inches in diameter, to which my hanging talisman clove with glue-like tenacity. As I cleared off the black loam, my wonder and tension increased at the bas-reliefs revealed by that process. The whole cylinder, ends and all, was covered with figures and hieroglyphs, and I saw with growing excitement that these things were in the same unknown tradition as those on Grey Eagle's charm and on the yellow metal trappings of the ghost I had seen through my binoculars. Sitting down, I further cleaned the magnetic cylinder against the rough corduroy of my knickerbockers, and observed that it was made of the same heavy, lustrous, unknown metal as the charm, hence, no doubt, the singular attraction. The carvings and chasings were very strange and very horrible, nameless monsters and designs fraught with insidious evil, and all were of the highest finish and craftsmanship. I could not at first make head or tail of the thing, and handled it aimlessly until I spied a cleavage near one end. Then I sought eagerly for some mode of opening, discovering at last that the end simply unscrewed. The cap yielded with difficulty, but at last it came off, liberating a curious aromatic odor. The sole contents was a bulky roll of a yellowish, paper-like substance, inscribed in greenish characters, and for a second I had the supreme thrill of fancying that I held a written key to unknown elder worlds and abysses beyond time. Almost immediately, however, the unrolling of one end showed that the manuscript was in Spanish, albeit the formal, pompous Spanish of a long-departed day. In the golden sunset light I looked at the heading and the opening paragraph, trying to decipher the wretched and ill-punctuated script of the vanished writer. What manner of relic was this? Upon what sort of discovery had I stumbled? The first word set me in a new fury of excitement and curiosity, for instead of diverting me from my original quest, they startlingly confirmed me in that very effort. The yellow scroll with the green script began with a bold, identifying caption and a ceremoniously desperate appeal for belief in incredible revelations to follow. Relación de Pánfilo de Zamacona y Núñez, Hidalgo de Luaca en Asturias, tocante al mundo soterráneo de Zinyan, AD 1545. El nombre de la Santísima Trinidad, Padre, Hijo y Espíritu Santo, tres personas distintas sean solo. Dios verdadero y de la Santísima Virgen Nuestra Señora, yo Pánfilo de Zamacona, hijo de Pedro Guzmán y Zamacona, Hidalgo y de la Doña, Inés Alvarado y Núñez, de Luaca en Asturias, juro para que todo quedeco es verdadero como sacramento. I paused to reflect on the portentous significance of what I was reading. The narrative of Panfilo de Zamacona y Núñez, gentleman of Luaca in Asturias, concerning the subterranean world of Zinyan, AD 1545. Here, surely, was too much for any mind to absorb all at once. A subterranean world. Again that persistent idea, which filtered through all the Indian tales and through all the utterances of those who had come back from the mound. And the date, 1545. What could this mean? In 1540, Coronado and his men had gone north from Mexico into the wilderness, but had they not turned back in 1542? My eye ran questingly down the open part of the scroll, and almost at once seized on the name Francisco Vázquez de Coronado. The writer of this thing, clearly, was one of Coronado's men, but what had he been doing in this remote realm 3 years after his party had gone back? I must read further, for another glance told me that what was now unrolled was merely a summary of Coronado's northward march, differing in no essential way from the account known to history. It was only the waning light which checked me before I could unroll and read more, and in my impatient bafflement, I almost forgot to be frightened at the onrush of night in this sinister place. Others, however, had not forgotten the lurking terror, for I heard a loud, distant hallooing from a knot of men who had gathered at the edge of the town. Answering the anxious hail, I restored the manuscript to its strange cylinder, to which the disc around my neck still clung, until I pried it off and packed it and my smaller implements for departure. Leaving the pick and shovel for the next day's work, I took up my handbag, scrambled down the steep side of the mound, and in another quarter hour was back in the village explaining and exhibiting my curious find. As darkness drew on, I glanced back at the mound I had so lately left, and saw with a shudder that the faint bluish torch of the nocturnal squaw ghost had begun to glimmer. It was hard work waiting to get at the bygone Spaniard's narrative, but I knew I must have quiet and leisure for a good translation, so reluctantly saved the task for the later hours of night. Promising the townsfolk a clear account of my findings in the morning, and giving them an ample opportunity to examine the bizarre and provocative cylinder, I accompanied Clyde Compton home and ascended to my room for the translating process as soon as I possibly could. My host and his mother were intensely eager to hear the tale, but I thought they had better wait till I could thoroughly absorb the text myself and give them the gist concisely and unerringly. Opening my handbag in the light of a single electric bulb, I again took out the cylinder and noted the instant magnetism which pulled the Indian talisman to its carven surface. The designs glimmered evilly on the richly lustrous and unknown metal, and I could not help shivering as I studied the abnormal and blasphemous forms that leered at me with such exquisite workmanship. I wish now that I had carefully photographed all these designs, though perhaps it is just as well that I did not. Of one thing I am really glad, and that is that I could not then identify the squatting, octopus-headed thing which dominated most of the ornate cartouches, and which the manuscript called Tulu. Recently, I have associated it, and the legends in the manuscript connected with it, with some newfound folklore of monstrous and unmentioned Cthulhu, a horror which seeped down from the stars while the young earth was still half-formed, and had I known of the connection then, I could not have stayed in the same room with the thing. The secondary motif, a semi-anthropomorphic serpent, I did quite readily place as a prototype of the Yig, Quetzalcoatl, and Kukulkan conceptions. Before opening the cylinder, I tested its magnetic powers on metals other than that of Grey Eagle's disk, but found that no attraction existed. It was no common magnetism which pervaded this morbid fragment of unknown worlds and linked it to its kind. At last I took out the manuscript and began translating, jotting down a synoptic outline in English as I went, and now and then regretting the absence of a Spanish dictionary when I came upon some especially obscure or archaic word or construction. There was a sense of ineffable strangeness in thus being thrown back nearly 4 centuries in the midst of my continuous quest, thrown back to a year when my own forebears were settled, homekeeping gentlemen of Somerset and Devon under Henry VIII, with never a thought of the adventure that was to take their blood to Virginia and the New World, yet when that New World possessed, even as now, the same brooding mystery of the mound which formed my present sphere and horizon. The sense of a throwback was all the stronger because I felt instinctively that the common problem of the Spaniard and myself was one of such abysmal timelessness, of such unholy and unearthly eternity, that the scant 400 years between us bulked as nothing in comparison. It took no more than a single look at that monstrous and insidious cylinder to make me realize the dizzying gulfs that yawned between all men of the known earth and the primal mysteries it represented. Before that gulf, Pamphilo de Zamacona and I stood side by side, just as Aristotle and I, or Cheops and I, might have stood. 3. Of his youth in Luarca, a small, placid port on the Bay of Biscay, Zamacona told little. He had been wild, and a younger son, and had come to New Spain in 1532, when only 20 years old. Sensitively imaginative, he had listened spellbound to the floating rumors of rich cities and unknown worlds to the north, and especially to the tale of the Franciscan friar Marcos de Niza, who came back from a trip in 1539 with glowing accounts of fabulous Cibola and its great walled towns and terraced stone houses. Hearing of Coronado's contemplated expedition in search of these wonders, and of the greater wonders whispered to lie beyond them in the land of buffaloes, young Zamacona managed to join the picked party of 300 and started north with the rest in 1540. History knows the story of that expedition, how Cibola was found to be merely the squalid pueblo village of Zuni, and how Deniza was sent back to Mexico in disgrace for his florid exaggerations, how Coronado first saw the Grand Canyon, and how at Sicuya, on the Pecos, he heard from the Indian called El Turco of the rich and mysterious land of Quivira, far to the northeast, where gold, silver, and buffaloes abounded, and where there flowed a river 2 leagues wide. Zamacona told briefly of the winter camp at Tigwe on the Pecos, and of the northward start in April, when the native guide proved false and led the party astray amidst a land of prairie dogs, salt pools, and roving bison-hunting tribes. When Coronado dismissed his larger force and made his final 42-day march with a very small and select detachment, Zamacona managed to be included in the advancing party. He spoke of the fertile country and of the great ravines with trees visible only from the edge of their steep banks, and of how all the men lived solely on buffalo meat. And then came mention of the expedition's farthest limit, of the presumable but disappointing land of Quivira, with its villages of grass houses, its brooks and rivers, its good black soil, its plums, nuts, grapes, and mulberries, and its maize-growing and copper-using Indians. The execution of El Turco, the false native guide, was casually touched upon, and there was a mention of the cross which Coronado raised on the bank of a great river in the autumn of 1541, a cross bearing the inscription, "Thus far came the great general, Francisco Vasquez de Coronado." This supposed Quivira lay at about the 40th parallel of north latitude, and I see that quite lately the New York archaeologist Dr. Hodge has identified it with the course of the Arkansas River through Barton and Rice counties, Kansas. It is the old home of the Wichitas, before the Sioux drove them south into what is now Oklahoma, and some of the grass house village sites have been found and excavated for artifacts. Coronado did considerable exploring hereabouts, led hither and thither by the persistent rumors of rich cities and hidden worlds, which floated fearfully around on the Indians' tongues. These northerly natives seemed more afraid and reluctant to talk about the rumored cities and worlds than the Mexican Indians had been, yet at the same time seemed as if they could reveal a good deal more than the Mexicans, had they been willing or dared to do so. Their vagueness exasperated the Spanish leader, and after many disappointing searches he began to be very severe toward those who brought him stories. Zamacona, more patient than Coronado, found the tales especially interesting, and learned enough of the local speech to hold long conversations with a young buck named Charging Buffalo, whose curiosity had led him into much stranger places than any of his fellow tribesmen had dared to penetrate. It was Charging Buffalo who told Zamacona of the queer stone doorways, gates, or cave mouths at the bottom of some of those deep, steep, wooded ravines which the party had noticed on the northward march. These openings, he said, were mostly concealed by shrubbery, and few had entered them for untold eons. Those who went to where they led never returned, or in a few cases returned mad or curiously maimed. But all this was legend, for nobody was known to have gone more than a limited distance inside any of them within the memory of the grandfathers of the oldest living men. Charging Buffalo himself had probably been farther than anyone else, and he had seen enough to curb both his curiosity and his greed for the rumored gold below. Beyond the aperture he had entered, there was a long passage running crazily up and down and round about, and covered with frightful carvings of monsters and horrors that no man had ever seen. At last, after untold miles of windings and descents, there was a glow of terrible blue light, and the passage opened upon a shocking nether world. About this the Indian would say no more, for he had seen something that had sent him back in haste. But the golden cities must be somewhere down there, he added, and perhaps a white man with the magic of the thunderstick might succeed in getting to them. He would not tell the big chief Coronado what he knew, for Coronado would not listen to Indian talk any more. Yes, he could show Zamacona the way if the white man would leave the party and accept his guidance, but he would not go inside the opening with the white man. It was bad in there. The place was about a 5 days' march to the south, near the region of great mounds. These mounds had something to do with the evil world down there. They were probably ancient closed-up passages to it, for once the old ones below had had colonies on the surface and had traded with men everywhere, even in the lands that had sunk under the big waters. It was when those lands had sunk that the old ones closed themselves up below and refused to deal with surface people. The refugees from the sinking places had told them that the gods of Outer Earth were against men, and that no men could survive on the Outer Earth unless they were demons in league with the evil gods. That is why they shut out all surface folk, and did fearful things to any who ventured down where they dwelt. There had been sentries once at the various openings, but after ages they were no longer needed. Not many people cared to talk about the hidden old ones, and the legends about them would probably have died out but for certain ghostly reminders of their presence now and then. It seemed that the infinite ancientness of these creatures had brought them strangely near to the borderline of spirit, so that their ghostly emanations were more commonly frequent and vivid. Accordingly, the region of the Great Mounds was often convulsed with spectral nocturnal battles, reflecting those which had been fought in the days before the openings were closed. The old ones themselves were half ghost. Indeed, it was said that they no longer grew old or reproduced their kind, but flickered eternally in a state between flesh and spirit. The change was not complete, though, for they had to breathe. It was because the underground world needed air that the openings in the deep valleys were not blocked up as the mound openings on the plains had been. These openings, Charging Buffalo added, were probably based on natural fissures in the earth. It was whispered that the old ones had come down from the stars to the world when it was very young, and had gone inside to build their cities of solid gold because the surface was not then fit to live on. They were the ancestors of all men, yet none could guess from what star, or what place beyond the stars, they came. Their hidden cities were still full of gold and silver, but men had better let them alone, unless protected by very strong magic. They had frightful beasts with a faint strain of human blood, on which they rode, and which they employed for other purposes. The things, so people hinted, were carnivorous, and like their masters, preferred human flesh, so that although the old ones themselves did not breed, they had a sort of half-human slave class, which also served to nourish the human and animal population. This had been very oddly recruited, and was supplemented by a second slave class of reanimated corpses. The old ones knew how to make a corpse into an automaton, which would last almost indefinitely, and perform any sort of work when directed by streams of thought. Charging Buffalo said that the people had all come to talk by means of thought only, speech having been found crude and needless, except for religious devotions and emotional expression, as eons of discovery and study rolled by. They worshipped Yig, the great father of serpents, and Tulu, the octopus-headed entity that had brought them down from the stars, appeasing both of these hideous monstrosities by means of human sacrifices offered up in a very curious manner, which Charging Buffalo did not care to describe. Zamacona was held spellbound by the Indian's tale, and at once resolved to accept his guidance to the cryptic doorway in the ravine. He did not believe the accounts of strange ways attributed by legend to the hidden people, for the experiences of the party had been such as to disillusion one regarding native myths of unknown lands, but he did feel that some sufficiently marvelous field of riches and adventure must indeed lie beyond the weirdly carved passages in the earth. At first he thought of persuading Charging Buffalo to tell his story to Coronado, offering to shield him against any effects of the leader's testy skepticism, but later he decided that a lone adventure would be better. If he had no aid, he would not have to share anything he found, but might perhaps become a great discoverer and owner of fabulous riches. Success would make him a greater figure than Coronado himself, perhaps a greater figure than anyone else in New Spain, including even the mighty viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza. On October 7th, 1541, at an hour close to midnight, Zamacona stole out of the Spanish camp near the Grass House village and met charging buffalo for the long southward journey. He traveled as lightly as possible and did not wear his heavy helmet and breastplate. Of the details of the trip, the manuscript told very little, but Zamacona records his arrival at the Great Ravine on October 13th. The descent of the thickly wooded slope took no great time, and though the Indian had trouble in locating the shrubbery-hidden stone door again amidst the twilight of that deep gorge, the place was finally found. It was a very small aperture, as doorways go, formed of monolithic sandstone jambs and lintel, and bearing signs of nearly effaced and now undecipherable carvings. Its height was perhaps 7 feet, and its width not more than 4. There were drilled places in the jambs which argued the bygone presence of a hinged door or gate, but all other traces of such a thing had long since vanished. At sight of this black gulf, Charging Buffalo displayed considerable fear and threw down his pack of supplies with signs of haste. He had provided Zamacona with a good stock of resinous torches and provisions, and had guided him honestly and well, but refused to share in the venture that lay ahead. Zamacona gave him the trinkets he had kept for such an occasion, and obtained his promise to return to the region in a month, afterwards showing the way southward to the Pecos Pueblo villages. A prominent rock on the plain above them was chosen as a meeting place, the one arriving first to pitch camp until the other should arrive. In the manuscript, Zamacona expressed a wistful wonder as to the Indian's length of waiting at the rendezvous, for he himself could never keep that tryst. At the last moment, Charging Buffalo tried to dissuade him from his plunge into the darkness, but soon saw it was futile, and gestured a stoical farewell. Before lighting his first torch and entering the opening with his ponderous pack, the Spaniard watched the lean form of the Indian scrambling hastily and rather relievedly upward among the trees. It was the cutting of his last link with the world, though he did not know that he was never to see a human being, in the accepted sense of that term, again. Zamacona felt no immediate premonition of evil upon entering that ominous doorway, though from the first he was surrounded by a bizarre and unwholesome atmosphere. The passage, slightly taller and wider than the aperture, was for many yards a level tunnel of cyclopean masonry, with heavily worn flagstones underfoot, and grotesquely carved granite and sandstone blocks in sides and ceiling. The carvings must have been loathsome and terrible indeed, to judge from Zamacona's description, according to which most of them revolved around the monstrous beings Yig and Tulu. They were unlike anything the adventurer had ever seen before, though he added that the native architecture of Mexico came closest to them of all things in the outer world. After some distance, the tunnel began to dip abruptly, and irregular natural rock appeared on all sides. The passage seemed only partly artificial, and decorations were limited to occasional cartouches and shocking bas-reliefs. Following an enormous descent, whose steepness at times produced an acute danger of slipping and tobogganing, the passage became exceedingly uncertain in its direction and variable in its contour. At times it narrowed almost to a slit, or grew so low that stooping and even crawling were necessary, while at other times it broadened out into sizable caves or chains of caves. Very little human construction, it was plain, had gone into this part of the tunnel, though occasionally a sinister cartouche or hieroglyphic on the wall or a blocked-up lateral passageway would remind Zamacona that this was in truth the eon-forgotten highroad to a primal and unbelievable world of living things. For 3 days, as best as he could reckon, Panfilo de Zamacona scrambled down, up, along, and around, but always predominantly downward, through this dark region of Paleogean night. Once in a while he heard some secret being of darkness patter or flap out of his way, and on just one occasion he half glimpsed a great, bleached thing that set him trembling. The quality of the air was mostly very tolerable, though fetid zones were now and then met with, while one great cavern of stalactites and stalagmites afforded a depressing dampness. This latter, when Charging Buffalo had come upon it, had quite seriously barred the way, since the limestone deposits of ages had built fresh pillars in the path of the primordial abyss denizens. The Indian, however, had broken through these, so that Zamacona did not find his course impeded. It was an unconscious comfort to him to reflect that someone else from the outside world had been there before, and the Indian's careful descriptions had removed the element of surprise and unexpectedness. More, Charging Buffalo's knowledge of the tunnel had led him to provide so good a torch supply for the journey in and out that there would be no danger of becoming stranded in darkness. Zamacona camped twice, building a fire whose smoke seemed well taken care of by the natural ventilation. At what he considered the end of the third day, though his cocksure guesswork chronology is not at any time to be given the easy faith that he gave it, Zamacona encountered the prodigious descent and subsequent prodigious climb, which Charging Buffalo had described as the tunnel's last phase. As at certain earlier points, marks of artificial improvement were here discernible, and several times the steep gradient was eased by a flight of rough-hewn steps. The torch showed more and more of the monstrous carvings on the walls, and finally, the resinous flare seemed mixed with a fainter and more diffusive light as Zamacona climbed up and up after the last downward stairway. At length, the ascent ceased, and a level passage of artificial masonry with dark, basaltic blocks led straight ahead. There was no need for a torch now, for all the air was glowing with a bluish, quasi-electric radiance that flickered like an aurora. It was the strange light of the inner world that the Indian had described, and in another moment, Zamacona emerged from the tunnel upon a bleak, rocky hillside, which climbed above him to a seething, impenetrable sky of bluish coruscations, and descended dizzily below him to an apparently illimitable plain, shrouded in bluish mist. He had come to the unknown world at last, and from his manuscript, it is clear that he viewed the formless landscape as proudly and exultedly as ever his fellow countryman Balboa viewed the newfound Pacific from that unforgettable peak in Darien. Charging Buffalo had turned back at this point, driven by fear of something which he would only describe vaguely and evasively as a herd of bad cattle, neither horse nor buffalo, but like the things the mound spirits rode at night. But Zamacona could not be deterred by any such trifle. Instead of fear, a strange sense of glory filled him, for he had imagination enough to know what it meant to stand alone in an inexplicable netherworld whose existence no other white man suspected. The soil of the great hill that surged upward behind him and spread steeply downward below him was dark gray, rock-strewn, without vegetation, and probably basaltic in origin, with an unearthly cast which made him feel like an intruder on an alien planet. The vast, distant plain, thousands of feet below, had no features he could distinguish, especially since it appeared to be largely veiled in a curling bluish vapor. But more than hill or plain or cloud, the bluely luminous, coruscating sky impressed the adventurer with a sense of supreme wonder and mystery. What created this sky within a world he could not tell, though he knew of the northern lights and had even seen them once or twice. He concluded that this subterraneous light was something vaguely akin to the aurora, a view which moderns may well endorse, though it seems likely that certain phenomena of radioactivity may also enter in. At Zamacona's back, the mouth of the tunnel he had traversed yawned darkly, defined by a stone doorway very like the one he had entered in the world above, save that it was of a grayish, black basalt instead of red sandstone. There were hideous sculptures, still in good preservation, and perhaps corresponding to those on the outer portal, which time had largely weathered away. The absence of weathering here argued a dry, temperate climate. Indeed, the Spaniard already began to note the delightfully spring-like stability of temperature, which marks the air of the North's interior. On the stone jambs were works proclaiming the bygone presence of hinges, but of any actual door or gate no trace remained. Seating himself for rest and thought, Zamacona lightened his pack by removing an amount of food and torches sufficient to take him back through the tunnel. These he proceeded to cache at the opening, under a cairn hastily formed of the rock fragments which everywhere lay around. Then, readjusting his lightened pack, he commenced his descent toward the distant plain, preparing to invade a region which no living thing of outer earth had penetrated in a century or more, which no white man had ever penetrated, and from which, if legend were to be believed, no organic creature had ever returned sane. Zamacona strode briskly along down the steep, interminable slope, his progress checked at times by the bad walking that came from loose rock fragments, or by the excessive precipitousness of the grade. The distance of the mist-shrouded plain must have been enormous, for many hours' walking brought him apparently no closer to it than he had been before. Behind him was always the great hill stretching upward into a bright aerial sea of bluish coruscations. Silence was universal, so that his own footsteps and the fall of stones that he dislodged struck on his ears with startling distinctness. It was at what he regarded as about noon that he first saw the abnormal footprints, which set him to thinking of charging buffaloes' terrible hints, precipitate flight, and strangely abiding terror. The rock-strewn nature of the soil gave few opportunities for tracks of any kind, but at one point a rather level interval had caused the loose detritus to accumulate in a ridge, leaving a considerable area of dark grey loam absolutely bare. Here, in a rambling confusion indicating a large herd aimlessly wandering, Zamacona found the abnormal prints. It is to be regretted that he could not describe them more exactly, but the manuscript displayed far more vague fear than accurate observation. Just what it was that so frightened the Spaniard can only be inferred from his later hints regarding the beasts. He referred to the prints as not hooves, nor hands, nor feet, nor precisely paws, nor so large as to cause alarm on that account. Just why or how long ago the things had been there was not easy to guess. There was no vegetation visible, hence grazing was out of the question. But of course if the beasts were carnivorous, they might well have been hunting smaller animals, whose tracks their own would tend to obliterate. Glancing backward from this plateau to the heights above, Zamacona thought he detected traces of a great winding road, which had once led from the tunnel downward to the plain. One could get the impression of this former highway only from a broad panoramic view, since a trickle of loose rock fragments had long ago obscured it, but the adventurer felt none the less certain that it had existed. It had not, probably, been an elaborately paved trunk route, for the small tunnel it reached seemed scarcely like a main avenue to the outer world. In choosing a straight path of descent, Zamacona had not followed its curving course, though he must have crossed it once or twice. With his attention now called to it, he looked ahead to see if he could trace it downward toward the plain, and this he finally thought he could do. He resolved to investigate its surface when next he crossed it, and perhaps to pursue its line for the rest of the way, if he could distinguish it. Having resumed his journey, Zamacona came some time later upon what he thought was a bend of the ancient road. There were signs of grading and of some primal attempt at rock surfacing, but not enough was left to make the route worth following. While rummaging about in the soil with his sword, the Spaniard turned up something that glittered in the eternal blue daylight, and was thrilled at beholding a kind of coin or medal of a dark, unknown, lustrous metal with hideous designs on each side. It was utterly and bafflingly alien to him, and from his description I have no doubt but that it was a duplicate of the talisman given me by Grey Eagle almost 4 centuries afterward. Pocketing it after a long and curious examination, he strode onward, finally pitching camp at an hour which he guessed to be the evening of the outer world. The next day, Zamakona rose early and resumed his descent through this blue-litten world of mist and desolation and preternatural silence. As he advanced, he at last became able to distinguish a few objects on the distant plain below: trees, bushes, rocks, and a small river that came into view from the right and curved forward at a point to the left of his contemplated course. This river seemed to be spanned by a bridge connected with the descending roadway, and with care the explorer could trace the route of the road beyond it in a straight line over the plain. Finally, he even thought he could detect towns scattered along the rectilinear ribbon, towns whose left-hand edges reached the river and sometimes crossed it. Where such crossings occurred, he saw as he descended, there were always signs of bridges either ruined or surviving. He was now in the midst of a sparse grassy vegetation, and saw that below him the growth became thicker and thicker. The road was easier to define now, since its surface discouraged the grass, which the looser soil supported. Rock fragments were less frequent, and the barren upward vista behind him looked bleak and forbidding, in contrast to his present milieu. It was on this day that he saw the blurred mass moving over the distant plain. Since his first sight of the sinister footprints, he had met with no more of these, but something about that slowly and deliberately moving mass peculiarly sickened him. Nothing but a herd of grazing animals could move just like that, and after seeing the footprints, he did not wish to meet the things which had made them. Still, the moving mass was not near the road, and his curiosity and greed for fabled gold were great. Besides, who could really judge things from vague, jumbled footprints, or from the panic-twisted hints of an ignorant Indian? In straining his eyes to view the moving mass, Zamakona became aware of several other interesting things. One was that certain parts of the now unmistakable towns glittered oddly in the misty blue light. Another was that, besides the towns, several similarly glittering structures of a more isolated sort were scattered here and there along the road and over the plain. They seemed to be embowered in clumps of vegetation, and those off the road had small avenues leading to the highway. No smoke or other signs of life could be discerned about any of the towns or buildings. Finally, Zamakona saw that the plain was not infinite in extent, though the half-concealing blue mists had hitherto made it seem so. It was bounded in the remote distance by a range of low hills, toward a gap in which the river and roadway seemed to lead. All this, especially the glittering of certain pinnacles in the towns, had become very vivid when Zamakona pitched his second camp amidst the endless blue day. He likewise noticed the flocks of high-soaring birds, whose nature he could not clearly make out. The next afternoon, to use the language of the outer world as the manuscript did at all times, Zamakona reached the silent plain and crossed the soundless, slow-running river on a curiously carved and fairly well-preserved bridge of black basalt. The water was clear and contained large fishes of a wholly strange aspect. The roadway was now paved and somewhat overgrown with weeds and creeping vines, and its course was occasionally outlined by small pillars bearing obscure symbols. On every side the grassy level extended, with here and there a clump of trees or shrubbery, and with unidentifiable bluish flowers growing irregularly over the whole area. Now and then some spasmodic motion of the grass indicated the presence of serpents. In the course of several hours, the traveler reached a grove of old and alien-looking evergreen trees, which he knew from distant viewing protected one of the glittering roofed, isolated structures. Amidst the encroaching vegetation, he saw the hideously sculptured pylons of a stone gateway leading off the road, and was presently forcing his way through briars above a moss-crusted, tessellated walk lined with huge trees and low monolithic pillars. At last, in this hushed green twilight, he saw the crumbling and ineffably ancient facade of the building. A temple, he had no doubt. It was a mass of nauseous bas-reliefs, depicting scenes and beings, objects and ceremonies, which could certainly have no place on this or any sane planet. In hinting of these things, Zamacona displays for the first time that shocked and pious hesitancy which impairs the informative value of the rest of his manuscript. We cannot help regretting that the Catholic ardor of Renaissance Spain had so thoroughly permeated his thought and feeling. The door of the place stood wide open, and absolute darkness filled the windowless interior. Conquering the repulsion which the mural sculptures had excited, Zamacona took out flint and steel, lighted a resinous torch, pushed aside curtaining vines, and sallied boldly across the ominous threshold. For a moment, he was quite stupefied by what he saw. It was not the all-covering dust and cobwebs of immemorial eons, the fluttering winged things, the shriekingly loathsome sculptures on the walls, the bizarre form of the many basins and braziers, the sinister pyramidal altar with the hollow top, or the monstrous, octopus-headed abnormality in some strange, dark metal leering and squatting broodingly on its hieroglyphed pedestal, which robbed him of even the power to give a startled cry. It was nothing so unearthly as this, but merely the fact that, with the exception of the dust, the cobwebs, the winged things, and the gigantic emerald-eyed idol, every particle of substance in sight was composed of pure and evidently solid gold. Even the manuscript, written in retrospect after Zamacona knew that gold is the most common structural metal of a netherworld containing limitless lodes and veins of it, reflects the frenzied excitement which the traveler felt upon suddenly finding the real source of all the Indian legends of golden cities. For a time, the power of detailed observation left him, but in the end his faculties were recalled by a peculiar tugging sensation in the pocket of his doublet. Tracing the feeling, he realized that the disk of strange metal he had found in the abandoned road was being attracted strongly by the vast, octopus-headed, emerald-eyed idol on the pedestal, which he now saw to be composed of the same unknown exotic metal. He was later to learn that this strange magnetic substance, as alien to the inner world as to the outer world of men, is the one precious metal of the blue-lighted abyss. None knows what it is or where it occurs in nature, and the amount of it on this planet came down from the stars with the people when great Tulu, the octopus-headed god, brought them for the first time to this earth. Certainly, its only known source was a stock of pre-existing artifacts, including multitudes of cyclopean idols. It could never be placed or analyzed, and even its magnetism was exerted only on its own kind. It was the supreme ceremonial metal of the hidden people, its use being regulated by custom in such a way that its magnetic properties might cause no inconvenience. A very weakly magnetic alloy of it, with such base metals as iron, gold, silver, copper, or zinc, had formed the sole monetary standard of the hidden people at one period of their history. Zamacona's reflections on the strange idol and its magnetism were disturbed by a tremendous wave of fear as, for the first time in this silent world, he heard a rumble of very definite and obviously approaching sound. There was no mistaking its nature. It was a thunderously charging herd of large animals, and remembering the Indians' panic, the footprints, and the moving mass distantly seen, the Spaniard shuddered in terrified anticipation. He did not analyze his position or the significance of this onrush of great lumbering beings, but merely responded to urge towards self-protection. Charging herds do not stop to find victims in obscure places, and on the outer earth, Zamacona would have felt little or no alarm in such a massive, grove-girt edifice. Some instinct, however, now bred a deep and peculiar terror in his soul, and he looked about frantically for any means of safety. There being no available refuge in the great, gold-patined interior, he felt that he must close the long-disused door, which still hung on its ancient hinges, doubled back against the inner wall. Soil, vines, and moss had entered the opening from outside, so that he had to dig a path for the great gold portal with his sword, but he managed to perform this work very swiftly, under the frightful stimulus of the approaching noise. The hoofbeats had grown still louder and more menacing by the time he began tugging at the heavy door itself, and for a while his fears reached a frantic height as hope of starting the age-clogged metal grew faint. Then, with a creak, the thing responded to his youthful strength, and a frenzied siege of pulling and pushing ensued. Amidst the roar of unseen stampeding feet, success came at last, and the ponderous golden door clanged shut, leaving Zamacona in darkness, but for the single lighted torch he had wedged between the pillars of a basin tripod. There was a latch, and the frightened man blessed his patron saint that it was still effective. Sound alone told the fugitive the sequel. When the roar grew very near, it resolved itself into separate footfalls, as if the evergreen grove had made it necessary for the herd to slacken speed and disperse. But feet continued to approach, and it became evident that the beasts were advancing among the trees and circling the hideously carven temple walls. In the curious deliberation of their tread, Zamacona found something very alarming and repulsive, nor did he like the scuffling sounds which were audible even through the thick stone walls and heavy golden door. Once, the door rattled ominously on its archaic hinges, as if under a heavy impact, but fortunately, it still held. Then, after a seemingly endless interval, he heard retreating steps and realized that his unknown visitors were leaving. Since the herds did not seem to be very numerous, it would have perhaps been safe to venture out within a half hour or less, but Zamacona took no chances. Opening his pack, he prepared his camp on the golden tiles of the temple's floor, with the great door still securely latched against all comers, drifting eventually into a sounder sleep than he could have known in the blue-litten spaces outside. He did not even mind the hellish, octopus-headed bulk of great Tulu, fashioned of unknown metal and leering with fishy, sea-green eyes, which squatted in the blackness above him on its monstrously hieroglyphed pedestal. Surrounded by darkness for the first time since leaving the tunnel, Zamacona slept profoundly and long. He must have more than made up the sleep he had lost at his two previous camps, when the ceaseless glare of the sky had kept him awake despite his fatigue, for much distance was covered by other living feet, while he lay in his healthily dreamless rest. It is well that he rested deeply, for there were many strange things to be encountered in his next period of consciousness. 4. What finally roused Zamacona was a thunderous rapping at the door. It beat through his dreams and dissolved all the lingering mists of drowsiness as soon as he knew what it was. There could be no mistake about it. It was a definite, human and peremptory rapping, performed apparently with some metallic object, and with all the measured quality of conscious thought or will behind it. As the awakening man rose clumsily to his feet, a sharp, vocal note was added to the summons, someone calling out in a not unmusical voice, a formula which the manuscript tries to represent as Oxy Gaiath Can Yakar Relax. Feeling sure that his visitors were men and not demons, and arguing that they could have no reason for considering him an enemy, Zamacona decided to face them openly and at once, and accordingly fumbled with the ancient latch till the golden door creaked open from the pressure of those outside. As the great portal swung back, Zamacona stood facing a group of about 20 individuals of an aspect not calculated to give him alarm. They seemed to be Indians, though their tasteful robes and trappings and swords were not such as he had seen among any of the tribes of the outer world, while their faces had many subtle differences from the Indian type. That they did not mean to be irresponsibly hostile was very clear, for instead of menacing him in any way, they merely probed him attentively and significantly with their eyes, as if they expected their gaze to open up some sort of communication. The longer they gazed, the more he seemed to know about them and their mission, for although no one had spoken since the vocal summons before the opening of the door, he found himself slowly realizing that they had come from the great city beyond the low hills, mounted on animals, and that they had been summoned by animals who had reported his presence, that they were not sure what kind of person he was or just where he had come from, but that they knew he must be associated with that dimly remembered outer world which they sometimes visited in curious dreams. How he read all this in the gaze of the 2 or 3 leaders, he could not possibly explain, though he learned why a moment later. As it was, he attempted to address his visitors in the Wichita dialect he had picked up from charging buffalo, and after this failed to draw a vocal reply, he successively tried the Aztec, Spanish, French, and Latin tongues, adding as many scraps of lame Greek, Galician, and Portuguese, and of the Babel peasant patois of his native Asturias, as his memory could recall. But not even this polyglot array, his entire linguistic stock, could bring a reply in kind. When, however, he paused in perplexity, one of the visitors began speaking in an utterly strange and rather fascinating language whose sounds the Spaniard later had much difficulty in representing on paper. Upon his failure to understand this, the speaker pointed first to his own eyes, then to his forehead, and then to his eyes again, as if commanding the other to gaze at him in order to absorb what he wanted to transmit. Zamacona, obeying, found himself rapidly in possession of certain information. The people, he learned, converse nowadays by means of unvocal radiations of thought, although they had formerly used a spoken language, which still survived as the written tongue, and into which they still dropped orally for tradition's sake or when strong feeling demanded a spontaneous outlet. He could understand them merely by concentrating his attention upon their eyes, and could reply by summoning up a mental image of what he wished to say, and throwing the substance of this into his glance. When the thought speaker paused, apparently inviting a response, Zamacona tried his best to follow the prescribed pattern, but did not appear to succeed very well. So he nodded, and tried to describe himself and his journey by signs. He pointed upward, as if to the outer world, then closed his eyes and made signs as of a mole burrowing. Then he opened his eyes again and pointed downward, in order to indicate his descent of the great slope. Experimentally, he blended a spoken word or two with his gestures, for example, pointing successively to himself and to all of his visitors and saying, "un hombre," and then pointing to himself alone and very carefully pronouncing his individual name, Panfilo de Zamacona. Before the strange conversation was over, a good deal of data had passed in both directions. Zamacona had begun to learn how to throw his thoughts, and had likewise picked up several words of the region's archaic spoken language. His visitors, moreover, had absorbed many beginnings of an elementary Spanish vocabulary. Their own old language was utterly unlike anything the Spaniard had ever heard, though there were times later on when he was to fancy an infinitely remote linkage with the Aztec, as if the latter represented some far stage of corruption or some very thin infiltration of loanwords. The underground world, Zamacona learned, bore an ancient name, which the manuscript records as Zenyan, but which, from the writer's supplementary explanations and diacritical marks, could probably be best represented to Anglo-Saxon ears by the phonetic arrangement Kunyan. It is not surprising that this preliminary discourse did not go beyond the merest essentials, but those essentials were highly important. Zamakona learned that the people of Kunyan were almost infinitely ancient, and that they had come from a distant part of space, where physical conditions are much like those of the Earth. All this, of course, was legend now, and one could not say how much truth was in it, or how much worship was really due to the octopus-headed being Tulu, who had traditionally brought them hither, and whom they still reverenced for aesthetic reasons. But they knew of the outer world, and were indeed the original stock who had peopled it, as soon as its crust was fit to live on. Between glacial ages, they had had some remarkable surface civilizations, especially one at the South Pole, near the mountain Kadath. But sometime infinitely in the past, most of the outer world had sunk beneath the ocean, so that only a few refugees remained to bear the news to Kunyan. This was undoubtedly due to the wrath of space devils, hostile alike to men and to men's gods, for it bore out rumors of a primordially earlier sinking, which had submerged the gods themselves, including great Tulu, who still lay prisoned and dreaming in the watery vaults of the half-cosmic city, Relax. No man not a slave of the space devils, it was argued, could live long on the outer earth, and it was decided that all beings who remained there must be evilly connected. Accordingly, traffic with the lands of sun and starlight abruptly ceased. The subterraneous approaches to Kunyan, or such as could be remembered, were either blocked up or carefully guarded, and all encroachers were treated as dangerous spies and enemies. But this was long ago. With the passing of ages, fewer and fewer visitors came to Kunyan, and eventually sentries ceased to be maintained at the unblocked approaches. The mass of the people forgot, except through distorted memories and myths and some very singular dreams, that an outer world existed, though educated folk never ceased to recall the essential facts. The last visitors ever recorded, centuries in the past, had not even been treated as devil spies, faith in the old legendary having long before died out. They had been questioned eagerly about the fabulous outer regions, for scientific curiosity in Kunyan was keen, and the myths, memories, dreams, and historical fragments relating to the Earth's surface had often tempted scholars to the brink of an external expedition, which they had not quite dared to attempt. The only thing demanded of such visitors was that they refrain from going back and informing the outer world of Kunyan's positive existence, for after all, one could not be sure about these outer lands. They coveted gold and silver, and might prove highly troublesome intruders. Those who had obeyed the injunction had lived happily, though regrettably briefly, and had told all they could about their world. Little enough, however, since their accounts were all so fragmentary and conflicting that one could hardly tell what to believe and what to doubt. One wished that more of them would come. As for those who disobeyed and tried to escape, it was very unfortunate about them. Zamakona himself was very welcome, for he appeared to be a higher-grade man, and to know much more about the outer world than anyone else who had come down within memory. He could tell them much, and they hoped he would be reconciled to his lifelong stay. Many things which Zamakona learned about Kunyan in that first colloquy left him quite breathless. He learned, for instance, that during the past few thousand years, the phenomena of old age and death had been conquered, so that men no longer grew feeble or died, except through violence or will. By regulating the system, one might be as physiologically young and immortal as he wished, and the only reason why any allowed themselves to age was that they enjoyed the sensation in a world where stagnation and commonplaceness reigned. They could easily become young again when they felt like it. Births had ceased, except for experimental purposes, since a large population had been found needless by a master race which controlled nature and organic rivals alike. Many, however, chose to die after a while, since despite the cleverest efforts to invent new pleasures, the ordeal of consciousness became too dull for sensitive souls, especially those in whom time and satiation had blinded the primal instincts and emotions of self-preservation. All the members of the group before Zamacona were from 500 to 1500 years old, and several had been surface visitors before, though time had blurred the recollection. These visitors, by the way, had often tried to duplicate the longevity of the underground race, but had been able to do so only fractionally, owing to evolutionary differences developing during the 1,000,000 or 2 years of cleavage. These evolutionary differences were even more strikingly shown in another particular, one far stranger than the wonder of immortality itself. This was the ability of the people of Kunyan to regulate the balance between matter and abstract energy, even where the bodies of living organic beings were concerned, by the sheer force of the technically trained will. In other words, with suitable effort, a learned man of Kunyan could dematerialize and rematerialize himself, or with somewhat greater effort and subtler technique, any other object he chose, reducing solid matter to free external particles and recombining the particles again without damage. Had not Zamacona answered his visitor's knock when he did, he would have discovered this accomplishment in a highly puzzling way, for only the strain and bother of the process prevented the 20 men from passing bodily through the golden door without pausing for a summons. This art was much older than the art of perpetual life, and it could be taught to some extent, though never perfectly, to any intelligent person. Rumors of it had reached the outer world in past eons, surviving in secret traditions and ghostly legendary. The men of Kunyan had been amused by the primitive and imperfect spirit tales brought down by outer world stragglers. In practical life, this principle had certain industrial applications, but was generally suffered to remain neglected through lack of any particular incentive to its use. Its chief surviving form was in connection with sleep, when for excitement's sake many dream connoisseurs resorted to it to enhance the vividness of their visionary wanderings. By the aid of this method, certain dreamers even paid half-material visits to a strange, nebulous realm of mounds and valleys and varying light, which some believed to be the forgotten outer world. They would go thither on their beasts, and in an age of peace live over the old, glorious battles of their forefathers. Some philosophers thought that in such cases they actually coalesced with immaterial forces left behind by these warlike ancestors themselves. The people of Kunyan all dwelt in the great, tall city of Sath beyond the mountains. Formerly, several races of them had inhabited the entire underground world, which stretched down to unfathomable abysses, and which included, besides the blue-litten region, a red-litten region called Yoth, where relics of a still older and non-human race were found by archaeologists. In the course of time, however, the men of Sath had conquered and enslaved the rest, interbreeding them with certain horned and four-footed animals of the red-litten region, whose semi-human leanings were very peculiar, and which, though containing a certain artificially created element, may have been in part the degenerate descendants of those peculiar entities who had left the relics. As eons passed, and mechanical discoveries made the business of life extremely easy, a concentration of the people of Sath took place, so that all the rest of Kunyan became relatively deserted. It was easier to live in one place, and there was no object in maintaining a population of overflowing proportions. Many of the old mechanical devices were still in use, though others had been abandoned when it was seen that they failed to give pleasure, or that they were not necessary for a race of reduced numbers whose mental force could govern an extensive array of inferior and semi-human industrial organisms. This extensive slave class was highly composite, being bred from ancient conquered enemies, from outer world stragglers, from dead bodies curiously galvanized into effectiveness, and from the naturally inferior members of the ruling race of Sath. The ruling type itself had become highly superior through selective breeding and social evolution, the nation having passed through a period of idealistic industrial democracy, which gave equal opportunities to all, and thus, by raising the naturally intelligent to power, drained the masses of all their brains and stamina. Industry, being found fundamentally futile, except for the supplying of basic needs and the gratification of inescapable yearnings, had become very simple. Physical comfort was ensured by an urban mechanization of standardized and easily maintained pattern, and other elemental needs were supplied by scientific, agriculture, and stock raising. Long travel was abandoned, and people went back to using the horned, half-human beasts instead of maintaining the profusion of gold, silver, and steel transportation machines which had once threaded land, water, and air. Zamakona could scarcely believe that such things had ever existed outside dreams, but was told he could see specimens of them in museums. He could also see the ruins of other vast magical devices by traveling a day's journey to the valley of Donar, to which the race had spread during its period of greatest numbers. The cities and temples of this present plane were of a far more archaic period, and had never been other than religious and antiquarian shrines during the supremacy of the men of Sath. In government, Sath was a kind of communistic or semi-anarchical state, habit rather than law determining the daily order of things. This was made possible by the age-old experience and paralyzing ennui of the race, whose wants and needs were limited to physical fundamentals and to new sensations. An eon-long tolerance not yet undermined by growing reaction had abolished all illusions of values and principles, and nothing but an approximation to custom was ever sought or expected. To see that the mutual encroachments of pleasure-seeking never crippled the mass life of the community, this was all that was desired. Family organization had long ago perished, and the civil and social distinction of the sexes had disappeared. Daily life was organized in ceremonial patterns, with games, intoxication, torture of slaves, daydreaming, gastronomic and emotional orgies, religious exercises, exotic experiments, artistic and philosophical discussions, and the like, as the principal occupations. Property, chiefly land, slaves, animals, shares in the common city enterprise of Sath, and ingots of magnetic Tulu metal, the former universal money standard, was allocated on a very complex basis, which included a certain amount equally divided among all the free men. Poverty was unknown, and labor consisted only of certain administrative duties imposed by an intricate system of testing and selection. Zamakona found difficulty in describing conditions so unlike anything he had previously known, and the text of his manuscript proved unusually puzzling at this point. Art and intellect, it appeared, had reached very high levels in Sath, but had become listless and decadent. The dominance of machinery had at one time broken up the growth of normal aesthetics, introducing a lifelessly geometrical tradition fatal to sound expression. This had soon been outgrown, but had left its mark upon all pictorial and decorative attempts, so that except for conventionalized religious designs, there was little depth or feeling in any later work. Archaistic reproductions of earlier work had been found much preferable for general enjoyment. Literature was all highly individual and analytical, so much so as to be wholly incomprehensible to Zamakona. Science had been profound and accurate, and all-embracing save in the one direction of astronomy. Of late, however, it was falling into decay, as people found it increasingly useless to tax their minds by recalling its maddening infinitude of details and ramifications. It was thought more sensible to abandon the deepest speculations and to confine philosophy to conventional forms. Technology, of course, could be carried on by rule of thumb. History was more and more neglected, but exact and copious chronicles of the past existed in the libraries. It was still an interesting subject, and there would be a vast number to rejoice at the fresh outer-world knowledge brought in by Zamakona. In general, though, the modern tendency was to feel rather than to think, so that men were now more highly esteemed for inventing new diversions than for preserving old facts or pushing back the frontier of cosmic mystery. Religion was a leading interest in Sath, though very few actually believed in the supernatural. What was desired was the aesthetic and emotional exaltation bred by the mystical moods and sensuous rites which attended the colorful ancestral faith. Temples to great Tulu, a spirit of universal harmony, anciently symbolized as the octopus-headed god who had brought all men down from the stars, were the most richly constructed objects in all Kunyan, while the cryptic shrines of Yig, the principle of life symbolized as the father of all serpents, were almost as lavish and remarkable. In time, Zamakona learned much of the orgies and sacrifices connected with this religion, but seemed piously reluctant to describe them in his manuscript. He himself never participated in any of the rites, save those which he mistook for perversions of his own faith, nor did he ever lose an opportunity to try to convert the people to that faith of the cross, which the Spaniards hoped to make universal. Prominent in the contemporary religion of Sath was a revived and almost genuine veneration for the rare, sacred metal of Tulu, that dark, lustrous, magnetic stuff, which was nowhere found in nature, but which had always been with men in the form of idols and hieratic implements. From the earliest times, any sight of it, in its unalloyed form, had impelled respect, while all the sacred archives and litanies were kept in cylinders, wrought of its purest substance. Now, as the neglect of science and intellect was dulling the critically analytical spirit, people were beginning to weave around the metal once more that same fabric of awestruck superstition which had existed in primitive times. Another function of religion was the regulation of the calendar, born of a period when time and speed were regarded as prime fetishes in man's emotional life, periods of alternate waking and sleeping, prolonged, abridged, and inverted as mood and convenience dictated, and timed by the tail beats of great Yig the serpent, corresponded very roughly to terrestrial days and nights, though Zamakona's sensations told him they must actually be almost twice as long. The year unit, measured by Yig's annual shedding of his skin, was equal to about a year and a half of the outer world. Zamakona thought he had mastered this calendar very well when he wrote his manuscript, whence the confidently given date of 1545, but the document failed to suggest that his assurance in this matter was fully justified. As the spokesman of the Sath party proceeded with his information, Zamakona felt a growing repulsion and alarm. It was not only what was told, but the strange telepathic manner of telling, and the plain inference that return to the outer world would be impossible, that made the Spaniard wish he had never descended to this region of magic, abnormality, and decadence. But he knew that nothing but friendly acquiescence would do as a policy, hence decided to cooperate in all his visitors' plans and furnish all the information they might desire. They, on their part, were fascinated by the outer world data, which he managed haltingly to convey. It was really the first draft of reliable surface information they had had since the refugees straggled back from Atlantis and Lemuria, eons before, for all their subsequent emissaries from outside had been members of narrow and local groups without any knowledge of the world at large, Mayas, Toltecs, and Aztecs at best, and mostly ignorant tribes of the plains. Zamakona was the first European they had ever seen, and the fact that he was a youth of education and brilliancy made him of still more emphatic value as a source of knowledge. The visiting party showed their breathless interest in all he contrived to convey, and it was plain that his coming would do much to relieve the flagging interest of weary Sath in matters of geography and history. The only thing which seemed to displease the men of Sath was the fact that curious and adventurous strangers were beginning to pour into those parts of the upper world where the passages to Kunyan lay. Zamakona told them of the founding of Florida and New Spain, and made it clear that a great part of the world was stirring with the zest of adventure. Spanish, Portuguese, French, and English. Sooner or later, Mexico and Florida must meet in one great colonial empire, and then it would be hard to keep outsiders from the rumored gold and silver of the abyss. Charging Buffalo knew of Zamakona's journey into the earth. Would he tell Coronado? or somehow let a report get to the great Viceroy when he failed to find the traveler at the promised meeting place? Alarm for the continued secrecy and safety of Kunyan showed in the faces of the visitors, and Zamakona absorbed from their minds the fact that, from now on, sentries would undoubtedly be posted once more at all the unblocked passages to the outside world, which the men of Sath could remember. 5. The long conversation of Zamakona and his visitors took place in the green-blue twilight of the grove, just outside the temple door. Some of the men reclined on the weeds and moss beside the half-vanished walk, while others, including the Spaniard and the chief spokesman of the Sath party, sat on the occasional low monolithic pillars that line the temple approach. Almost a whole terrestrial day must have been consumed in the colloquy, for Zamakona felt the need of food several times and ate from his well-stocked pack while some of the Sath party went back for provisions to the roadway where they had left the animals on which they had ridden. At length, the prime leader of the party brought the discourse to a close and indicated that the time had come to proceed to the city. There were, he affirmed, several extra beasts in the cavalcade, upon one of which Zamakona could ride. The prospect of mounting one of those ominous hybrid entities whose fabled nourishment was so alarming, and a single sight of which had set charging buffalo into such a frenzy of flight, was by no means reassuring to the traveler. There was, moreover, another point about the things which disturbed him greatly: the apparently preternatural intelligence with which some members of the previous day's roving pack had reported his presence to the men of Sath and brought out the present expedition. But Zamakona was not a coward, hence followed the men boldly down the weed-grown walk toward the road where the things were stationed. And yet he could not refrain from crying out in terror at what he saw when he passed through the great vine-draped pylons and emerged upon the ancient road. He did not wonder that the curious Wichita had fled in panic and had to close his eyes a moment to retain his sanity. It is unfortunate that some sense of pious reticence prevented him from describing fully in his manuscript the nameless sight he saw. As it is, he merely hinted at the shocking morbidity of these great floundering white things, with black fur on their backs, a rudimentary horn in the center of their foreheads, and an unmistakable trace of human or anthropoid blood in their flat-nosed, bulging-lipped faces. They were, he declared later in his manuscript, the most terrible objective entities he ever saw in his life, either in Kunyan or in the outer world. And the specific quality of their supreme terror was something apart from any easily recognizable or describable feature. The main trouble was that they were not wholly products of nature. The party observed Zamakona's fright and hastened to reassure him as much as possible. The beasts, or Gyar Yothan, they explained, surely were curious things, but were really very harmless. The flesh they ate was not that of intelligent people of the master race, but merely that of a special slave class, which had for the most part ceased to be thoroughly human, and which indeed was the principal meat stock of Kunyan. They, or their principal ancestral element, had first been found in a wild state, amidst the cyclopean ruins of the deserted red-litten world of Yoth, which lay below the blue-litten world of Kunyan. That part of them was human seemed quite clear, but men of science could never decide whether they were actually the descendants of the bygone entities who had lived and reigned in the strange ruins. The chief ground for such a supposition was the well-known fact that the vanished inhabitants of Yoth had been quadrupedal. This much was known from the very few manuscripts and carvings found in the vaults of Zin beneath the largest ruined city of Yoth. But it was also known from these manuscripts that the beings of Yoth had possessed the art of synthetically creating life, and had made and destroyed several efficiently designed races of industrial and transportational animals in the course of their history, to say nothing of concocting all manner of fantastic living shapes for the sake of amusement and new sensations during the long period of decadence. The beings of Yoth had undoubtedly been reptilian in affiliations, and most physiologists of Sath agreed that the present beasts had been very much inclined toward reptilianism before they had been crossed with the mammal slave class of Canyan. It argues well for the intrepid fire of those Renaissance Spaniards who conquered half the unknown world that Panfilo de Zamacona y Núñez actually mounted one of the morbid beasts of Sath and fell into place beside the leader of the cavalcade, the man named Gul Hathar Yin, who had been most active in the previous exchange of information. It was a repulsive business, but after all, the seat was very easy, and the gait of the clumsy Gyar Yothan surprisingly even and regular. No saddle was necessary, and the animal appeared to require no guidance whatever. The procession moved forward at a brisk gait, stopping only at certain abandoned cities and temples about which Zamacona was curious, and which Gul Hathar Yun was obligingly ready to display and explain. The largest of these towns, Bagra, was a marvel of finely wrought gold, and Zamacona studied the curiously ornate architecture with avid interest. Buildings tended toward height and slenderness, with roofs bursting into a multitude of pinnacles. The streets were narrow, curving, and occasionally picturesquely hilly, but Gul Hathar Yun said that the later cities of Canyan were far more spacious and regular in design. All these old cities of the plain showed traces of leveled walls, reminders of the archaic days when they had been successively conquered by the now dispersed armies of Sath. There was one object along the route which Gul Hathar Yun exhibited on his own initiative, even though it involved a detour of about a mile along a vine-tangled side path. This was a squat, plain temple of black basalt blocks without a single carving, and containing only a vacant onyx pedestal. The remarkable thing about it was its story, for it was a link with a fabled elder world, compared to which even cryptic Yoth was a thing of yesterday. It had been built in imitation of certain temples depicted in the vaults of Zin, to house a very terrible black toad idol found in the Red Lytton world and called Sathagua in the Yothic manuscripts. It had been a potent and widely worshipped god, and after its adoption by the people of Canyan, it lent its name to the city which was later to become dominant in that region. Yothic legend said that it had come from a mysterious inner realm beneath the Red Lytton world, a black realm of peculiar sensed beings which had no light at all, but which had had great civilizations and mighty gods before ever the reptilian quadrupeds of Yoth had come into being. Many images of Sathagua existed in Yoth, all of which were alleged to have come from the black inner realm, and which were supposed by Yothic archaeologists to represent the eon-extinct race of that realm. The Black Realm, called Nakai in the Yothic manuscripts, had been explored as thoroughly as possible by these archaeologists, and singular stone troughs or burrows had excited infinite speculation. When the men of Canyan discovered the Red Lytton world and deciphered its strange manuscripts, they took over the Sathagua cult and brought all the frightful toad images up to the land of blue light, housing them in shrines of Yoth-quarried basalt, like the ones Zamacona now saw. The cult flourished until it almost rivaled the ancient cults of Yig and Tulu, and one branch of the race even took it to the outer world, where the smallest of the images eventually found a shrine at Olatho, in the land of Lomar, near the Earth's North Pole. It was rumored that this outer world cult survived even after the Great Ice Sheet and the hairy Nofkus destroyed Lomar, but of such matters not much was definitely known in Canyan. In that world of blue light, the cult came to an abrupt end, even though the name of Sath was suffered to remain. What ended the cult was the partial exploration of the Black Realm of Nakai beneath the Red Lytton world of Yoth. According to the Yothic manuscripts, there was no surviving life in Nakai, but something must have happened in the eons between the days of Yoth and the coming of men to the earth, something perhaps not unconnected with the end of Yoth. Probably it had been an earthquake, opening up lower chambers of the lightless world which had been closed against the Yothic archaeologists, or perhaps some more frightful juxtaposition of energy and electrons, wholly inconceivable to any sort of vertebrate minds, had taken place. At any rate, when the men of Kunyan went down into Nakai's black abyss with their great atom power searchlights, they found living things that oozed along stone channels and worshipped onyx and basalt images of Sathagua. But they were not toads like Sathagua himself. Far worse. They were amorphous lumps of viscous black slime that took temporary shapes for various purposes. The explorers of Kunyan did not pause for detailed observations, and those who escaped alive sealed the passage leading from red-litten Yoth down into the gulfs of nether horror. Then all the images of Sathagua in the land of Kunyan were dissolved into the ether by disintegrating rays, and the cult was abolished forever. Eons later, when naive fears were outgrown and supplanted by scientific curiosity, the old legends of Sathagua and Nakai were recalled, and a suitably armed and equipped exploring party went down to Yoth to find the closed gate of the Black Abyss and see what might still lie beneath. But they could not find the gate, nor could any man ever do so in all the ages that followed. Nowadays, there were those who doubted that any abyss had ever existed, but the few scholars who could still decipher the Yothic manuscripts believed that the evidence for such a thing was adequate, even though the middle records of Kunyan, with accounts of the one frightful expedition into Nakai, were more open to question. Some of the later religious cults tried to suppress remembrance of Nakai's existence and attached severe penalties to its mention, but these had not begun to be taken seriously at the time of Zamakona's advent to Kunyan. As the cavalcade returned to the old highway and approached the low range of mountains, Zamakona saw that the river was very close on the left. Somewhat later, as the terrain rose, the stream entered a gorge and passed through the hills, while the road traversed the gap at a rather higher level close to the brink. It was about this time that light rainfall came. Zamakona noticed the occasional drops and drizzle and looked up at the coruscating blue air, but there was no diminution of the strange radiance. Gulhathar Yun then told him that such condensations and precipitations of water vapor were not uncommon, and that they never dimmed the glare of the vault above. A kind of mist, indeed, always hung about the lowlands of Kunyan, and compensated for the complete absence of true clouds. The slight rise of the mountain pass enabled Zamakona, by looking behind, to see the ancient and deserted plain in panorama as he had seen it from the other side. He seems to have appreciated its strange beauty, and to have vaguely regretted leaving it, for he speaks of being urged by Gulhathar Yun to drive his beast more rapidly. When he faced frontward again, he saw that the crest of the road was very near, the weed-grown way leading starkly up and ending against a blank void of blue light. The scene was undoubtedly highly impressive. A steep green mountain wall on the right, a deep river chasm on the left with another green mountain wall beyond it, and ahead the churning sea of bluish coruscations into which the upward path dissolved. Then came the crest itself, and with it the world of Sath outspread in a stupendous forward vista. Zamakona caught his breath at the great sweep of peopled landscape, for it was a hive of settlement and activity beyond anything he had ever seen or dreamed of. The downward slope of the hill itself was relatively thinly strewn with small farms and occasional temples, but beyond it lay an enormous plain covered like a chessboard with planted trees, irrigated by narrow canals cut from the river, and threaded by wide, geometrically precise roads of gold or basalt blocks. Great silver cables borne aloft on golden pillars linked the low, spreading buildings and clusters of buildings which rose here and there, and in some places one could see lines of partly ruinous pillars without cables. Moving objects showed the fields to be under tillage, and in some cases Zamakona saw that men were ploughing with the aid of the repulsive half-human quadrupeds. But most impressive of all was the bewildering vision of clustered spires and pinnacles which rose afar off across the plain and shimmered flower-like and spectral in the coruscating blue light. At first, Zamakona thought it was a mountain covered with houses and temples, like some of the picturesque hill cities of his own Spain. but a second glance showed him that it was not indeed such. It was a city of the plain, but fashioned of such heaven-reaching towers that its outline was truly that of a mountain. Above it hung a curious greyish haze, through which the blue light glistened and took added overtones of radiance from the million golden minarets. Glancing at Gulhatharyan, Zamakona knew that this was the monstrous, gigantic, and omnipotent city of Sath. As the road turned downward toward the plain, Zamakona felt a kind of uneasiness and sense of evil. He did not like the beast he rode, or the world that could provide such a beast, and he did not like the atmosphere that brooded over the distant city of Sath. When the cavalcade began to pass occasional farms, the Spaniard noticed the forms that worked in the fields, and did not like their motions and proportions, or the mutilations he saw on most of them. Moreover, he did not like the way that some of these forms were herded in corrals, or the way they grazed on the heavy verdure. Gulhatharyan indicated that these beings were members of the slave class, and that their acts were controlled by the master of the farm, who gave them hypnotic impressions in the morning of all they were to do during the day. As semi-conscious machines, their industrial efficiency was nearly perfect. Those in the corrals were inferior specimens, classified merely as livestock. Upon reaching the plain, Zamakona saw the larger farms and noted the almost human work performed by the repulsive horned Gyar Yothan. He likewise observed the more man-like shapes that toiled along the furrows, and felt a curious fright and disgust toward certain of them whose motions were more mechanical than those of the rest. These, Gulhatharyan explained, were what men called the Yambai, organisms which had died, but which had been mechanically reanimated for industrial purposes by means of atomic energy and thought power. The slave class did not share the immortality of the free men of Sath, so that with time the number of Yambai had become very large. They were dog-like and faithful, but not so readily amenable to thought commands as were living slaves. Those which most repelled Zamakona were those whose mutilations were greatest, for some were wholly headless, while others had suffered singular and seemingly capricious subtractions, distortions, transpositions, and graftings in various places. The Spaniard could not account for this condition, but Gulhatharyan made it clear that these were slaves who had been used for the amusement of the people in some of the vast arenas, for the men of Sath were connoisseurs of delicate sensation, and required a constant supply of fresh and novel stimuli for their jaded impulses. Zamakona, though by no means squeamish, was not favorably impressed by what he saw and heard. Approached more closely, the vast metropolis became dimly horrible in its monstrous extent and inhuman height. Gulhatharyan explained that the upper parts of the great towers were no longer used, and that many had been taken down to avoid the bother of maintenance. The plain around the original urban area was covered with newer and smaller dwellings, which in many cases were preferred to the ancient towers. From the whole mass of gold and stone, a monotonous roar of activity droned outward over the plain, while cavalcades and streams of wagons were constantly entering and leaving over the great gold or stone-paved roads. Several times Gulhatharyan paused to show Zamakona some particular object of interest, especially the temples of Yig, Tulu, Nug, Yeb, and the not-to-be-named one, which lined the road at infrequent intervals, each in its embowering grove according to the custom of Kunyan. These temples, unlike those of the deserted plain beyond the mountains, were still in active use, large parties of mounted worshippers coming and going in constant streams. Gulhatharyan took Zamakona into each of them, and the Spaniard watched the subtle orgiastic rites with fascination and repulsion. The ceremonies of Nug and Yeb sickened him especially, so much indeed that he refrained from describing them in his manuscript. One squat, black temple of Sathagua was encountered, but it had been turned into a shrine of Shubne Gurath, the All-Mother and wife of the not-to-be-named one, This deity was a kind of sophisticated Astarte, and her worship struck the pious Catholic as supremely obnoxious. What he liked least of all were the emotional sounds emitted by the celebrants, jarring sounds in a race that had ceased to use vocal speech for ordinary purposes. Close to the compact outskirts of Sath, and well within the shadow of its terrifying towers, Gulhathar-Yun pointed out a monstrous circular building before which enormous crowds were lined up. This, he indicated, was one of the many amphitheaters where curious sports and sensations were provided for the weary people of Kunyan. He was about to pause and usher Zamakona inside the vast, curved facade, when the Spaniard, recalling the mutilated forms he had seen in the fields, violently demurred. This was the first of those friendly clashes of taste which were to convince the people of Sath that their guest followed strange and narrow standards. Sath itself was a network of strange and ancient streets, and despite a growing sense of horror and alienage, Zamakona was enthralled by its intimations of mystery and cosmic wonder. The dizzy giganticism of its overawing towers, the monstrous surge of teeming life through its ornate avenues, the curious carvings on its doorways and windows, the odd vistas glimpsed from balustraded plazas and tiers of tightened terraces, and the enveloping grey haze which seemed to press down on the gorge-like streets in low-ceiling fashion, all combined to produce such a sense of adventurous expectancy as he had never known before. He was taken at once to a council of executives, which held forth in a gold and copper palace behind a gardened and fountained park, and was for some time subjected to close, friendly questioning in a vaulted hall frescoed with vertiginous arabesques. Much was expected of him, he could see, in the way of historical information about the outside earth, but in return all the mysteries of Kunyan would be unveiled to him. The one great drawback was the inexorable ruling that he might never return to the world of sun and stars and Spain, which was his. A daily program was laid down for the visitor, with time apportioned judiciously among several kinds of activities. There were to be conversations with persons of learning in various places, and lessons in many branches of Sathic lore. Liberal periods of research were allowed for, and all the libraries of Kunyan, both secular and sacred, were to be thrown open to him as soon as he might master the written languages. Rites and spectacles were to be attended, except when he might especially object, and much time would be left for the enlightened pleasure-seeking and emotional titillation which form the goal and nucleus of daily life. A house in the suburbs or an apartment in the city would be assigned him, and he would be initiated into one of the large affection groups, including many noble women of the most extreme and art-enhanced beauty, which in latter-day Kunyan took the place of family units. Several horned Gyai Yothan would be provided for his transportation and errand running, and 10 living slaves of intact body would serve to conduct his establishment and protect him from thieves and sadists and religious orgiasts on the public highways. There were many mechanical devices which he must learn to use, but Gulhathar-Yun would instruct him immediately regarding the principal ones. Upon his choosing an apartment in preference to a suburban villa, Zamakona was dismissed by the executives with great courtesy and ceremony, and was led through several gorgeous streets to a cliff-like carven structure of some 70 or 80 floors. Preparations for his arrival had already been instituted, and in a spacious ground-floor suite of vaulted rooms, slaves were busy adjusting hangings and furniture. There were lacquered and inlaid tabourets, velvet and silk reclining corners and squatting cushions, and infinite rows of teakwood and ebony pigeonholes with metal cylinders containing some of the manuscripts he was soon to read, standard classics which all urban apartments possessed. Desks with great stacks of membrane paper and pots of the prevailing green pigment were in every room, each with graded sets of pigment brushes and other odd bits of stationery. Mechanical writing devices stood on ornate golden tripods, while over all was shed a brilliant blue light from energy globes set in the ceiling. There were windows, but at this shadowy ground level they were of scant illuminating value. In some of the rooms were elaborate baths, while the kitchen was a maze of technical contrivances. Supplies were brought, Zamakona was told, through the network of underground passages which lay beneath Sath, and which had once accommodated curious mechanical transports. There was a stable on that underground level for the beasts, and Zamakona would presently be shown how to find the nearest runway to the street. Before his inspection was finished, the permanent staff of slaves arrived and were introduced, and shortly afterward there came some half-dozen free men and noble women of his future affection group, who were to be his companions for several days, contributing what they could to his instruction and amusement. Upon their departure, another party would take their place, and so onward, in rotation through a group of about 50 members. 6. Thus was Panfilo de Zamacona y Núñez absorbed for 4 years into the life of the sinister city of Sath in the blue-lit netherworld of Kenyan. All that he learned and saw and did is clearly not told in his manuscript, for a pious reticence overcame him when he began to write in his native Spanish tongue, and he dared not set down everything. Much he consistently viewed with repulsion, and many things he steadfastly refrained from seeing or doing or eating. For other things he atoned by frequent countings of the beads of his rosary. He explored the entire world of Kenyan, including the deserted machine cities of the Middle Period on the gorse-grown plain of Nith, and made one descent into the red-litten world of Yoth to see the Cyclopean ruins. He witnessed prodigies of craft and machinery which left him breathless, and beheld human metamorphoses, dematerializations, rematerializations, and reanimations which made him cross himself again and again. His very capacity for astonishment was blunted by the plethora of new marvels which every day brought him. But the longer he stayed, the more he wished to leave, for the inner life of Kunyan was based on impulses very plainly outside his radius. As he progressed in historical knowledge, he understood more, but understanding only heightened his distaste. He felt that the people of Sath were a lost and dangerous race, more dangerous to themselves than they knew, and that their growing frenzy of monotony, warfare, and novelty quest was leading them rapidly toward a precipice of disintegration and utter horror. His own visit, he could see, had accelerated their unrest, not only by introducing fears of outside invasion, but by exciting in many a wish to sally forth and taste the diverse external world he described. As time progressed, he noticed an increasing tendency of the people to resort to dematerialization as an amusement, so that the apartments and amphitheaters of Sath became a veritable witches' sabbath of transmutations, age adjustments, death experiments, and projections. With the growth of boredom and restlessness, he saw cruelty and subtlety and revolt were growing apace. There was more and more cosmic abnormality, more and more curious sadism, more and more ignorance and superstition, and more desire to escape out of physical life into a half-spectral state of electronic dispersal. All his efforts to leave, however, came to nothing. Persuasion was useless, as repeated trials proved, though the mature disillusion of the upper classes at first prevented them from resenting their guest's open wish for departure. In a year which he reckoned as 1543, Zamakona made an actual attempt to escape through the tunnel by which he had entered Kenyan, but after a weary journey across the deserted plain, he encountered forces in the dark passage which discouraged him from future attempts in that direction. As a means of sustaining hope and keeping the image of home in mind, he began about this time to make rough drafts of the manuscript relating his adventures, delighting in the loved old Spanish words and the familiar letters of the Roman alphabet. Somehow, he fancied he might get the manuscript to the outer world, and to make it convincing to his fellows, he resolved to enclose it in one of the Tulu metal cylinders used for sacred archives. That alien, magnetic substance could not but support the incredible story he had to tell. But even as he planned, he had little real hope of ever establishing contact with the Earth's surface. Every known gate, he knew, was guarded by persons or forces that it were better not to oppose. His attempt at escape had not helped matters, for he could now see a growing hostility to the outer world he represented. He hoped that no other European would find his way in, for it was possible that later comers might not fare as well as he. He himself had been a cherished fountain of data, and as such had enjoyed a privileged status. Others, deemed less necessary, might receive rather different treatment. He even wondered what would happen to him when the sages of Sath considered him drained dry of fresh facts, and in self-defense began to be more gradual in his talks on Earth lore, conveying whenever he could the impression of vast knowledge held in reserve. One other thing which endangered Zamakona's status in Sath was his persistent curiosity regarding the ultimate abyss of Nakai, beneath Red Litten Yoth, whose existence the dominant religious cults of Kunyan were more and more inclined to deny. When exploring Yoth, he had vainly tried to find the blocked-up entrance, and later on he experimented in the arts of dematerialization and projection, hoping that he might thereby be able to throw his consciousness downward into the gulfs which his physical eyes could not discover. Though never becoming truly proficient in these processes, he did manage to achieve a series of monstrous and portentous dreams, which he believed included some elements of actual projection into Nakai, dreams which greatly shocked and perturbed the leaders of Yig and Tulu worship when he related them, and which he was advised by friends to conceal rather than exploit. In time, those dreams became very frequent and maddening, containing things which he dared not record in his main manuscript, but of which he prepared a special record for the benefit of certain learned men in Sath. It may have been unfortunate, or it may have been mercifully fortunate, that Zamakona practiced so many reticences and reserved so many themes and descriptions for subsidiary manuscripts. The main document leaves one to guess much about the detailed manners, customs, thoughts, language, and history of Kunyan, as well as to form any adequate picture of the visual aspect and daily life of Sath. One is left puzzled, too, about the real motivations of the people, their strange passivity and craven unwarlikeness, and their almost cringing fear of the outer world, despite their possession of atomic and dematerializing powers which would have made them unconquerable had they taken the trouble to organize armies, as in the old days. It is evident that Kunyan was far along in its decadence, reacting with mixed apathy and hysteria against the standardized and timetabled life of stultifying regularity which machinery had brought it during its middle period. Even the grotesque and repulsive customs and modes of thought and feeling can be traced to this source, for in his historical research, Zamakona found evidence of bygone eras in which Kunyan had held ideas much like those of the classic and Renaissance outer world, and had possessed a national character, an art full of what Europeans regard as dignity, kindness, and nobility. The more Zamakona studied these things, the more apprehensive about the future he became, because he saw that the omnipresent moral and intellectual disintegration was a tremendously deep-seated and ominously accelerating movement. Even during his stay, the signs of decay multiplied. Rationalism degenerated more and more into fanatical and orgiastic superstition, centering in a lavish adoration of the magnetic Tulu metal, and tolerance steadily dissolved into a series of frenzied hatreds, especially toward the outer world, of which the scholars were learning so much from him. At times he almost feared that the people might someday lose their age-long apathy and brokenness and turn like desperate rats against the unknown lands above them, sweeping all before them by virtue of their singular and still-remembered scientific powers. But for the present, they fought their boredom and sense of emptiness in other ways, multiplying their hideous emotional outlets and increasing the mad grotesqueness and abnormality of their diversions. The arenas of Sath must have been accursed and unthinkable places. Zamakona never went near them, and what they would be in another century or even in another decade, he did not dare to think. The pious Spaniard crossed himself and counted his beads more often than usual in those days. In the year 1545, as he reckoned it, Zamakona began what may well be accepted as his final series of attempts to leave Kunyan. His fresh opportunity came from an unexpected source, a female of his affection group who conceived for him a curious individual infatuation based on some hereditary memory of the days of monogamous wedlock in Sath. Over this female, a noble woman of moderate beauty and of at least average intelligence, named Talar Yab, Zamakona acquired the most extraordinary influence, finally inducing her to help him in an escape under the promise that he would let her accompany him. Chance proved a great factor in the course of events, for Talar Yab came of a primordial family of gate lords who had retained oral traditions of at least one passage to the outer world, which the mass of people had forgotten, even at the time of the Great Closing, a passage to a mound on the level plains of Earth which had, in consequence, never been sealed up or guarded. She explained that the primordial gate lords were not guards or sentries, but merely ceremonial and economic proprietors, half feudal and baronial in status, of an era preceding the severance of surface relations. Her own family had been so reduced at the time of the closing that their gate had been wholly overlooked, and they had ever afterward preserved the secret of its existence as a sort of hereditary secret, a source of pride and of a sense of reserve power, to offset the feeling of vanished wealth and influence, which so constantly irritated them. Zamakona, now working feverishly to get his manuscript into final form in case anything should happen to him, decided to take with him on his outward journey only 5 beast loads of unalloyed gold in the form of the small ingots used for minor decorations, enough, he calculated, to make him a personage of unlimited power in his own world. He had become somewhat hardened to the sight of the monstrous Gyai Yothan during his 4 years of residence in Sath, hence did not shrink from using the creatures, yet he resolved to kill and bury them, and cache the gold, as soon as he reached the outer world, since he knew that even a glimpse of one of the things would drive any ordinary Indian mad. Later, he could arrange for a suitable expedition to transport the treasure to Mexico. Talar Yab he would perhaps allow to share his fortunes, for she was by no means unattractive, though possibly he would arrange for her sojourn amongst the Plains Indians, since he was not over-anxious to preserve links with the manner of life in Sath. For a wife, of course, he would choose a lady of Spain, or at worst, an Indian princess of normal outer-world descent and a regular and approved past. But for the present, Talar Yab must be used as a guide. The manuscript he would carry on his own person, encased in a book cylinder of the sacred and magnetic Tulu metal. The expedition itself is described in the addendum to Zamakona's manuscript, written later and in a hand showing signs of nervous strain. It set out amidst the most careful precautions, choosing a rest period and proceeding as far as possible along the faintly lighted passages beneath the city. Zamakona and Talar Yab, disguised in slaves' garments, bearing provision knapsacks and leading the 5 laden beasts on foot, were readily taken for commonplace workers, and they clung as long as possible to the subterranean way, using a long and little frequented branch which had formerly conducted the mechanical transports to the now ruined suburb of Lothar. Amidst the ruins of Lothar, they came to the surface, thereafter passing as rapidly as possible over the deserted, blue-litten plain of Nith toward the Griyan range of low hills. There, amidst the tangled underbrush, Talar Yab found the long-disused and half-fabulous entrance to the forgotten tunnel, a thing she had seen but once before, eons in the past, when her father had taken her thither to show her this monument to their family pride. It was hard work, getting the laden Gyai to scrape through the obstructing vines and briars, and one of them displayed a rebelliousness destined to bear dire consequences, bolting away from the party and loping back towards Sath on its detestable pads, golden burden and all. It was nightmare work, burrowing by the light of blue ray torches upward, downward, forward, and upward again through a dank, choked tunnel that no foot had trodden since ages before the sinking of Atlantis. And at one point, Talayab had to practice the fearsome art of dematerialization on herself, Zamakona, and the laden beasts, in order to pass a point wholly clogged by shifting earth strata. It was a terrible experience for Zamakona, for although he had often witnessed dematerialization in others, and even practiced it himself to the extent of dream projection, he had never been fully subjected to it before. But Talayab was skilled in the arts of Kanyan, and accomplished the double metamorphosis in perfect safety. Thereafter, they resumed the hideous burrowing through stalactited crypts of horror, where monstrous carvings leered at every turn, alternately camping and advancing for a period which Zamakona reckoned as about 3 days, but which was probably less. At last, they came to a very narrow place, where the natural or only slightly hewn cave walls gave place to walls of wholly artificial masonry, carved into terrible bas-reliefs. These walls, after about a mile of steep ascent, ended with a pair of vast niches, one on each side, in which monstrous, niter-encrusted images of Yig and Tulu squatted, glaring at each other across the passage, as they had glared since the earliest youth of the human world. At this point, the passage opened into a prodigious vaulted and circular chamber of human construction, wholly covered with horrible carvings, and revealing at the farther end an arched passageway with the foot of a flight of steps. Talayab knew from family tales that this must be very near the earth's surface, but she could not tell just how near. Here the party camped for what they meant to be their last rest period in the subterraneous world. It must have been hours later that the clank of metal and the padding of beasts' feet awakened Zamakona and Talayab. A bluish glare was spreading from the narrow passage between the images of Yig and Tulu, and in an instant the truth was obvious. An alarm had been given at Sath, as was later revealed by the returning Gyai Yothan, which had rebelled at the briar-choked tunnel entrance, and a swift party of pursuers had come to arrest the fugitives. Resistance was clearly useless, and none was offered. The party of 12 beast riders proved studiously polite, and the return commenced almost without a word or thought message on either side. It was an ominous and depressing journey, and the ordeal of dematerialization and rematerialization at the choked place was all the more terrible because of the lack of that hope and expectancy which had palliated the process on the outward trip. Zamakona heard his captors discussing the imminent clearing of this choked place by intensive radiations, since henceforward sentries must be maintained at the hitherto unknown outer portal. It would not do to let outsiders get within the passage, for then any who might escape without due treatment would have a hint of the vastness of the inner world, and would perhaps be curious enough to return in greater strength. As with the other passages since Zamakona's coming, sentries must be stationed all along, as far as the very outermost gate, sentries drawn from amongst all the slaves, the dead-alive Yambai, or the class of discredited freemen. With the overrunning of the American plains by thousands of Europeans, as the Spaniard had predicted, every passage was a potential source of danger, and must be rigorously guarded until the technologists of Sath could spare the energy to prepare an ultimate and entrance-hiding obliteration, as they had done for many passages in earlier and more vigorous times. Zamakona and Talayab were tried before 3 Ganagan of the Supreme Tribunal in the golden copper palace behind the gardened and fountained park, and the Spaniard was given his liberty because of the vital outer world information he still had to impart. He was told to return to his apartment and to his affection group, taking up his life as before, and continuing to meet deputations of scholars, according to the latest schedule he had been following. No restrictions would be imposed upon him so long as he might remain peacefully in Canyan, but it was intimated that such leniency would not be repeated after another attempt at escape. Zamacona had felt that there was an element of irony in the parting words of the Chief Ganagan, an assurance that all of his Giyayothan, including the one which had rebelled, would be returned to him. The fate of Tala Yab was less happy. There being no object in retaining her, and her ancient Satthic lineage giving her act a greater aspect of treason than Zamacona's had possessed, she was ordered to be delivered to the curious diversions of the amphitheatre, and afterward, in a somewhat mutilated and half-dematerialized form, to be given the functions of a yambai, or animated corpse slave, and stationed among the sentries guarding the passage whose existence she had betrayed. Zamacona soon heard, not without many pangs of regret he could scarcely have anticipated, that poor Tala Yab had emerged from the arena in a headless and otherwise incomplete state, and had been set as an outermost guard upon the mound in which the passage had been found to terminate. She was, he was told, a night sentinel, whose automatic duty was to warn off all comers with a torch, sending down reports to a small garrison of 12 dead slave Yambai and 6 living but partly dematerialized freemen in the vaulted, circular chamber if the approachers did not heed her warning. She worked, he was told, in conjunction with a day sentinel, a living freeman, who chose this post in preference to other forms of discipline for other offenses against the state. Zamacona, of course, had long known that most of the chief gate sentries were such discredited freemen. It was now made plain to him, though indirectly, that his own penalty for another escape attempt would be service as a gate sentry, but in the form of a dead-alive Yambai slave, and after amphitheatre treatment, even more picturesque than that which Tala Yab was reported to have undergone. It was intimated that he, or parts of him, would be reanimated to guard some inner section of the passage, within sight of others, where his abridged person might serve as a permanent symbol of the rewards of treason. But, his informants always added, it was of course inconceivable that he would ever court such a fate. So long as he remained peaceably in Canyan, he would continue to be a free, privileged, and respected personage. Yet, in the end, Panfilo de Zamacona did court the fate so direfully hinted to him. True, he did not really expect to encounter it, but the nervous latter part of his manuscript makes it clear that he was prepared to face its possibility. What gave him a final hope of scatheless escape from Canyan was his growing mastery of the art of dematerialization. Having studied it for years, and having learned still more from the 2 instances in which he had been subjected to it, he now felt increasingly able to use it independently and effectively. The manuscript records several notable experiments in this art, minor successes accomplished in his apartment, and reflects Zamacona's hope that he might soon be able to assume the spectral form in full, attaining complete invisibility, and preserving that condition as long as he wished. Once he reached this stage, he argued, the outward way lay open to him. Of course he could not bear away any gold, but mere escape was enough. He would, though, dematerialize and carry away with him his manuscript in the Tulu metal cylinder, even though it cost additional effort, for this record and proof must reach the outer world at all hazards. He now knew the passage to follow, and if he could thread it in an atom-scattered state, he did not see how any person or force could detect or stop him. The only trouble would be if he failed to maintain his spectral condition at all times. That was the one ever-present peril, as he had learned from his experiments. But must one not always risk death and worse in a life of adventure? Zamacona was a gentleman of old Spain, of the blood that faced the unknown, and carved out half the civilization of the New World. For many nights, after his ultimate resolution, Zamacona prayed to St. Pamphilus and other guardian saints, and counted the beads of his rosary. The last entry in the manuscript, which toward the end took the form of a diary more and more, was merely a single sentence. Es más tarde de lo que pensaba. Tengo que marcharme. It is later than I thought. I must go. After that, only silence and conjecture, and such evidence as the presence of the manuscript itself and what that manuscript could lead to might provide. 7. When I looked up from my half-stupefied reading and note-taking, the morning sun was high in the heavens. The electric bulb was still burning, but such things of the real world, the modern outer world, were far from my whirling brain. I knew I was in my room at Clyde Compton's at Bingor, but upon what monstrous vista had I stumbled? Was this thing a hoax or a chronicle of madness? If a hoax, was it a jest of the 16th century or of today? The manuscript's age looked appallingly genuine to my not wholly unpracticed eyes, and the problem presented by the strange metal cylinder I dared not even think about. Moreover, what a monstrously exact explanation it gave of all the baffling phenomena of the mound, of the seemingly meaningless and paradoxical actions of diurnal and nocturnal ghosts, and of the queer cases of madness and disappearance. It was even an accursedly plausible explanation, evilly consistent, if one could adopt the incredible. It must be a shocking hoax devised by someone who knew all the lore of the mound. There was even a hint of social satire in the account of that unbelievable nether world of horror and decay. Surely this was the clever forgery of some learned cynic, something like the leaden crosses in New Mexico, which a jester once planted and pretended to discover as a relic of some forgotten Dark Age colony from Europe. Upon going down to breakfast, I hardly knew what to tell Compton and his mother, as well as the curious callers who had already begun to arrive. Still in a daze, I cut the Gordian knot by giving a few points from the notes I had made, and mumbling my belief that the thing was a subtle and ingenious fraud left there by some previous explorer of the mound, a belief in which everybody seemed to concur when told of the substance of the manuscript. It is curious how all that breakfast group, and all the others in Bingor to whom the discussion was repeated, seemed to find a great clearing of the atmosphere in the notion that somebody was playing a joke on somebody. For the time, we all forgot that the known recent history of the mound presented mysteries as strange as any in the manuscript, and as far from acceptable solution as ever. The fears and doubts began to return when I asked for volunteers to visit the mound with me. I wanted a larger excavating party, but the idea of going to that uncomfortable place seemed no more attractive to the people of Bingor than it had seemed on the previous day. I myself felt a mounting horror upon looking toward the mound and glimpsing the moving speck which I knew was the daylight sentinel. For in spite of all my skepticism, the morbidities of that manuscript stuck by me and gave everything connected with the place a new and monstrous significance. I absolutely lacked the resolution to look at the moving speck with my binoculars. Instead, I set out with the kind of bravado we display in nightmares, when, knowing we are dreaming, we plunge desperately into still thicker horrors, for the sake of having the whole thing over the sooner. My pick and shovel were already out there, so I had only my handbag of smaller paraphernalia to take. Into this I put the strange cylinder and its contents, feeling vaguely that I might possibly find something worth checking up with some part of the green-lettered Spanish text. Even a clever hoax might be founded on some actual attribute of the mound which a former explorer had discovered, and that magnetic metal was damnably odd. Grey Eagle's cryptic talisman still hung from its leathern cord around my neck. I did not look very sharply at the mound as I walked toward it, but when I reached it, there was nobody in sight. Repeating my upward scramble of the previous day, I was troubled by thoughts of what might lie close at hand if, by any miracle, any part of the manuscript were actually half true. In such a case, I could not help reflecting, the hypothetical Spaniard Zamacona must have barely reached the outer world when overtaken by some disaster, perhaps an involuntary rematerialization. He would, naturally, in that event, have been seized by whichever sentry happened to be on duty at the time, either the discredited freeman or, as a matter of supreme irony, the very Talayab who had planned and aided his first attempt at escape. And in the ensuing struggle, the cylinder with the manuscript might well have been dropped on the mound's summit to be neglected and gradually buried for nearly 4 centuries. But, I added, as I climbed over the crest, one must not think of extravagant things like that. Still, if there were anything in the tale, it must have been a monstrous fate to which Zamacona had been dragged back. The amphitheater, mutilation, duty somewhere in the dank nitrous tunnel as a dead, alive slave, a maimed corpse fragment as an automatic interior sentry. It was a very real shock which chased this morbid speculation from my head, for upon glancing around the elliptical summit I saw at once that my pick and shovel had been stolen. This was a highly provoking and disconcerting development, baffling, too, in view of the seeming reluctance of all the Binga folk to visit the mound. Was this reluctance a pretended thing, and had the jokers of the village been chuckling over my coming discomfiture as they solemnly saw me off 10 minutes before? I took out my binoculars and scanned the gaping crowd at the edge of the village. No, they did not seem to be looking for any comic climax. Yet was not the whole affair at bottom a colossal joke in which all the villagers and reservation people were concerned? Legends, manuscript, cylinder, and all? I thought of how I had seen the sentry from a distance, and then found him unaccountably vanished. Thought also of the conduct of old Grey Eagle, of the speech and expressions of Compton and his mother, and of the unmistakable fright of most of the Binga people. On the whole, it could not very well be a village-wide joke. The fear and the problem were surely real, though obviously there were 1 or 2 jesting daredevils in Binga who had stolen out to the mound and made off with the tools I had left. Everything else on the mound was as I had left it. Brush cut by my machete, slight bow-like depression toward the north end, and the hole I had made with my trench knife in digging up the magnetism-revealed cylinder. Deeming it too great a concession to the unknown jokers to return to Binga for another pick and shovel, I resolved to carry out my program as best as I could with the machete and trench knife in my handbag. So, extracting these, I set to work excavating the bow-like depression which my eye had picked as the possible site of a former entrance to the mound. As I proceeded, I felt again the suggestion of a sudden wind blowing against me, which I had noticed the day before, a suggestion which seemed stronger and still more reminiscent of unseen, formless, opposing hands laid on my wrists as I cut deeper and deeper through the root-tangled red soil and reached the exotic black loam beneath. The talisman around my neck appeared to twitch oddly in the breeze, not in any one direction, as when attracted by the buried cylinder, but vaguely and diffusely, in a manner wholly unaccountable. Then, quite without warning, the black, root-woven earth beneath my feet began to sink cracklingly, while I heard a faint sound of sifting, falling matter far below me. The obstructing wind or forces or hands now seemed to be operating from the very seat of the sinking, and I felt that they aided me by pushing as I leaped back out of the hole to avoid being involved in any cave-in. Bending down over the brink and hacking at the mold-caked root tangle with my machete, I felt that they were against me again, but at no time were they strong enough to stop my work. The more roots I severed, the more falling matter I heard below. Finally, the hole began to deepen of itself toward the center, and I saw that the earth was sifting down into some large cavity beneath, so as to leave a good-sized aperture when the roots that had bound it were gone. A few more hacks of the machete did the trick, and with a parting cave-in and uprush of curiously chill and alien air, the last barrier gave way. Under the morning sun yawned a huge opening, at least 3 feet square, and showing the top of a flight of stone steps, down which the loose earth of the collapse was still sliding. My quest had come to something at last. With an elation of accomplishment almost overbalancing fear for the nonce, I replaced the trench knife and machete in my handbag, took out my powerful electric torch, and prepared for a triumphant, lone, and utterly rash invasion of the fabulous netherworld I had uncovered. It was rather hard getting down the first few steps, both because of the fallen earth which had choked them and because of a sinister up-pushing of a cold wind from below. The talisman around my neck swayed curiously, and I began to regret the disappearing square of daylight above me. The electric torch showed dank, water-stained and salt-encrusted walls fashioned of huge basalt blocks, and now and then I thought I descried some trace of carving beneath the nitrous deposits. I gripped my handbag more tightly, and was glad of the comforting weight of the sheriff's heavy revolver in my right-hand coat pocket. After a time, the passage began to wind this way and that, and the staircase became free from obstructions. Carvings on the walls were now definitely traceable, and I shuddered when I saw how clearly the grotesque figures resembled the monstrous bas-reliefs on the cylinder I had found. Winds and forces continued to blow malevolently against me, and at one or two bends I fancied the torch gave glimpses of thin, transparent shapes not unlike the sentinel on the mound, as my binoculars had showed him. When I reached this stage of visual chaos, I stopped for a moment to get a grip on myself. It would not do to let my nerves get the better of me at the very outset of what would surely be a trying experience, and the most important archaeological feat of my career. But I wished I had not stopped at just that place, for the act fixed my attention on something profoundly disturbing. It was only a small object, lying close to the wall on one of the steps below me, but that object was such as to put my reason to a severe test, and bring up a line of the most alarming speculations. That the opening above me had been closed against all material forms for generations was utterly obvious from the growth of shrub roots and accumulation of drifting soil, yet the object before me was most distinctly not many generations old, for it was an electric torch much like the one I now carried, warped and encrusted in the tomb-like dampness, but none the less perfectly unmistakable. I descended a few steps and picked it up, wiping off the evil deposits on my rough coat. One of the nickel bands bore an engraved name and address, and I recognized it with a start the moment I made it out. It read, James C. Williams, 17 Trowbridge Street, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and I knew that it had belonged to one of the two daring college instructors who had disappeared on June 28, 1915. Only 13 years ago, and yet I had just broken through the sod of centuries. How had the thing got there? Another entrance, or was there something after all in this mad idea of dematerialization and rematerialization? Doubt and horror grew upon me as I wound still farther down the seemingly endless staircase. Would the thing never stop? The carvings grew more and more distinct, and assumed a narrative pictorial quality, which brought me close to panic, as I recognized many unmistakable correspondences with the history of Cunyan as sketched in the manuscript now resting in my handbag. For the first time I began seriously to question the wisdom of my descent, and to wonder whether I had not better return to the upper air before I came upon something which would never let me return as a sane man. But I did not hesitate long, for as a Virginian I felt the blood of ancestral fighters and gentlemen adventurers pounding a protest against retreat from any peril known or unknown. My descent became swifter rather than slower, and I avoided studying the terrible bas-reliefs and intaglios that had unnerved me. All at once I saw an arched opening ahead, and realized that the prodigious staircase had ended at last. But with that realization came horror in mounting magnitude, for before me there yawned a vast vaulted crypt of all too familiar outline, a great circular space answering in every least particular to the carving-lined chamber described in the Zamacona manuscript. It was indeed the place. There could be no mistake, and if any room for doubt yet remained, That room was abolished by what I saw directly across the great vault. It was a second arched opening, commencing a long, narrow passage, and having at its mouth two huge opposite niches, bearing loathsome and titanic images of shockingly familiar pattern. There, in the dark, unclean Yig and hideous Tulu squatted eternally, glaring at each other across the passage as they had glared since the earliest youth of the human world. From this point onward, I ask no credence for what I tell, for what I think I saw. It is too utterly unnatural, too utterly monstrous and incredible to be any part of sane human experience or objective reality. My torch, though casting a powerful beam ahead, naturally could not furnish any general illumination of the Cyclopean crypt, so I now began moving it about to explore the giant walls little by little. As I did so, I saw to my horror that the space was by no means vacant, but was instead littered with odd furniture and utensils and heaps of packages, which bespoke a populous recent occupancy. No nitrous relics of the past, but queerly shaped objects and supplies in modern everyday use. As my torch rested on each article or group of articles, however, the distinctness of the outline soon began to glow blurred, until in the end I could scarcely tell whether the things belonged to the realm of matter or to the realm of spirit. All this, while the adverse winds blew against me with increasing fury, and the unseen hands plucked malevolently at me and snatched at the strange magnetic talisman I wore. Wild conceit surged through my mind. I thought of the manuscript and what it said about the garrison stationed in this place. 12 dead slave Yumbai and 6 living but partly dematerialized freemen. That was in 1545, 383 years ago. What since then? Zamacona had predicted change, subtle disintegration, more dematerialization, weaker and weaker. Was it Grey Eagle's talisman that held them at bay? Their sacred Tulu metal? And were they feebly trying to pluck it off so that they might do to me what they had done to those who had come before? It occurred to me with shuddering force that I was building my speculations out of a full belief in the Zamacona manuscript. This must not be. I must get a grip on myself. But curse it, every time I tried to get a grip, I saw some fresh sight to shatter my poise still further. This time, just as my willpower was driving the half-seen paraphernalia into obscurity, my glance and torch beam had to light on two things of very different nature. Two things of the eminently real and sane world. Yet they did more to unseat my shaky reason than anything I had seen before, because I knew what they were, and knew how profoundly, in the course of nature, they ought not to be there. They were my own missing pick and shovel, side by side, and leaning neatly against the blasphemously carved wall of that hellish crypt. God in heaven, and I had babbled to myself about daring jokers from Binga. That was the last straw. After that, the cursed hypnotism of the manuscript got at me, and I actually saw the half-transparent shapes of the things that were pushing and plucking, those leprous Paleogean things with something of humanity still clinging to them, the complete forms, and the forms that were morbidly and perversely incomplete. All these, and hideous other entities, the 4-footed blasphemies with ape-like face and projecting horn, and not a sound so far in all that nitrous hell of inner earth. Then there was a sound, a flopping, a padding, a dull, advancing sound which heralded beyond question a being as structurally material as the pickaxe and the shovel, something wholly unlike the shadow shapes that ringed me in, yet equally remote from any sort of life as life is understood on the earth's wholesome surface. My shattered brain tried to prepare me for what was coming, but could not frame any adequate image. I could only say, over and over again to myself, "It is of the abyss, but it is not dematerialized." The padding grew more distinct, and from the mechanical cast of the tread I knew it was a dead thing that stalked in the darkness. Then, oh God, I saw it in the full beam of my torch, saw it framed like a sentinel in the narrow passage between the nightmare idols of the serpent Yig and the octopus Tulu. Let me collect myself enough to hint at what I saw, to explain why I dropped torch and handbag and fled empty-handed in the utter blackness, wrapped in a merciful unconsciousness which did not wear off until the sun and the distant yelling and the shouting from the village roused me, as I lay gasping on the top of the accursed mound. I do not yet know what guided me again to the earth's surface. I only know that
Part 4. The Mystery of the Myths. Section 1. A Species with Amnesia. Chapter 24. Echoes of Our Dreams. In some of the most powerful and enduring myths that we have inherited from ancient times, our species seems to have retained a confused but resonant memory of a terrifying global catastrophe. Where do these myths come from? Why, though they derive from unrelated cultures, are their storylines so similar? Why are they laden with common symbolism? And why do they so often share the same stock characters and plots? If they are indeed memories, why are there no historical records of the planetary disaster they seem to refer to? Could it be that the myths themselves are historical records? Could it be that these cunning and immortal stories, composed by anonymous geniuses, were the medium used to record such information and pass it on in the time before history began? And the ark went upon the face of the waters. There was a king in ancient Sumer who sought eternal life. His name was Gilgamesh. We know of his exploits because the myths and traditions of Mesopotamia, inscribed in cuneiform script upon tablets of paper clay, many thousands of these tablets, some dating back to the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, have been excavated from the sands of modern Iraq. They transmit a unique picture of a vanished culture and remind us that even in those days of lofty antiquity, human beings preserved memories of times still more remote, times from which they were separated by the interval of a great and terrible deluge. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning, he rested. He engraved on a stone the whole story. The story that Gilgamesh brought back had been told to him by a certain Utnapishtim, a king who had ruled thousands of years earlier, who had survived the Great Flood, and who had been rewarded with the gift of immortality because he had preserved the seeds of humanity and of all living things. It was long, long ago, said Utnapishtim, when the gods dwelt on earth. Anu, lord of the firmament, Enlil, the enforcer of divine decisions, Ishtar, goddess of war and sexual love, and Ea, lord of the waters, man's natural friend and protector. In those days, the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamor. Enlil heard the clamor, and he said to the gods in council, "The uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by reason of the Babel." So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Ea, however, took pity on Utnapishtim. Speaking through the reed wall of the king's house, he told him of the imminent catastrophe and instructed him to build a boat in which he and his family could survive. Tear down your house and build a boat. Abandon possessions and look for life. Despise worldly goods and save your soul. Tear down your house, I say, and build a boat with her dimensions in proportion. her width and length in harmony, put aboard the seed of all living things into the boat. In the nick of time, Utnapishtim built the boat as ordered. I loaded into her all that I had, he said, loaded her with the seed of all living things. I put on board all my kith and kin, put on board cattle, wild beasts from open country, all kinds of craftsmen. The time was fulfilled. When the first light of dawn appeared, a black cloud came up from the base of the sky. It thundered within where Adad, lord of the storm, was riding. A stupor of despair went up to heaven when the god of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. On the first day, the tempest blew swiftly and brought the flood. No man could see his fellow, nor could the people be distinguished from the sky. Even the gods were afraid of the flood. They withdrew. They went up to the heaven of Anu and crouched in the outskirts. The gods cowered like curs, while Ishtar cried, shrieking aloud, "Have I given birth unto these mine own people, only to glut with their bodies the sea as though they were fish?" Meanwhile, continued Utnapishtim, for 6 days and nights the wind blew. Torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like warring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm. The flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. All mankind had returned to clay. I opened a hatch, and light fell on my face. Then I bowed low. I sat down, and I wept. The tears streamed down my face, for on every side was the waste of water. 14 leagues distant, there appeared a mountain, and there the boat grounded. On the mountain of Nizir, the boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge. When the 7th day dawned, I loosed a dove and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven. She saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, and she did not come back. Utnapishtim knew that it was now safe to disembark. I poured out a libation on the mountain top. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savor, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. These texts are not by any means the only ones to come down to us from the ancient land of Sumer. In other tablets, some almost 5,000 years old, others less than 3,000 years old, the Noah figure of Utnapishtim is known variously as Zesudra, Zesudros, or Atrahasis. Even so, he is always instantly recognizable as the same patriarchal character, forewarned by the same merciful God, who rides out the same universal flood in the same storm-tossed ark, and whose descendants repopulate the world. There are many obvious resemblances between the Mesopotamian flood myth and the famous biblical story of Noah and the deluge. Scholars argue endlessly about the nature of these resemblances. What really matters, however, is that in each sphere of influence the same solemn tradition has been preserved for posterity, a tradition which tells in graphic language of a global catastrophe and of the near-total annihilation of mankind. Central America. The identical message was preserved in the Valley of Mexico, far away across the world from Mounts Ararat and Nisir. There, culturally and geographically isolated from Judeo-Christian influences, long ages before the arrival of the Spaniards, stories were told of a great deluge. As the listener will recall from Part 3, it was believed that this deluge had swept over the entire earth at the end of the 4th sun. Destruction came in the form of torrential rain and floods. The mountains disappeared, and men were transformed into fish. According to Aztec mythology, only 2 human beings survived, a man, Coxcoxtli, and his wife, Xochiquetzal, who had been forewarned of the cataclysm by a god. They escaped in a huge boat that they had been instructed to build and came to ground on the peak of a tall mountain. There they descended, and afterwards had many children who were dumb until the time when a dove on top of a tree gave them the gift of languages. These languages differed so much that the children could not understand one another. A related Central American tradition, that of the Meco-Akanesex, is in even more striking conformity with the story as we have it in Genesis and in the Mesopotamian sources. According to this tradition, the god Tezcatlipoca determined to destroy all mankind with a flood, saving only a certain Tezpi, who embarked in a spacious vessel with his wife, his children, and large numbers of animals and birds, as well as supplies of grains and seeds, the preservation of which were essential to the future subsistence of the human race. The vessel came to rest on an exposed mountaintop after Tezcatlipoca had decreed that the waters of the flood should retire. Wishing to find out whether it was now safe for him to disembark, Tezpi sent out a vulture, which, feeding on the carcasses with which the earth was now strewn, did not return. The man then sent out other birds, of which only the hummingbird came back with a leafy branch in its beak. With this sign that the land had begun to renew itself, Tezpi and his family went forth from their ark, multiplied, and repopulated the earth. Memories of a terrible flood resulting from divine displeasure are also preserved in the Popol Vuh. According to this archaic text, the great god decided to create humanity soon after the beginning of time. It was an experiment, and he began it with figures made of wood that looked like men and talked like men. These creatures fell out of favor because they did not remember their creator, and so a flood was brought about by the heart of heaven. A great flood was formed, which fell on the heads of the wooden creatures. A heavy resin fell from the sky, the face of the earth was darkened, and a black rain began to fall by day and by night. The wooden figures were annihilated, destroyed, broken up, and killed. Not everyone perished, however. Like the Aztecs and the Meco-Akanesex, the Maya of the Yucatan and Guatemala believed that a Noah figure and his wife, the Great Father and the Great Mother, had survived the flood to populate the land anew, thus becoming the ancestors of all subsequent generations of humanity. South America. Moving to South America, we encounter the Chibcas of central Colombia. According to their myths, they had originally lived as savages, without laws, agriculture, or religion. Then one day there appeared among them an old man of a different race. He wore a thick, long beard, and his name was Bochica. He taught the Chibcas how to build huts and live together in society. His wife, who was very beautiful and named Chia, appeared after him, but she was wicked and enjoyed thwarting her husband's altruistic efforts. Since she could not overcome his power directly, she used magical means to cause a great flood in which the majority of the population died. Bochica was very angry and exiled Chia from the earth to the sky, where she became the moon, given the task of lighting the nights. He also caused the waters of the flood to dissipate and brought down the few survivors from the mountains where they had taken refuge. Thereafter, he gave them laws, taught them to cultivate the land, and instituted the worship of the sun with periodic festivals, sacrifices, and pilgrimages. He then divided the power to govern among two chiefs, and spent the remainder of his days on earth living in quiet contemplation as an ascetic. When he ascended to heaven, he became a god. Farther south still, the Canarians, an Indian tribe of Ecuador, relate an ancient story of a flood from which two brothers escaped by going to the top of a high mountain. As the water rose, the mountain grew higher, so that the two brothers survived the disaster. When they were discovered, the Tupinamba Indians of Brazil venerated a series of civilizing or creator heroes. The first of these heroes was Monan, ancient, old, who was said to have been the creator of mankind, but who then destroyed the world with flood and fire. Peru, as we heard in part 2, is particularly rich in flood legends. A typical story tells of an Indian who was warned by a llama of a deluge. Together, the man and the llama fled to a high mountain called Vilcacotto. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw that all kinds of birds and animals had already taken refuge there. The sea began to rise and covered all the plains and mountains except the top of Vilcacotto. And even there the waves dashed up so high that the animals were forced to crowd into a narrow area. 5 days later, the water ebbed, and the sea returned to its bed. But all human beings except one were drowned, and from him are descended all the nations on earth. The Araucanians of pre-Columbian Chile preserved a tradition that there was once a flood which very few Indians escaped. The survivors took refuge on a high mountain called Thegtheg, the Thundering, or the Glittering, which had 3 peaks and the ability to float on water. In the far south of the continent, a Yamana legend from Tierra del Fuego states, "The Moon Woman caused the flood. This was at the time of the great upheaval. Moon was filled with hatred towards human beings. At that time, everybody drowned with the exception of those few who were able to escape to the 5 mountain peaks that the water did not cover." Another Tierra del Fuegan tribe, the Pohenchwe, associate the flood with a prolonged period of darkness. The sun and the moon fell from the sky, and the world stayed that way, without light, until finally 2 giant condors carried both the sun and the moon back up to the sky. North America. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Americas, among the Inuit of Alaska, there existed a tradition of a terrible flood, accompanied by an earthquake which swept so rapidly over the face of the earth that only a few people managed to escape in their canoes or take refuge on the tops of the highest mountains, petrified with terror. The Luiseno of Lower California had a legend that a flood covered the mountains and destroyed most of mankind. Only a few were saved because they fled to the highest peaks, which were spared when all the rest of the world was inundated. The survivors remained there until the flood ended. Farther north, similar flood myths were recorded amongst the Hurons, and a legend of the Montagnais, belonging to the Algonquin family, related how Michabo, or the Great Hare, re-established the world after the flood with the help of a raven, an otter, and a muskrat. Lind's History of the Dakotas, an authoritative work of the 19th century which preserved many indigenous traditions that would otherwise have been lost, reports an Iroquois myth that the sea and waters had at one time infringed upon the land, so that all human life was destroyed. The Chickasaws asserted that the world had been destroyed by water, but that one family was saved and 2 animals of every kind. The Sioux also spoke of a time when there was no dry land, and when all men disappeared from existence. Water, water, everywhere. How far, and how widely across the myth memories of mankind do the ripples of the Great Flood spread? Very widely indeed. More than 500 deluge legends are known around the world, and in a survey of 86 of these, 20 Asiatic, 3 European, 7 African, 46 American, and 10 from Australia and the Pacific, the specialist researcher Dr. Richard Andre concluded that 62 were entirely independent of the Mesopotamian and Hebrew accounts. For example, early Jesuit scholars, who were among the first Europeans to visit China, had the opportunity in the Imperial Library to study a vast work consisting of 4,320 volumes, said to have been handed down from ancient times and to contain all knowledge. This great book included a number of traditions which told of the consequences that followed when mankind rebelled against the high gods and the system of the universe fell into disorder. The planets altered their courses, the sky sank lower towards the north, the sun, moon, and stars changed their motions, the earth fell to pieces, and the waters in its bosom rushed upwards with violence and overflowed the earth. In the Malaysian tropical forest, the Chewang people believe that every so often their own world, which they call Earth 7, turns upside down so that everything is flooded and destroyed. However, through the agency of the creator god Tohan, the flat new surface of what had previously been the underside of Earth 7 is molded into mountains, valleys, and plains. New trees are planted, and new humans born. A flood myth of Laos and northern Thailand has it that beings called the Thens lived in the Upper Kingdom long ages ago, while the masters of the lower world were three great men, Pu Leng Sweng, Kun Khan, and Kun Ket. One day the Thens announced that before eating any meal, people should give them a part of their food as a sign of respect. The people refused, and in a rage, the Thens created a flood which devastated the whole earth. The three great men built a raft on top of which they made a small house and embarked with a number of women and children. In this way, they and their descendants survived the deluge. In similar fashion, the global deluge from which two brothers were saved on a raft. Such a deluge is also part of the mythology of Vietnam, where a brother and sister are said to have survived in a great wooden chest, which also contained two of every kind of animal. Several Aboriginal Australian peoples, especially those whose traditional homelands are along the tropical northern coast, ascribe their origins to a great flood, which swept away the previous landscape and society. Meanwhile, in the origin myths of a number of other tribes, the cosmic serpent Yolungur, associated with the rainbow, is held responsible for the deluge. There are Japanese traditions, according to which the Pacific islands of Oceania were formed after the waters of a great deluge had receded. In Oceania itself, a myth of the native inhabitants of Hawaii tells how the world was destroyed by a flood and later recreated by a god named Tangaloa. The Samoans believe that there was once an inundation that wiped out almost all mankind. It was survived only by two human beings who put to sea in a boat which eventually came to rest in the Samoan archipelago. Greece, India, and Egypt. On the other side of the world, Greek mythology too is haunted by memories of a deluge. Here, however, as in Central America, the inundation is not viewed as an isolated event, but as one of a series of destructions and remakings of the world. The Aztecs and the Maya spoke in terms of successive suns or epochs, of which our own was thought to be the fifth and last. In similar fashion, the oral traditions of ancient Greece, collected and set down in writing by Hesiod in the 8th century BC, related that prior to the present creation, there had been 4 earlier races of men on earth. Each of these was thought more advanced than the one that followed it, and each at the appointed hour had been swallowed up in a geological cataclysm. The first and most ancient creation had been mankind's golden race, who had lived like the gods, free from care, without trouble or woe. With ageless limbs they revelled at their banquets. When they died, it was as men overcome by sleep. With the passing of time, and at the command of Zeus, this golden race eventually sank into the depths of the earth. It was succeeded by the silver race, which was supplanted by the bronze race, which was replaced by the race of heroes, which was followed by the iron race, our own, the fifth and most recent creation. It is the fate of the bronze race that is of particular interest to us here. Described in the myths as having the strength of giants and mighty hands on their mighty limbs, these formidable men were exterminated by Zeus, king of the gods, as a punishment for the misdeeds of Prometheus, the rebellious titan who had presented humanity with the gift of fire. The mechanism the vengeful deity used to sweep the earth clean was an overwhelming flood. In the most widespread version of the story, Prometheus impregnated a human female. She bore him a son named Deucalion, who ruled over the country of Phthia in Thessaly, and took to wife Pyrrha, the red blonde, daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora. When Zeus reached his fateful decision to destroy the bronze race, Deucalion, forewarned by Prometheus, made a wooden box, stored in it all that was necessary, and climbed into it with Pyrrha. The king of the gods caused mighty rains to pour from heaven, flooding the greater part of the earth. All mankind perished in this deluge, save a few who had fled to the highest mountains. It also happened at this time that the mountains of Thessaly were split asunder, and the whole country as far as the Isthmus and the Peloponnese became a single sheet of water. Deucalion and Pyrrha floated over this sea in their box for 9 days and nights, finally landing on Mount Parnassus. There, after the rains had ceased, they disembarked and sacrificed to the gods. In response, Zeus sent Hermes to Deucalion with permission to ask for whatever he wished. He wished for human beings. Zeus then bade him take stones and throw them over his shoulder. The stones Deucalion threw became men, and those that Pyrrha threw became women. As the Hebrews looked back on Noah, so the Greeks of ancient historical times looked back upon Deucalion as the ancestor of their nation and as the founder of numerous towns and temples. A similar figure was revered in Vedic India more than 3,000 years ago. One day, the story goes, when a certain wise man named Manu was making his ablutions, he found in the hollow of his hand a tiny little fish, which begged him to allow it to live. Taking pity on it, he put it in a jar. The next day, however, it had grown so much bigger that he had to carry it to a lake. Soon the lake was too small. "Throw me into the sea," said the fish, which was in reality a manifestation of the god Vishnu, "and I shall be more comfortable." Then he warned Manu of a coming deluge. He sent him a large ship with orders to load it with 2 of every living species and the seeds of every plant, and then to go on board himself. Manu had only just carried out these orders when the ocean rose and submerged everything, and nothing was to be seen but Vishnu in his fish form, now a huge, one-horned creature with golden scales. Manu moored his ark to the horn of the fish, and Vishnu towed it across the brimming waters until it came to rest on the exposed peak of the mountain of the north. The fish said, "I have saved thee. Fasten the vessel to a tree, that the water may not sweep it away while thou art on the mountain, and in proportion as the waters decrease, thou shalt descend." Manu descended with the waters. The deluge had carried away all creatures, and Manu remained alone. With him, and with the animals and plants he had saved from destruction, began a new age of the world. After a year, there emerged from the waters a woman who announced herself as the daughter of Manu. The couple married and produced children, thus becoming the ancestors of the present race of mankind. Last but by no means least, ancient Egyptian traditions also refer to a great flood. A funerary text, discovered in the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, for example, tells of the destruction of sinful humanity by a deluge. The reasons for this catastrophe are set out in chapter 175 of the Book of the Dead, which attributes the following speech to the moon god Thoth. "They have fought fights, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created hostilities, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble and oppression. Therefore I am going to blot out everything which I have made. This earth shall enter into the watery abyss by means of a raging flood, and will become even as it was in primeval time." On the trail of a mystery, with the words of Thoth, we have come full circle to the Sumerian and biblical floods. "The earth was filled with violence," says Genesis, "and God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth." Like the flood of Deucalion, the flood of Manu, and the flood that destroyed the Aztecs' 4th son, the biblical deluge was the end of a world age. A new age succeeded it, our own, populated by the descendants of Noah. From the very beginning, however, it was understood that this age too would in due course come to a catastrophic end. As the old song puts it, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, the fire next time. The scriptural source for this prophecy of world destruction is to be found in 2 Peter 3. "We must be careful to remember that during the last days there are bound to be people who will be scornful and who will say, 'Everything goes on as it has since it began at the creation.' They are choosing to forget that there were heavens at the beginning, and that the earth was formed by the word of God out of water, and between the waters so that the world of that time was destroyed by being flooded by water. But by the same word, the present sky and earth are destined for fire, and are only being reserved until Judgment Day, so that all sinners may be destroyed. The day of the Lord will come, as a thief in the night, and then with a roar the sky will vanish, the elements will catch fire and fall apart, and the earth, and all that it contains, will be burnt up. The Bible, therefore, envisages two ages of the world, our own being the second and last. Elsewhere, in other cultures, different numbers of creations and destructions are recorded. In China, for instance, the perished ages are called Qis, 10 of which are said to have elapsed from the beginning of time until Confucius. At the end of each Qis, in a general convulsion of nature, the sea is carried out of its bed, mountains spring up out of the ground, rivers change their course, human beings and everything are ruined, and the ancient trace is effaced. Buddhist scriptures speak of 7 suns, each brought to an end by water, fire, or wind. At the end of the 7th sun, the current world cycle, it is expected that the earth will break into flames. Aboriginal traditions of Sarawak and Sabah recall that the sky was once low, and tell us that 6 suns perished. At present, the world is illuminated by the 7th sun. Similarly, the Sibylline books speak of 9 suns that are 9 ages, and prophesy 2 ages yet to come, those of the 8th and the 9th sun. On the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the Hopi Indians of Arizona, who are distant relatives of the Aztecs, recorded 3 previous suns, each culminating in a great annihilation, followed by the gradual re-emergence of mankind. In Aztec cosmology, of course, there were 4 suns prior to our own. Such minor differences concerning the precise number of destructions and creations envisaged in this or that mythology should not distract us from the remarkable convergence of ancient traditions evident here. All over the world, these traditions appear to commemorate a widespread series of catastrophes. In many cases, the character of each successive cataclysm is obscured by the use of poetic language and the piling up of metaphor and symbols. Quite frequently also, at least 2 different kinds of disaster may be portrayed as having occurred simultaneously, most frequently floods and earthquakes, but sometimes fire and a terrifying darkness. All this contributes to the creation of a confused and jumbled picture. The myths of the Hopi, however, stand out for their straightforwardness and simplicity. What they tell us is this: the first world was destroyed as a punishment for human misdemeanors by an all-consuming fire that came from above and below. The second world ended when the terrestrial globe toppled from its axis and everything was covered with ice. The third world ended in a universal flood. The present world is the fourth. Its fate will depend on whether or not its inhabitants behave in accordance with the Creator's plans. We are on the trail of a mystery here, and while we may never hope to fathom the plans of the Creator, we should be able to reach a judgment concerning the riddle of our converging myths of global destruction. Through these myths, the voices of the ancients speak to us directly. What are they trying to say? Chapter 25. The Many Masks of the Apocalypse. Like the Hopi Indians of North America, the Avestic Aryans of pre-Islamic Iran believed that there were 3 epochs of creation prior to our own. In the first epoch, men were pure and sinless, tall and long-lived, but at its close the Evil One declared war against Ahura Mazda, the holy god, and a tumultuous cataclysm ensued. During the second epoch, the Evil One was unsuccessful. In the third, good and evil were exactly balanced. In the fourth epoch, the present age of the world, evil triumphed at the outset and has maintained its supremacy ever since. The end of the fourth epoch is predicted soon. But it is the cataclysm at the end of the first epoch that interests us here. It is not a flood, and yet it converges in so many ways with many global flood traditions that some connection is strongly suggested. The Avestic scriptures take us back to a time of paradise on earth, when the remote ancestors of the ancient Iranian people lived in the fabled Ariana Vallejo, the first good and happy creation of Ahura Mazda that flourished in the first age of the world, the mythical birthplace and original home of the Aryan race. In those days, Ariana Vallejo enjoyed a mild and productive climate, with 7 months of summer and 5 of winter. Rich in wildlife and in crops, its meadows flowing with streams, this garden of delights was converted into an uninhabitable wasteland of 10 months winter and only 2 months summer as a result of the onslaught of Angra Mainyu, the evil one. The first of the good lands and countries which I, Ahura Mazda, created was Ariana Vallejo. Then Angra Mainyu, who is full of death, created an opposition to the same, a mighty serpent and snow. 10 months of winter are there now, 2 months of summer, and these are cold as to the water, cold as to the earth, cold as to the trees. There all around falls deep snow. That is the direst of plagues. The listener will agree that a sudden and drastic change in the climate of Ariana Vallejo is indicated. The Avestic scriptures leave us in no doubt about this. Earlier, they describe a meeting of the celestial gods called by Ahura Mazda and tell us that the fair Yima, the good shepherd of high renown in the Ariana Vallejo, attended this meeting with all his excellent mortals. It is at this point that the strange parallels with the traditions of the biblical flood begin to crop up. For Ahura Mazda takes advantage of the meeting to warn Yima of what is about to happen as a result of the powers of the evil one. And Ahura Mazda spake unto Yima, saying, Yima the fair, upon the material world a fatal winter is about to descend, that shall bring a vehement destroying frost. Upon the corporeal world will the evil of winter come, wherefore snow will fall in great abundance. And all 3 sorts of beasts shall perish, those that live in the wilderness, and those that live on the tops of the mountains, and those that live in the depths of the valleys, under the shelter of stables. Therefore make thee a var, a hypogeum or underground enclosure, the length of a riding ground to all 4 corners. Thither bring thou the representatives of every kind of beast, great and small, of the cattle, of the beasts of burden, and of men, of dogs, of birds, and of the red burning fire. There shalt thou make water flow. Thou shalt put birds in the trees along the water's edge in verdure which is everlasting. There put specimens of all plants, the loveliest and most fragrant, and of all fruits the most succulent. All these kinds of things and creatures shall not perish so long as they are in the var. But put there no deformed creature, nor impotent, nor mad, neither wicked, nor deceitful, nor rancorous, nor jealous, nor a man with irregular teeth, nor a leper. Apart from the scale of the enterprise, there is only one real difference between Yima's divinely inspired var and Noah's divinely inspired ark. The ark is a means of surviving a terrible and devastating flood, which will destroy every living creature by drowning the world in water. The var is a means of surviving a terrible and devastating winter, which will destroy every living creature by covering the earth with a freezing blanket of ice and snow. In the Bundahish, another of the Zoroastrian scriptures, believed to incorporate ancient material from a lost part of the original Avesta, more information is provided on the cataclysm of glaciation that overwhelmed Ariana Vallejo. When Angra Mainyu sent the vehement destroying frost, he also assaulted and deranged the sky. The Bundahish tells us that this assault enabled the evil one to master 1/3 of the sky and overspread it with darkness as the encroaching ice sheets tightened their grip. Indescribable cold, fire, earthquakes, and derangement of the skies. The Avestic Aryans of Iran, who are known to have migrated to Western Asia from some other distant homeland, are not the only possessors of archaic traditions which echo the basic setting of the Great Flood in ways unlikely to be coincidental. Indeed, though these are most commonly associated with the deluge, the familiar themes of the divine warning and of the salvation of a remnant of mankind from a universal disaster are also found in many different parts of the world in connection with the sudden onset of glacial conditions. In South America, for example, Toba Indians of the Gran Chaco region that sprawls across the modern borders of Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile still repeat an ancient myth concerning the advent of what they call the Great Cold. Forewarning comes from a semi-divine hero figure named Asin. Asin told a man to gather as much wood as he could and to cover his hut with a thick layer of thatch because a time of great cold was coming. As soon as the hut had been prepared, Asin and the man shut themselves inside and waited. When the great cold set in, shivering people arrived to beg a firebrand from them. Asin was hard and gave embers only to those who had been his friends. The people were freezing, and they cried the whole night. At midnight, they were all dead, young and old, men and women. This period of ice and sleet lasted for a long time, and all the fires were put out. Frost was as thick as leather. As in the Avestic traditions, it seems that the great cold was accompanied by great darkness. In the words of one Toba elder, these afflictions were sent because when the earth is full of people, it has to change. The population has to be thinned out to save the world. In the case of the long darkness, the sun simply disappeared and the people starved. As they ran out of food, they began eating their children. Eventually, they all died. The Mayan Popol Vuh associates the flood with much hail, black rain and mist, and indescribable cold. It also says that this was a period when it was cloudy and twilight all over the world. The faces of the sun and the moon were covered. Other Maya sources confirm that these strange and terrible phenomena were experienced by mankind in the time of the ancients. The earth darkened. It happened that the sun was still bright and clear. Then at midday it got dark. Sunlight did not return till the 26th year after the flood. The listener may recall that many deluge and catastrophe myths contain references not only to the onset of a great darkness, but to other changes in the appearance of the heavens. In Tierra del Fuego, for instance, it was said that the sun and the moon fell from the sky, and in China that the planets altered their courses, the sun, moon, and stars changed their motions. The Incas believed that in ancient times the Andes were split apart when the sky made war on the earth. The Tarahumara of northern Mexico have preserved world destruction legends based on a change in the sun's path. An African myth from the lower Congo states that long ago the sun met the moon and threw mud at it, which made it less bright. When this meeting happened, there was a great flood. The Cato Indians of California say simply that the sky fell. And ancient Greco-Roman myths tell that the flood of Deucalion was immediately preceded by awesome celestial events. These events are graphically symbolized in the story of how Phaethon, child of the sun, harnessed his father's chariot, but was unable to guide it along his father's course. Soon the fiery horses felt how their reins were in an unpracticed hand. Rearing and swerving aside, they left their wonted way. Then all the earth was amazed to see that the glorious sun, instead of holding his stately, beneficent course across the sky, seemed to speed crookedly overhead and to rush down in wrath like a meteor. This is not the place to speculate on what may have caused the alarming disturbances in the patterns of the heavens that are linked with cataclysm legends from all over the world. For our purposes at present, it's sufficient to note that such traditions seem to refer to the same derangement of the sky that accompanied the fatal winter and spreading ice sheets described in the Iranian Avesta. Other linkages occur. Fire, for example, often follows or precedes the flood. In the case of Phaethon's adventure with the sun, the grass withered, the crops were scorched, the woods went up in fire and smoke, then beneath them the bare earth cracked and crumbled, and the blackened rocks burst asunder under the heat. Volcanism and earthquakes are also mentioned frequently in association with the flood, particularly in the Americas. The Araucanians of Chile say quite explicitly that the flood was the result of volcanic eruptions accompanied by violent earthquakes. The Mam Maya of Santiago Chimaltenango in the western highlands of Guatemala retain memories of a flood of burning pitch, which they say was one of the instruments of world destruction. And in the Gran Chaco of Argentina, the Mataco Indians tell of a black cloud that came from the south at the time of the flood and covered the whole sky. Lightning struck and thunder was heard, yet the drops that fell were not like rain. They were like fire. A monster chased the sun. There is one ancient culture that perhaps preserves more vivid memories in its myths than any others, that of the so-called Teutonic tribes of Germany and Scandinavia, a culture best remembered through the songs of the Norse skalds and sages. The stories those songs retell have their roots in a past which may be much older than scholars imagine, and which combine familiar images with strange symbolic devices and allegorical language to recall a cataclysm of awesome magnitude. In a distant forest in the east, an aged giantess brought into the world a whole brood of young wolves, whose father was Fenrir. One of these monsters chased the sun to take possession of it. The chase was for long in vain, but each season the wolf grew in strength, and at last he reached the sun. Its bright rays were one by one extinguished. It took on a blood-red hue, then entirely disappeared. Thereafter, the world was enveloped in hideous winter. Snowstorms descended from all points of the horizon. War broke out all over the earth. Brother slew brother. Children no longer respected the ties of blood. It was a time when men were no better than wolves, eager to destroy one another. Soon the world was going to sink into the abyss of nothingness. Meanwhile, the wolf Fenrir, whom the gods had long ago so carefully chained up, broke his bonds at last and escaped. He shook himself, and the world trembled. The ash tree Yggdrasil, envisaged as the axis of the earth, was shaken from its roots to its topmost branches. Mountains crumbled or split from top to bottom, and the dwarves who had their subterranean dwellings in them sought desperately and in vain for entrances so long familiar but now disappeared. Abandoned by the gods, men were driven from their hearths, and the human race was swept from the surface of the earth. The earth itself was beginning to lose its shape. Already the stars were coming adrift from the sky and falling into the gaping void. They were like swallows, weary from too long a voyage, who drop and sink into the waves. The giant Soot set the entire earth on fire. The universe was no longer more than an immense furnace. Flames spurted from fissures in the rocks. Everywhere there was the hissing of steam. All living things, all plant life were blotted out. Only the naked soil remained. But like the sky itself, the earth was no more than cracks and crevices. And now all the rivers, all the seas, rose and overflowed. From every side, waves lashed against waves. They swelled and boiled slowly over all things. The earth sank beneath the sea. Yet not all men perished in the great catastrophe. Enclosed in the wood itself of the ash tree Yggdrasil, which the devouring flames of the universal conflagration had been unable to consume, the ancestors of a future race of men had escaped death. In this asylum, they had found their only nourishment had been the morning dew. Thus it was that from the wreckage of the ancient world, a new world was born. Slowly, the earth emerged from the waves. Mountains rose again, and from them streamed cataracts of singing waters. The new world this Teutonic myth announces is our own. Needless to say, like the fifth son of the Aztecs and the Maya, it was created long ago and is new no longer. Can it be a coincidence that one of the many Central American flood myths about the fourth epoch, for Atl, water, does not install the Noah couple in an ark, but places them instead in a great tree, just like Yggdrasil? For Atl was ended by floods. The mountains disappeared. 2 persons survived because they were ordered by one of the gods to bore a hole in the trunk of a very large tree and to crawl inside when the skies fell. The pair entered and survived. Their offspring repopulated the world. Isn't it odd that the same symbolic language keeps cropping up in ancient traditions from so many widely scattered regions of the world? How can this be explained? Are we talking about some vast subconscious wave of intercultural telepathy? Or could elements of these remarkable universal myths have been engineered long ages ago by clever and purposeful people? Which of these improbable propositions is the more likely to be true? Or are there other possible explanations for the enigma of the myths? We shall return to these questions in due course. Meanwhile, what are we to conclude about the apocalyptic visions of fire and ice, flood, volcanism and earthquakes which the myths contain? They have about them a haunting and familiar realism. Could this be because they speak to us of a past we suspect to be our own, but can neither remember clearly nor forget completely? Chapter 26. A species born in the Earth's long winter. In all that we call history, everything we clearly remember about ourselves as a species, humanity has not once come close to total annihilation. In various regions at various times there have been terrible natural disasters, but there has not been a single occasion in the past 5,000 years when mankind as a whole can be said to have faced extinction. Has this always been so? Or is it possible, if we go back far enough, that we might discover an epoch when our ancestors were nearly wiped out? It is just such an epoch that seems to be the focus in the great myths of cataclysm. Scholars normally attribute these myths to the fantasies of ancient poets. But what if the scholars are wrong? What if some terrible series of natural catastrophes did reduce our prehistoric ancestors to a handful of individuals scattered here and there across the face of the earth, far apart and out of touch with one another? We are looking for an epoch that will fit the myths as snugly as the slipper on Cinderella's foot. In this search, however, there's obviously no point in investigating any period prior to the emergence on the planet of recognizably modern human beings. We're not interested here in Homo habilis or Homo erectus, or even Homo sapiens neanderthalensis. We are interested only in Homo sapiens sapiens, our own species, and we haven't been around very long. Students of early man disagree to some extent over how long we've been around. Some researchers, as we shall see, claim that partial human remains in excess of 100,000 years old may be fully modern. Others argue for a reduced antiquity in the range of 35 to 40,000 years, and yet others propose a compromise of 50,000 years, but no one knows for sure. The origin of fully modern humans, denoted by the subspecies name Homo sapiens sapiens, remains one of the great puzzles of paleoanthropology, admits one authority. About 3.5 million years of more or less relevant evolution are indicated in the fossil record. For all practical purposes, that record starts with a small bipedal hominid nicknamed Lucy, whose remains were discovered in 1974 in the Ethiopian section of East Africa's Great Rift Valley, with a brain capacity of 400 cubic centimeters, less than a third of the modern average. Lucy definitely wasn't human. But she wasn't an ape either, and she had some remarkably human-like features, notably her upright gait and the shape of her pelvis and back teeth. For these and other reasons, her species classified as Australopithecus afarensis, has been accepted by the majority of paleoanthropologists as our earliest direct ancestor. About 2 million years ago, representatives of Homo habilis, the founder members of the Homo line to which we ourselves belong, began to leave their fossilized skulls and skeletons behind. As time went by, this species showed clear signs of evolution towards an ever more gracile and refined form and towards a larger and more versatile brain. Homo erectus, who overlapped with and then succeeded Homo habilis, appeared about 1.6 million years ago, with a brain capacity in the region of 900 cubic centimeters, as against 700 cubic centimeters in the case of habilis. A million or so years after that, down to about 400,000 years ago, saw no significant evolutionary changes, or none attested to by surviving fossils. Then Homo erectus passed through the gates of extinction into hominid heaven, and slowly, very, very slowly, what the paleoanthropologists call the sapient grade began to appear. Exactly when the tradition to a more sapient form began is difficult to establish. Some believe the transition, which involved an increase in brain size and a decrease in the robustness of the skull bones, began as early as 400,000 years ago. Unfortunately, there are simply not enough fossils from this important period to be sure about what was happening. What was definitely not happening 400,000 years ago was the emergence of anything identifiable as our own storytelling, myth-making subspecies, Homo sapiens sapiens. The consensus is that sapient humans must have evolved from Homo erectus, and it is true that a number of archaic sapient populations did come into existence between 400,000 and 100,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the relationship of these transitional species to ourselves is far from clear. As noted, the first contenders for membership of the exclusive club of Homo sapiens sapiens have been dated by some researchers to the latter part of this period, but these remains are all partial, and their identification is by no means universally accepted. The oldest, part of a skull cap, is a putative modern human specimen from about 113,000 BC. Around this date too, Homo sapiens neanderthalensis first appears, a quite distinct subspecies, which most of us know as Neanderthal man. Tall, heavily muscled, with prominent brow ridges and a protruding face, Neanderthal man had a bigger average brain size than modern humans, 1,400 cubic centimeters as against our 1,360 cubic centimeters. The possession of such a big brain was no doubt an asset to these intelligent, spiritually sensitive, resourceful creatures, and the fossil record suggests that they were the dominant species on the planet from about 100,000 years ago until 40,000 years ago. At some point during this lengthy and poorly understood period, Homo sapiens sapiens established itself, leaving behind fossil remains from about 40,000 years ago that are undisputably those of modern humans, and supplanting the Neanderthals completely by about 35,000 years ago. In summary, human beings like ourselves, whom we could pass in the street without blinking an eyelid if they were shaved and dressed in modern clothes, are creatures of the last 115,000 years at the very most, and more probably of only the last 50,000 years. It follows that if the myths of cataclysm we have reviewed do reflect an epoch of geological upheaval experienced by humanity, these upheavals took place within the last 115,000 years, and more probably within the last 50,000 years. Cinderella's slipper. It is a curious coincidence of geology and paleoanthropology that the onset and progress of the last ice age and the emergence and proliferation of modern man more or less shadow each other. Curious too is the fact that so little is known about either. In North America, the last ice age is called the Wisconsin glaciation, named for rock deposits studied in the state of Wisconsin, and its early phase has been dated by geologists to 115,000 years ago. There were various advances and retreats of the ice cap after that, with the fastest rate of accumulation taking place between 60,000 years ago and 17,000 years ago, a process culminating in the Tazewell Advance, which saw the glaciation reach its maximum extent around 15,000 BC. By 13,000 BC, however, millions of square miles of ice had melted for reasons that have never properly been explained, and by 8,000 BC, the Wisconsin had withdrawn completely. The Ice Age was a global phenomenon, affecting both the northern and the southern hemispheres. Similar climatic and geological conditions therefore prevailed in many other parts of the world as well, notably in Eastern Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and South America. There was massive glaciation in Europe, where the ice reached outward from Scandinavia and Scotland to cover most of Great Britain, Denmark, Poland, Russia, large parts of Germany, all of Switzerland, and big chunks of Austria, Italy, and France. Known technically as the Würm glaciation, this European ice age started about 70,000 years ago, a little later than its American counterpart, but attained its maximum extent at the same time, 17,000 years ago, and then experienced the same rapid withdrawal and shared the same terminal date. The crucial stages of Ice Age chronology thus appear to be 1. Around 60,000 years ago, when the Würm and the Wisconsin and other glaciations were well underway. 2. Around 17,000 years ago, when the ice sheets had reached their maximum extent in both the Old World and the New. 3. The 7,000 years of deglaciation that followed. The emergence of Homo sapiens sapiens thus coincided with a lengthy period of geological and climatic turbulence, a period marked above all else by ferocious freezing and flooding. The many millennia during which the ice was remorselessly expanding must have been terrifying and awful for our ancestors. But those final 7,000 years of deglaciation, particularly the episodes of very rapid and extensive melting, must have been worse. Let us not jump to conclusions about the state of social or religious or scientific or intellectual development of human beings who lived through the sustained collapse of that tumultuous epoch. The popular stereotype may be wrong in assuming that they were all primitive cave dwellers. In reality, little is known about them, and almost the only thing that can be said is that they were men and women exactly like ourselves, physiologically and psychologically. It is possible that they came close to total extinction on several occasions during the upheavals they experienced. It is also possible that the great myths of cataclysm, to which scholars attribute no historical value, may contain accurate records and eyewitness accounts of real events. As we'll hear in the next chapter, if we are looking for an epoch that fits those myths as snugly as the slipper on Cinderella's foot, it would seem that the last ice age is it. Chapter 27. The face of the earth was darkened, and a black rain began to fall. Terrible forces were unleashed on all living creatures during the last ice age. We may deduce how these afflicted humanity from the firm evidence of their consequences for other large species. Often this evidence looks puzzling. As Charles Darwin observed after visiting South America, no one, I think, can have marveled more at the extinction of species than I have done. When I found in La Plata, Argentina, the tooth of a horse embedded with the remains of mastodon, megatherium, toxodon, and other extinct monsters, which all coexisted at a very late geological period, I was filled with astonishment, for seeing that the horse, since its introduction by the Spaniards in South America, has run wild over the whole country and has increased its numbers at an unparalleled rate, I ask myself, what could have so recently exterminated the former horse under conditions of life apparently so favorable? The answer, of course, was the Ice Age. That was what exterminated the former horses of the Americas and a number of other previously successful mammals. Nor were the extinctions limited to the New World. On the contrary, in different parts of the earth, for different reasons and at different times, The long epoch of glaciation witnessed several quite distinct episodes of extinction in all areas. The vast majority of the many destroyed species were lost in the final 7,000 years, from about 15,000 BC down to 8,000 BC. At this stage of our investigation, it is not necessary to establish the specific nature of the climatic, seismic, and geological events linked to the various advances and retreats of the ice sheets which killed off the animals. We might reasonably guess that tidal waves, earthquakes, gigantic windstorms, and the sudden onset and remission of glacial conditions played their parts. But more important, whatever the actual agencies involved, is the stark empirical reality that mass extinctions of animals did take place as a result of the turmoil of the last ice age. This turmoil, as Darwin concluded in his journal, must have shaken the entire framework of the globe. In the New World, for example, more than 70 genera of large mammals became extinct between 15,000 BC and 8,000 BC, including all North American members of 7 families and 1 complete order, the Proboscidae. These staggering losses, involving the violent obliteration of more than 40 million animals, were not spread out evenly over the whole period. On the contrary, the vast majority of the extinctions occurred in just 2,000 years, between 11,000 BC and 9,000 BC. To put this in perspective, during the previous 300,000 years, only about 20 genera had disappeared. The same pattern of late and massive extinctions was repeated across Europe and Asia. Even far-off Australia was not exempt, losing perhaps 19 genera of large vertebrates, not all of them mammals, in a relatively short period of time. Alaska and Siberia, the sudden freeze. The northern regions of Alaska and Siberia appear to have been the worst hit by the murderous upheavals between 13,000 and 11,000 years ago. In a great swathe of death around the edge of the Arctic Circle, the remains of uncountable numbers of large animals have been found, including many carcasses with the flesh still intact and astonishing quantities of perfectly preserved mammoth tusks. Indeed, in both regions, mammoth carcasses have been thawed to feed sled dogs, and mammoth steaks have featured on restaurant menus in Fairbanks. One authority has commented, hundreds of thousands of individuals must have been frozen immediately after death and remained frozen, otherwise the meat and ivory would have spoiled. Some powerful general force was certainly at work to bring this catastrophe about. Dr. Dale Guthrie of the Institute of Arctic Biology has made an interesting point about the sheer variety of animals that flourished in Alaska before the 11th millennium BC. When learning of this exotic mixture of saber-toothed cats, camels, horses, rhinos, asses, deer with gigantic antlers, lions, ferrets, and saiga, one cannot help wondering about the world in which they lived. This great diversity of species, so different from that encountered today, raises the most obvious question. Is it not likely that the rest of the environment was also different? The Alaskan muck, in which the remains are embedded, is like a fine, dark grey sand. Frozen solid within this mass, in the words of Professor Hibben of the University of New Mexico, lie the twisted parts of animals and trees, intermingled with lenses of ice and layers of peat and mosses. Bison, horses, wolves, bears, lions, whole herds of animals were apparently killed together, overcome by some common power. Such piles of bodies of animals or men simply do not occur by any ordinary natural means. At various levels, stone artifacts have been found, frozen in situ at great depths and in association with Ice Age fauna, which confirms that men were contemporary with extinct animals in Alaska. Throughout the Alaskan mucks also, there is evidence of atmospheric disturbances of unparalleled violence. Mammoth and bison alike were torn and twisted as though by a cosmic hand in godly rage. In one place we can find the foreleg and shoulder of a mammoth, with portions of the flesh and toenails and hair still clinging to the blackened bones. Close by is the neck and skull of a bison, with the vertebrae clinging together with tendons and ligaments and the chitinous covering of the horns intact. There is no mark of knife or cutting instrument, as there would be if human hunters, for example, had been involved. The animals were simply torn apart and scattered over the landscape like things of straw and string, even though some of them weighed several tons. Mixed with piles of bones are trees, also twisted and torn and piled in tangled groups, and the whole is covered with a fine, sifting muck, then frozen solid. Much the same picture emerges in Siberia, where catastrophic climatic changes and geological upheavals occurred at around the same time. Here, the frozen mammoth graveyards, mined for their ivory since the Roman era, were still yielding an estimated 20,000 pairs of tusks every decade at the beginning of the 20th century. Once again, some mysterious factor appears to have been at work in bringing about these mass extinctions. With their woolly coats and thick skins, mammoths are generally considered adapted to cold weather, and we are not surprised to come across their remains in Siberia. Harder to explain is the fact that human beings perished alongside them, as well as many other animals that in no sense can be described as cold-adapted species. The northern Siberian plains supported vast numbers of rhinoceroses, antelope, horses, bison, and other herbivorous creatures, while a variety of carnivores, including the saber-toothed cat, preyed upon them. Like the mammoths, these other animals ranged to the extreme north of Siberia, to the shores of the Arctic Ocean, and yet further north to the Lyakov and New Siberian Islands, only a very short distance from the North Pole. Researchers have confirmed that of the 34 animal species living in Siberia prior to the catastrophes of the 11th millennium BC, including mammoth, giant deer, cave hyena, and cave lions, no less than 28 were adapted only to temperate conditions. In this context, one of the most puzzling aspects of the extinctions, which runs quite contrary to what today's geographical and climatic conditions lead us to expect, is that the further north one goes, the more the mammoth and other remains increase in number. Indeed, some of the New Siberian islands, well within the Arctic Circle, were described by the explorers who first discovered them as being made up almost entirely of mammoth bones and tusks. The only logical conclusion, as the 19th century French zoologist Georges Cuvier put it, is that this eternal frost did not previously exist in those parts in which the animals were frozen, for they could not have survived in such a temperature. The same instant that these creatures were bereft of life, the country which they inhabited became frozen. There is a great deal of other evidence which suggests that a sudden freeze took place in Siberia during the 11th millennium BC. In his survey of the New Siberian Islands, the Arctic explorer Baron Eduard von Toll found the remains of a saber-toothed tiger and a fruit tree that had been 90 feet tall when it was standing. The tree was well preserved in the permafrost with its roots and seeds. Green leaves and ripe fruit still clung to its branches. At the present time, the only representative of tree vegetation on the islands is a willow that grows 1 inch high. Equally indicative of the cataclysmic change that took place at the onset of the Great Cold in Siberia is the food the extinct animals were eating when they perished. The mammoths died suddenly, in intense cold, and in great numbers. Death came so quickly that the swallowed vegetation is yet undigested. Grasses, bluebells, buttercups, tender sedges, and wild beans have been found yet identifiable and undeteriorated in their mouths and stomachs. Needless to say, such flora does not grow anywhere in Siberia today. Its presence there in the 11th millennium BC compels us to accept that the region had a pleasant and productive climate, one that was temperate or even warm. Why the end of the last ice age in other parts of the world should have been the beginning of fatal winter in this former paradise is a question we shall postpone until Part 8. What is certain, however, is that at some point between 12,000 to 13,000 years ago, a destroying frost descended with horrifying speed upon Siberia and has never relaxed its grip. In an eerie echo of the Avestic traditions, a land which had previously enjoyed 7 months of summer was converted almost overnight into a land of ice and snow with 10 months of harsh and frozen winter. 1,000 Krakatoas all at once. Many of the myths of cataclysm speak of times of terrible cold, of darkened skies, of black, burning, bituminous rain. For centuries, it must have been like that, all the way across the arc of death, incorporating immense tracts of Siberia, the Yukon, and Alaska. Here, interspersed in the muck depths, and sometimes through the very piles of bones and tusks themselves, are layers of volcanic ash. There is no doubt that coincidental with the extinctions, there were volcanic eruptions of tremendous proportions. There is a remarkable amount of evidence of excessive volcanism during the decline of the Wisconsin ice cap. Far to the south of the frozen Alaskan mucks, thousands of prehistoric animals and plants were mired all at once in the famous La Brea tar pits of Los Angeles. Among the creatures unearthed were bison, horses, camels, sloths, mammoths, mastodons, and at least 700 saber-toothed tigers. A disarticulated human skeleton was also found, completely enveloped in bitumen, mingled with the bones of an extinct species of vulture. In general, the La Brea remains, broken, mashed, contorted, and mixed in a most heterogeneous mass, speak eloquently of a sudden and dreadful volcanic cataclysm. Similar finds of typical late Ice Age birds and mammals have been unearthed from asphalt at 2 other locations in California, Carpinteria and McKittrick. In the San Pedro Valley, mastodon skeletons were discovered, still standing upright, engulfed in great heaps of volcanic ash and sand. Fossils from the glacial Lake Floristan in Colorado and from Oregon's John Day Basin were also excavated from tombs of volcanic ash. Although the tremendous eruption that created such mass graves may have been at their most intense during the last days of the Wisconsin, they appear to have been recurrent throughout much of the Ice Age, not only in North America, but in Central and South America, in the North Atlantic, in continental Asia, and in Japan. It is difficult to imagine what this widespread volcanism might have meant for people living in those strange and terrible times. But those who recall the cauliflower-shaped clouds of dust, smoke, and ash ejected into the upper atmosphere by the eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980 will appreciate that a large number of such explosions, occurring sequentially over a sustained period at different points around the globe, would not only have had devastating local effects, but would have caused a severe deterioration in the world's climate. Mount St. Helens spat out an estimated 1 cubic kilometer of rock and was small scale by comparison with the typical volcanism of the Ice Age. A more representative impression would be the Indonesian volcano Krakatoa, which erupted in 1883 with such violence that more than 36,000 people were killed, and the explosion was heard 3,000 miles away. From the epicenter in the Sunda Strait, tsunamis 100 feet high roared across the Java Sea and the Indian Ocean, carrying steamships miles inland and causing flooding as far away as East Africa and the western coasts of the Americas. 18 cubic kilometers of rock and vast quantities of ash and dust were pumped into the upper atmosphere. Skies all over the world were noticeably darker for more than 2 years, and sunsets notably redder. Average global temperatures fell measurably during this period because volcanic dust particles reflect the sun's rays back into space. During the episodes of intense volcanism which characterized the Ice Age, we must envisage not one, but many Krakatoas. The combined effect would at first have been a great intensification of glacial conditions, as the light of the sun was cut by the boiling dust clouds, and as already low temperatures plummeted even further. Volcanoes also inject enormous volumes of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, so it is reasonable to suppose, as the dust began to settle during periods of relative calm, that a degree of global warming would have occurred. A number of authorities attribute the repeated advances and retreats of the great ice sheets to precisely this seesaw interaction between volcanism and climate. Global flooding. Geologists agree that by 8000 BC, the great Wisconsin and Würm ice caps had retreated. The Ice Age was over. However, the 7,000 years prior to that date had witnessed climatic and geological turbulence on a scale that was almost unimaginable. Lurching from cataclysm to disaster and from misfortune to calamity, the few scattered tribes of surviving humans must have led lives of constant terror and confusion. There would have been periods of quiescence when they might have hoped that the worst was over. While the melting of the giant glaciers continued, however, these episodes of tranquility would have been punctuated again and again by violent floods. Moreover, sections of the Earth's crust, hitherto pressed down into the asthenosphere by billions of tons of ice, would have been liberated by the thaw and begun to rise again, sometimes rapidly, causing devastating earthquakes and filling the air with terrible noise. Sometimes were much worse than others. The bulk of the animal extinctions took place between 11,000 BC and 9,000 BC, when there were violent and unexplained fluctuations of climate. In the words of geologist John Imbrie, a climatic revolution took place around 11,000 years ago. There were also greatly increased rates of sedimentation and an abrupt temperature increase of 6 to 10 degrees centigrade in the surface waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Another turbulent episode, again accompanied by mass extinctions, took place between 15,000 BC and 13,000 BC. We heard in the previous chapter that the Tazewell advance brought the ice sheets to their maximum extent around 17,000 years ago, and that a dramatic and prolonged thaw then ensued, completely deglaciating millions of square miles of North America and Europe in less than 2,000 years. There were some anomalies. All of western Alaska, the Yukon Territory in Canada, and most of Siberia, including the New Siberian Islands, now among the coldest parts of the world, remained unglaciated until the Ice Age was near its end. They acquired their present climate only about 12,000 years ago, apparently very abruptly, when the mammoths and other large mammals were frozen in their tracks. Elsewhere, the picture was different. Most of Europe was buried under ice 2 miles thick. So too was most of North America, where the ice cap had spread from centers near Hudson Bay to enshroud all of eastern Canada, New England, and much of the Midwest down to the 37th parallel, well to the south of Cincinnati in the Mississippi Valley, and more than halfway to the equator. At its peak, 17,000 years ago, it is calculated that the total ice volume covering the northern hemisphere was in the region of 6 million cubic miles. And of course, there were extensive glaciations in the southern hemisphere too, as we noted. The surplus water flow from which these numerous ice caps were formed had been provided by the world's seas and oceans, which were then about 400 feet lower than they are today. It was at this moment that the pendulum of climate swung violently in the opposite direction. The great meltdown began so suddenly and over such vast areas that it has been described as a sort of miracle. Geologists refer to it as the Bolling phase of warm climate in Europe and as the Brady interstadial in North America. In both regions, an ice cap that may have taken 40,000 years to develop disappeared for the most part in 2000. It must be obvious that this could not have been the result of gradually acting climatic factors usually called upon to explain ice ages. The rapidity of the deglaciation suggests that some extraordinary factor was affecting the climate. The dates suggest that this factor first made itself felt about 16,500 years ago, that it had destroyed most, perhaps 3/4 of the glaciers by 2,000 years later, and that the vast bulk of these dramatic developments took place in a millennium or less. Inevitably, the first consequence was a precipitous rise in sea levels, perhaps as much as 350 feet. Islands and land bridges disappeared, and vast sections of low-lying continental coastline were submerged. From time to time, great tidal waves rose up to engulf higher land as well. They ebbed away, but in the process left unmistakable traces of their presence. In the United States, Ice Age marine features are present along the Gulf Coast east of the Mississippi River, in some places at altitudes that may exceed 200 feet. In bogs covering glacial deposits in Michigan, skeletons of 2 whales were discovered. In Georgia, marine deposits occur at altitudes of 160 feet, and in northern Florida at altitudes of at least 240 feet. In Texas, well to the south of the farthest extents of the Wisconsin glaciation, the remains of Ice Age land mammals are found in marine deposits. Another marine deposit containing walrus, seals, and at least 5 genera of whales overlies the seaboard of the northeastern states and the Arctic coast of Canada. In many areas along the Pacific coast of North America, Ice Age marine deposits extend more than 200 miles inland. The bones of a whale have been found north of Lake Ontario, about 440 feet above sea level. A skeleton of another whale in Vermont, more than 500 feet above sea level, and another in the Montreal, Quebec area, about 600 feet above sea level. Flood myths from all over the world characteristically and recurrently describe scenes when humans and animals flee the rising tides and take refuge on mountaintops. The fossil record confirms that this did indeed happen during the melting of the ice sheets, and that the mountains were not always high enough to save the refugees from disaster. For example, fissures in the rocks on the tops of isolated hills in central France are filled with what is known as osseous breccia, consisting of the splintered bones of mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and other animals. The 1,430 feet peak of Mount Guéné in Burgundy is capped by a breccia containing remains of mammoth, reindeer, horse, and other animals. Much further south, so too is the Rock of Gibraltar, where a human molar and some flints worked by Paleolithic man were discovered among the animal bones. Hippo remains, together with mammoth, rhinoceros, horse, bear, bison, wolf, and lion, have been found in England in the neighborhood of Plymouth on the Channel. The hills around Palermo in Sicily disclosed an extraordinary quantity of bones of hippopotami in complete hecatombs. On the basis of this and other evidence, Joseph Prestwich, formerly professor of geology at Oxford University, concluded that Central Europe, England, and the Mediterranean islands of Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily were all completely submerged on several occasions during the rapid melting of the ice sheets. The animals naturally retreated as the waters advanced deeper into the hills until they found themselves embayed. They thronged together in vast multitudes, crushing into the more accessible caves until overtaken by the waters and destroyed. Rocky debris and large blocks from the sides of the hills were hurled down by the currents of water, crushing and smashing the bones. Certain communities of early man must have suffered in this general catastrophe. It is probable that similar flood disasters occurred in China at much the same time. In caves near Peking, bones of mammoths and buffaloes have been found in association with human skeletal remains. A number of authorities attribute the violent intermingling of mammoth carcasses with splintered and broken trees in Siberia to a great tidal wave that uprooted forests and buried the tangle of carnage in a flood of mud. In the polar region, this froze solid and has preserved the evidence in permafrost to the present. All over South America, too, Ice Age fossils have been unearthed, in which incongruous animal types, carnivores and herbivores, are mixed promiscuously with human bones. No less significant is the association over truly widespread areas of fossilized land and sea creatures mingled in no order and yet entombed in the same geological horizon. North America was also badly affected by flooding. As the great Wisconsin ice sheets melted, they created huge but temporary lakes, which filled up with incredible speed, drowning everything in their paths, then drained away in a few hundred years. Lake Agassiz, for example, the largest glacial lake in the New World, once occupied an area of 110,000 square miles, covering large parts of what are now Manitoba, Ontario, Saskatchewan in Canada, and North Dakota and Minnesota in the United States. Remarkably, it endured for less than a millennium, indicating a catastrophically sudden episode of melting and flooding followed by a period of quiescence. A token of good faith. It was long believed that human beings did not reach the New World until around 11,000 years ago, but recent finds have steadily pushed that horizon back. Stone implements dating to 25,000 BC have been identified by Canadian researchers in the Old Crow Basin in the Yukon Territory of Alaska. In South America, as far south as Peru and Tierra del Fuego, human remains and artifacts have been found which have been reliably dated to 12,000 BC, with another group between 19,000 BC and 23,000 BC. With this and other evidence taken into account, a very reasonable conclusion on the peopling of the Americas is that it began at least 35,000 years ago, but may well have included waves of immigrants at later dates too. Those newly arriving Ice Age Americans, trekking in from Siberia across the Bering Land Bridge, would have faced the most appalling conditions between 17,000 and 10,000 years ago. It was then that the Wisconsin glaciers, all at once, went into their ferocious meltdown, forcing a 350-foot rise in global sea levels amid scenes of unprecedented climatic and geological turmoil. For 7,000 years of human experience, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and immense floods, interspersed with eerie periods of peace, must have dominated the day-to-day lives of the New World peoples. Perhaps this is why so many of their myths speak with such conviction of fire and floods and times of darkness, and of the creation and destruction of suns. Moreover, as we've heard, the myths of the New World are not in this respect isolated from those of the Old. All around the globe, a remarkable uniformity reveals itself over issues such as the Great Flood and the Great Cold and the time of the Great Upheaval. It is not just that the same experiences are being recounted again and again. That on its own would be quite understandable, since the Ice Age and its after effects were global phenomena. More curious by far is the way in which the same symbolic motifs keep recurring: the one good man and his family, the warning given by a god, the seeds of all living things saved, the survival ship, the enclosure against the cold, the trunk of a tree in which the progenitors of future humanity hide themselves, the birds and other creatures released after the flood to find land, and so on. Isn't it also odd that so many of the myths turn out to contain descriptions of figures like Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha, said to have come in the time of darkness, after the flood, to teach architecture, astronomy, science, and the rule of law to the scattered and devastated tribes of survivors? Who were these civilizing heroes? Were they figments of the primitive imagination? Or gods? Or men? If they were men, could they have tampered with the myths in some way, turning them into vehicles for transporting knowledge through time? Such notions seem fanciful. But as we shall hear in Part 5, astronomical data of a disturbingly accurate and scientific nature turns up repeatedly in certain myths, as time-worn and as universal in their distribution as those of the Great Flood. Where did their scientific content come from? Part 5. The Mystery of the Myths, Section 2, The Precessional Code. Chapter 28. The Machinery of Heaven. Although a modern reader does not expect a text on celestial mechanics to read like a lullaby, he insists on his capacity to understand mythical images instantly, because he can respect as scientific only page-long approximation formulas and the like. He does not think of the possibility that equally relevant knowledge might once have been expressed in everyday language. He never suspects such a possibility, although the visible accomplishments of ancient cultures, to mention only the pyramids or mythology, should be a cogent reason for concluding that serious and intelligent men were at work behind the stage, men who were bound to have used a technical language. The quotation is from the late Giorgio de Santillana, professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In the chapters that follow, we shall be learning about his revolutionary investigations into ancient mythology. In brief, however, his proposition is this: long ages ago, serious and intelligent people devised a system for veiling the technical terminology of an advanced astronomical science behind the everyday language of myth. Is Santillana right? And if he's right, who were these serious and intelligent people, these astronomers, these ancient scientists who worked behind the stage of prehistory? Let's start with some basics. The wild celestial dance. The Earth makes a complete circuit around its own axis once every 24 hours and has an equatorial circumference of 24,902.45 miles. It follows, therefore, that a man standing still on the equator is in fact in motion, revolving with the planet at just over 1,000 miles per hour. Viewed from outer space, looking down on the North Pole, the direction of rotation is anti-clockwise. While spinning daily on its own axis, the Earth also orbits the Sun, again in an anti-clockwise direction, on a path which is slightly elliptical rather than completely circular. It pursues this orbit at truly breakneck speed, traveling as far along it in an hour, 66,600 miles, as the average motorist will drive in 6 years. To bring the calculations down in scale, this means that we are hurtling through space much faster than any bullet, at the rate of 18.5 miles every second. In the time that it has taken me to read this paragraph, we have voyaged about 550 miles further along the Earth's path around the Sun. With a year required to complete a full circuit, the only evidence we have of the tremendous orbital race we are participating in is the slow march of the seasons. And in the operations of the seasons themselves, it is possible to see a wondrous and impartial mechanism at work, distributing spring, summer, autumn, and winter fairly around the globe across the northern and southern hemispheres year in, year out, with absolute regularity. The Earth's axis of rotation is tilted in relation to the plane of its orbit, at about 23.5 degrees to the vertical. This tilt, which causes the seasons, points the North Pole and the entire northern hemisphere away from the Sun for 6 months a year, while the southern hemisphere enjoys its summer, and points the South Pole and the southern hemisphere away from the Sun for the remaining 6 months, while the northern hemisphere enjoys its summer. The seasons result from the annual variation in the angle at which the sun's rays reach any particular point on the Earth's surface, and from the annual variation in the number of hours of sunlight received there at different times of the year. The Earth's tilt is referred to in technical language as its obliquity, and the plane of its orbit, extended outwards to form a great circle in the celestial sphere, is known as the ecliptic. Astronomers also speak of the celestial equator, which is an extension of the Earth's equator into the celestial sphere. The celestial equator is today inclined at about 23.5 degrees to the ecliptic, because the Earth's axis is inclined at 23.5 degrees to the vertical. This angle termed the obliquity of the ecliptic, is not fixed and immutable for all time. On the contrary, as we heard in Chapter 11 in relation to the dating of the Andean city of Tiwanaku, it is subject to constant, though very slow, oscillations. These occur across a range of slightly less than 3 degrees, rising closest to the vertical at 22.1 degrees and falling farthest away at 24.5 degrees. A full cycle from 24.5 degrees to 22.1 degrees and back again to 24.5 degrees takes approximately 41,000 years to complete. So our fragile planet nods and spins while soaring along its orbital path. The orbit takes a year, and the spin takes a day, and the nod has a cycle of 41,000 years. A wild celestial dance seems to be going on as we skip and skim and dive through eternity, and we feel the tug of contradictory urges, to fall into the sun on one hand, to make a break for the outer darkness on the other. Recondite influences. The sun's gravitational domain, in the inner circles of which the Earth is held captive, is now known to extend more than 15 trillion miles into space, almost halfway to the nearest star. Its pull upon our planet is therefore immense. Also affecting us is the gravity of the other planets with which we share the solar system. Each of these exerts an attraction which tends to draw the Earth out of its regular orbit around the Sun. The planets are of different sizes, however, and revolve around the Sun at different speeds. The combined gravitational influence they are able to exert thus changes over time, in complex but predictable ways, and the orbit changes its shape constantly in response. Since the orbit is an ellipse, these changes affect its degree of elongation, known technically as its eccentricity. This varies from a low value close to 0, when the orbit approaches the form of a perfect circle, to a high value of about 6%, when it is at its most elongated and elliptical. There are other forms of planetary influence too. Thus, though no explanation has yet been forthcoming, it is known that shortwave radio frequencies are disturbed when Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars line up. And in this connection, evidence has also emerged of a strange and unexpected correlation between the positions of Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars in their orbits around the Sun and violent electrical disturbances in the Earth's upper atmosphere. This would seem to indicate that the planets and the Sun share in a cosmic electrical balance mechanism that extends 1 billion miles from the center of our solar system. Such an electrical balance is not accounted for in current astrophysical theories. The New York Times, from which the above report is taken, does not attempt to clarify matters further. Its writers are probably unaware of just how much they sound like Berosus, the Chaldean historian, astronomer, and seer of the 3rd century BC, who made a deep study of the omens he believed would presage the final destruction of the world. He concluded, I, Berosus, interpreter of Belus, affirm that all the earth inherits will be consigned to flame when the 5 planets assemble in Cancer, so arranged in one row that a straight line may pass through their spheres. A conjunction of 5 planets that might have been expected to have profound gravitational effects did take place